All right. Welcome, everyone. Let's just make sure that we got some audio coming through. Looks good. Thank you all so much for being here. This is our third ever Ioniconf annual conference. We're thrilled to be putting this on again. Before we did get started, I do want to bring Max up to say a few words before kicking everything off. So let's get Max up here. Max.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in.
Coming through? Okay. Thanks, Mike. Hey, everyone. Welcome to Ioniconf. Before we get started, just wanted to say a few words as we carry out today's event, which is really a celebration of the achievements of the Ionic community. I just wanted to acknowledge the absolutely horrific news from Texas yesterday. Words really seem inadequate to address the magnitude of the grief we're all feeling. Our hearts are absolutely broken for the families impacted. And like you, especially as a parent myself, 2 kids, it's just devastating. So while today will largely be a celebration, we're also in a spirit of mourning, and just ask that each of you find your own way to honor the families involved and victims of violence everywhere. So just wanted to say that, and thank you, Mike. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, we'll make it through today, everyone. But like Max said, we're trying to celebrate all the accomplishments that not only have we at Ionic have achieved, but also everyone in the community. So keeping that in mind, let's kind of get through this. And I hope you are all taking care of yourselves. But let's get back into this. We're here at the third ever Ioniconf. I didn't think it was going to be something that we were going to do every single year. It started in 2020, an interesting year to say the least. And every single year we've been able to keep bringing it back with more speakers from the community and more people who want to share their knowledge and teach you something new. And hopefully you leave today's event having learned a few stuff. There's a whole bunch of awesome talks. We've also been able to push Ioniconf a little bit further. This year we have brought in a bunch of sponsors, folks from Forum, Genesis, Neptune Software, and Hybrid Mob. Thanks to them, we've been able to put together not only an amazing event, we've also been able to offer swag giveaways to everyone who attends and is registered for the event. So if you like awesome Ionic t-shirts with a nice little retro outrun synthwave kind of theme, definitely register for that. I will say, so far, let's get this in the focus. This is my favorite sticker. And if you notice, it is a hologram. How cool is that? So register if you're not registered for the event, or if you're just tuning in, register. You can also download the app from the App Store, Ioniconf. You can request your own swag bundle. and we will get those sent out as soon as possible. Before we move forward, we do have a code of conduct. If you want to take a quick little screenshot of that link, or even better, use the QR code to take a look at it. The code of conduct is basically our contract to treat everyone here respectfully, professionally, and be nice to be kind to one another. If you want the details, please go ahead and check that out. There's also steps for if you do happen to have any issues. Thankfully, no, we have not had any issues here in the community. But if unfortunately you do have one, there are steps to escalate that and make sure that it reaches the proper team to address these issues. So ionic.link/code-of-conduct. Scan the QR code. We'll leave it up just a little bit. That'll be the link for that. As I mentioned, we do have a app this year. This will be your way to keep track of all of the sessions that you would like to see. We have the awesome one of opening remarks, starring me first, but then we have a fantastic set of speakers who will be following me, and you can go ahead and set one of those to favorites, and also request your swag bundle right from the app. So both iOS and Android, go download that as soon as possible. As mentioned, we have a fantastic group of speakers presenting today. Folks from the Angular team, from local experts like Simon Grimm, even to technical leads from project at NativeScript. We have a huge breadth of knowledge that'll be available today. So we want to make sure that all of our speakers are able to share their knowledge, and that you as attendees and viewers are able to learn something new and be able to have an opportunity to ask these speakers some questions after their presentations. So we're doing things a little bit differently this year. As you all probably have been aware, we have a Ionic Discord now. You can join the Discord. Go to this QR code or ionic.link/discord, and that should be the invite link. We have a dedicated channel for Ioniconf this year where you can post all your questions. So after each session, you can go in there, start asking your questions. We'll bring our speakers up after their presentation is done, and we'll have a quick little Q&A session, so that way you can learn a little bit more, and they can share their knowledge. And we are so thankful for all the speakers to be around to do that. So, see, we're on time. I'll leave this up for a little bit more. We do have an awesome opening keynote planned right now. We have the opening remarks and the opening keynote from our one and only Max. So let's get that session going, and we will kick it off. So move myself, and let's get the keynote started. Enjoy, everyone.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Welcome, everyone, to another massive Ioniconf 2022. We have a huge event planned for you today. You're going to be hearing from folks in the Ionic community, partners outside of the Ionic community, everything from building mobile apps with web technology to just building with web technology in general, and everything in between. So stick around. You're definitely not going to want to miss any of the talks. Before I get into the keynote, I just want to send thanks to all the speakers for putting in all the hard work, putting together some really, really amazing talks. Thank you so much. Thanks again to our sponsors. And then finally, congrats to the Ionic team. It's no small feat putting on a huge conference like this, and you all have done an amazing job. So great, great work. Also, a reminder, go and install the Ioniconf app. We have an awesome app that's available on both iOS and Android, because that's how we do it here in Web Native Land. We ship to both platforms on day one. And this app is built with Ionic, built with Capacitor. It shows the schedule. You can access speaker bios. and register for the swag raffle. So definitely go and check that out. If you want to scan the QR code bottom right, I will give it 1 second just to let you do that. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about where Ionic is today, both our open source projects, our technology, the community, and the business behind it, because there is a real business behind the open source projects that you know and love. And the short answer is that things are going really, really well. Ionic's open source projects continue to grow and be really, really important in the mobile ecosystem. The community is healthy, and the business behind Ionic is growing quickly and doing very well. Today, there are over 160,000 apps built with Ionic or Capacitor in the app stores today. These are fully polished, published, production-ready apps, and that's just really, really hard to wrap my head around, but it's awesome. Those apps have seen collectively over 1 billion installs. So they have a lot of users, a lot of people installing the apps, very, very happy users. Ionic's open source projects have over 65,000 stars on GitHub. Every single month, over 3.8 thousand apps are actually polished and shipped to public app stores with Ionic and Capacitor, which is really, really great. There's a lot of serious development going on. Ionic's open source projects are growing very quickly, seeing over 80 million installs on NPM every single year. And then the business behind Ionic is actually really, really big and doing well. There are over 90 people who work here at Ionic, which is just, I don't think most people realize how many people are here. And these people are building amazing technology that you know and love, and we are really investing heavily in all the products and services around the Ionic platform. And the company itself has over 400 enterprise customers. So this is really how the business works. We build this great open source technology that everyone loves using, and then we work with some of the biggest users of that, which tend to be these larger enterprise companies, because they have very different problems at a very large level of scale. And so that really enables us to build this sustainable, strong foundation so we can put that back into the open source work that you know and love. So I want to thank all of our great customers as well. The big trend here, though, the big theme is that the web is winning. We have a saying here at Ionic, always bet on the web. And if you bet on the web, it's really, really hard to lose. And I think what's happened recently is there's been this renaissance of web developers realizing they can build amazing iOS and Android and desktop and progressive web apps with the skills they already have on the web. They don't need to learn a new front-end framework. They don't need to completely switch their programming language of choice. They can use what they know and love and bring that to mobile. And one of the projects here at Ionic that's seeing some of the strongest adoption is our Capacitor project. Capacitor is a tool, if you aren't familiar with it, that takes any kind of web app and enables you to deploy a native iOS and Android and also progressive web app and desktop app with any kind of standard web project. So you can use any web stack that you know and love, projects like Tailwind, Next.js, Remix, Angular, Vue, etc. It doesn't matter. And you can bring that to mobile and do it with Capacitor. Capacitor is becoming the standard way that web developers build mobile apps. And it's seeing some really impressive growth. Every single week, there are over 17,000 new Capacitor projects started. Apps in the App Store using Capacitor have seen over 340 million app installs, and that number is growing very quickly. Every single week, Capacitor is installed over 200,000 times, which is just really, really incredible. On top of that, developers love Capacitor. It's a tool chain that they very much enjoy using. And because of that, it's earned several accolades in the developer community recently. One of our favorites is the State of JavaScript survey, and Capacitor was just voted for the second year in a row the highest rated mobile toolkit in terms of developer satisfaction. So we're incredibly proud of this, and thank you to all of you that showed your support. So that's how the project's doing. That's how the company's doing. I want to take a second and celebrate the amazing Ionic community, because none of this would be possible without you all taking the technology and building amazing things with it. So I found a few apps that I really, really loved on Twitter that I wanted to share. It's just kind of, show off some really cool things that the community is building. On the left here, we have a demo project of a React developer, I believe, using Framer Motion to build this native style modal animation on the web. And I love this because Framer Motion is a really popular web-based animation library. And you didn't realize you could bring that to mobile and build native style mobile experiences by just using Capacitor with it. And so really, really love that. It looks great, great animation. The second app in the middle, I loved because it's a great example of how you can take a design. I believe the screen on the left is like the mock-up, the design, and then implement it in real code very, very quickly. I personally have built, GUI experiences in pretty much every single UI toolkit ever made. And I still have never found anything as productive as CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. It is one of the fastest ways to take a mock-up and actually implement a real design in code. And so I love this example because they did just that. And then on the third, this shows off the power of building a single code base for web and mobile and sharing the code completely. That's one of the amazing benefits of a tool like Capacitor, in that it takes any kind of web app and enables you to deploy it in a cross-platform fashion with the same code. And so I believe this developer is using Tailwind, and it's just really great to see all these different approaches to building cross-platform apps and doing it with Capacitor. If you ever want to be up on a screen like this, all you need to do really is tweet at us, or we have a showcase channel in our Discord. We would love to see what you're building. And, it's hard for us to dig through all the tweets. So if you can copy us and let us know, that makes it much easier for us to find. On top of that, it has never been easier to get started building mobile apps with web technologies. And that is all thanks to the amazing content creator and template community that we have in the Ionic ecosystem. It's very difficult to do a slide like this because I run the risk of forgetting people, but I wanted to highlight some really great websites and content creators here so that if you're looking for a template, looking for a tutorial, you know where to go. Ionic Themes builds amazing, gorgeous templates, really helps you get a functioning app very quickly. Ionic React Hub is really leading the effort to get React developers building mobile apps with web technology. Ionic Academy has always been one of the cornerstones of the Ionic ecosystem and has amazing tutorials and training sections. And then finally, Elite Ionic has really filled that gap in the training world, focusing on more advanced topics. So if you are looking to scale up app development, get into advanced topics like end-to-end testing and mono repos and things like that, Elite Ionic is the place to go. So thank you all to the amazing content creators. We love the work that you do. And if you are building something for the community, let us know. Copy us on Twitter, go to the showcase page channel on Discord, and get in touch. All right, so what's next? What are we looking at Ionic that we're really excited about? Well, there's two big trends that we are keeping a close eye on and leaning into. The first is micro front ends, and the second is mobile DevOps. So let's talk about micro front ends first. One of the biggest secrets in mobile is that most apps are actually heavily mixing native and web content. And this is not something that maybe we talk about very much. The world seems to be very sharply delineated between native and hybrid or web native. The reality is actually that most large apps heavily mix native and web user interface and experiences. And the reason they do that is because it is simply not feasible to scale up development of a large native app if everything has to be built entirely natively. For one, we know the technologies, the programming languages are not quite as productive as web technology, but it also has to go through a single team. And so if the native development team is this serial process, big companies who have a lot of features they need to add to an app in short order are starting to think, how can I parallelize the development of our mobile apps. And so the way that they're approaching this is coming up with a micro front end architecture that enables them to divide up their app into portions that they can then have multiple teams work on in parallel. And so this micro front end approach in mobile is something that the very top mobile teams are doing, and it's enabling them to actually ship the features they need to ship. And so we've been looking at this micro front end trend and kind of felt like we had some of the best technology and experience in this industry to come at this with an actual project that would enable more teams to adopt this technique. Because unfortunately, it's not easy to adopt a micro front ends approach in mobile, given how much maintenance and engineering work needs to be done in order to support it. And so we took the technology we had built with Capacitor and realized we had an amazing platform for building a micro front end project for mobile. And so we built a project called Portals, and you can check it out at ionic.io/portals. And it's quickly become one of our most promising projects and has really taken off. Portals is really interesting in that it enables you to build micro front ends in mobile. So getting that architecture that I just talked about, having multiple teams working on an app in parallel. And it does this by providing a really great interface for bringing in web views in a seamless way that look and feel native, just like any other part of the app. We've had users of Portals who have built side-by-side experiences, and they couldn't tell the difference between the web and native sections. And we do that because we've really designed a nice user interface wrapper for the web views that has all these extra niceties that you need. One of those is being able to safely expose native functionality to the web view in a way that's controlled, so the native team can decide what features of the app they want to make available to the web view. One of the really amazing features of Portals is the ability to update portions of the app remotely in real time with the power of Ionic's AppFlow cloud service. And then finally, Portals is really interesting in that it's our first project really targeted at native and developers of other mobile frameworks. So we have support for traditional native, iOS and Android, but we also have support for React Native, and we'll be adding support for Flutter as well. And this probably sounds a little strange given that, historically you think those are competitors of ours. But with Portals, we want to bring the power of the web to any team, regardless of what technologies they're using for their mobile app. So it's important that we support everything out there. And so we support native and React Native, and we'll be adding support for Flutter as well. So if you use one of these technologies and you're interested in micro front ends, go to ionic.io/portals, sign up, let us know. We would love to talk. So that's micro front ends. The other big trend that we're really excited about is mobile DevOps. So if you aren't familiar with mobile DevOps, I like to describe it simply as a way to scale up the actual development and delivery of major mobile projects, especially across multiple members of a development team and multiple teams. So being able to update your app in real time, build it, test it, deliver it to the app stores, to test flight, and automating all that, that's how we look at mobile DevOps. And for those of you who have used our AppFlow service, you know that Ionic AppFlow is really one of the greatest mobile DevOps platforms in the market today. We're really, really proud of what AppFlow can do. And again, you can check this out at ionic.io/AppFlow. AppFlow has some really amazing features, like the ability to do native iOS and Android binary builds in the cloud and be able to automate that. The ability to take those binaries and actually publish them for you automatically to Google Play Store, Apple App Store. And if you've ever done this manually, you know how much of an improvement this is to your developer life. One of the killer features of AppFlow is the ability to do remote live updates. So being able to take a build and publish an update in real time to the app without having to go through an App Store resubmission is really, really kind of a game-changing feature for a lot of development teams. And then being able to automate this through either CI/CD automation tools in AppFlow itself or through integration with third-party CI/CD providers like Azure DevOps or GitLab. We love AppFlow. It's quickly becoming one of our most popular products and really is providing a ton of value to app development teams. But AppFlow historically has always been focused on hybrid technologies or web native. That means Capacitor and Cordova at the core. What we've realized is that AppFlow actually just operates on native apps. It doesn't care what you actually built those apps with. And so one of the big things that we're working on right now is bringing AppFlow to the entire mobile market. So we're adding support right now for React Native, Flutter, traditional native. We'll probably add support for .NET MAUI, whatever. We want AppFlow to be the leading mobile DevOps and CI/CD platform for mobile. And so if that interests you, and you have a team or you're working on a team that's using a different technology than Capacitor or Cordova, but wants those benefits that I just described, let us know. We have a form up at ionic.link/appflow-future. You can scan the QR code. I'll leave it up here for a second. We've got a form. You can let us know what you're building, what kind of features you'd want from a CI/CD service for mobile. And I'm really, really excited about this. I love AppFlow. I've seen what it can do for teams. I've seen how it also enables teams to focus on building their app instead of managing complex mobile build infrastructure, which changes constantly. There's always new updates to Xcode and the Android build tool chain. So if you're interested in this, let us know. All right, with that, I'm going to pass it off to members of the Ionic team. We're going to talk about awesome things they've been working on since we last talked last year and what they're doing next. So we're going to be talking about everything from the next version of Ionic Framework to our amazing new VS Code extension, a new plugin for Capacitor, Ionic Portals again, and then a special note for the community with some awesome stuff we've been doing for the community there that you won't want to miss. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Liam to talk about what's new in Ionic Framework. Take it away, Liam.
Thanks, Max. Hi, everyone. I'm Liam, the team lead on Ionic Framework, giving you the Ionic Framework update for Ioniconf. So let's dive in. A few weeks ago, we launched Ionic 6.1, which comes packed with tons of new features for modals, date time, range, and more. And there's going to be a link at the bottom of your screen that will bring you to the Ionic 6.1 announcement blog post, which will show you full demo examples, videos, code snippets to help you get started, and even more. So definitely check that out. There's a couple examples that I want to run through that I'm particularly excited about. In Ionic 6.0, we shipped a new sheet modal feature, which lets you snap to different breakpoints. It's a really, really powerful way of expressing new user interfaces in Ionic apps. We got a lot of feedback from the community. In Ionic 6.1, we shipped new features that give you, the developer, more control over the breakpoints. We added a set breakpoint feature, a get breakpoint feature, and a way for listening for when breakpoints change in your application. Another one we added is a can dismiss property to the modal. If you've ever used a modal with forms, you've probably accidentally closed the modal before you were ready to do that. And that led to accidental data loss. In Ionic 6.1, this new can dismiss property lets you present a confirmation dialog, such as an action sheet and or an alert, to let you confirm your changes before you dismiss the modal. It's a really, really handy feature. So there's more to 6.1, and I recommend checking out the blog post in that link below, which will show you everything you need to know about Ionic 6.1. So previously, I've teased the component playground a few times now, but I want to give you the first look at the component playground running in a browser. So what the component playground is it's a way of seeing how Ionic components are meant to look and behave right in your browser without writing a single line of code. So let's take a look. This is the new date time feature from Ionic 6 running in a playground. See, we can interact with the component, switch between different modes, and we can switch between different frameworks to get the framework-specific code to do that example in your Ionic app. So we can copy it right there and paste it into our app. It also integrates really nicely with the dark mode toggle on the docs website, so you can see what the components look like in dark mode as well. One of my favorite features, though, is the ability to click one button and have that same example open in a stack blitz in the framework of your choice. So if you say, this date time example is really cool, I wish I could see what it would look like in React with this extra CSS variable or this property configured, you can do that with a click of a button. Simply select the framework of your choice, hit the Stack Blitz button, and then it'll open in a Stack Blitz and you're ready to go. The team is hard at work putting the finishing touches on the component playground, and we can't wait to share more with you very, very soon. Next, I want to talk about the Ionic nightly builds. So back in Ionic v1, we actually had a nightly build process where every single night, the latest changes in the main branch would get published to a special tag on NPM. And this was really, really nice because it let developers get access to new fixes and test them out before they've shipped out to production. With Ionic 6 and beyond, we're really excited to start doing nightly builds again. So you can access the nightly build process using the nightly tag on NPM. You can check out the changelog for each nightly build on the releases page on GitHub as well. So for example, if you have Ionic Angular, you can run npm install Ionic Angular at nightly to get the latest nightly version of Ionic Angular. You can also do this for React, Vue, or Ionic Core if you're not using a JavaScript framework. So that's really, really nice, and it's available now. If you do use a nightly build and you're reporting issues, let us know that you're using a nightly build so we can fix the appropriate things. So we talked about Ionic 6.1, which comes packed with a ton of new features for datetime, modal, range, and more. We also got our first look at the component playground, which shows you how Ionic components are designed to look and behave right in your browser without running a single line of code. And we got to see the new Ionic nightly build process, which gives you, the developer, access to fixes in Ionic before they've shipped out to production to provide feedback, and that's available right now. The Ionic Framework team is also hard at work working on an Ionic 6.2 release for even more great functionality, and we can't wait to share more with you in the coming weeks. So that's it for me. I'm going to hand things off to Damien, who's going to show you what's new with the VS Code extension.
Thanks, Liam. I'm Damien Chinoski, a solution architect at Ionic. Visual Studio Code is the most popular editor for developing Ionic applications. And when combined with the new Ionic extension, provides a richer experience that we think you're going to love. Since it launched 2 months ago, over 16,000 of you have shown that love by giving it a try. The goal of the extension is to provide new and experienced developers with a visual way to create, build, run, and maintain applications. Let's see how. First, we've eliminated the need to learn Ionic CLI commands. We've centralized debugging features in Visual Studio Code so that you can avoid Chrome and Safari DevTools. We've minimized the need to learn Capacitor CLI commands as well. And we've made tasks that you would traditionally need to apply in both Xcode and Android Studio available in the one place. We've provided solutions and recommendations to common problems that developers face each day. And finally, we've made upgrading your dependencies easier than ever. Let's take a look at these features in detail. To get started, we'll click on the Extensions button on the side panel, type Ionic, and click the Install button. Let's take a look at how to get a project up and running. Creating a new project is as easy as opening an empty folder, selecting your framework of choice, and selecting one of the available starter projects. After a brief pause, you're ready to start developing. But we can also get started with an existing web project, whether it's using our framework or not. Let's change this React web application into a native one by clicking on Add Capacitor Integration and choosing which platforms we want to support. As you can see here, the key is that introducing Capacitor into a project unlocks features like building, running, and debugging. We want all developers to be able to use Capacitor's features, so we've made it even easier for Cordova projects as well. In this Cordova project, we follow the suggested steps one at a time to switch to Capacitor. The extension will highlight plugins you no longer need and can uninstall, It also makes recommendations for better supported plugins with the little idea icon. For any known problems that are problematic, it shows the best course of action. As our last step, we remove Cordova and the migration is complete. Keeping a project's dependencies up to date is important to ensure you have the latest bug and security fixes in place. The extension shows upgradable packages, which can be upgraded in bulk for scope packages, or use migrations like Angular's ng update. You can also upgrade individual packages and even choose a particular version to install. You can centrally configure options for your native projects like splash screens and icons. In this example, we've created a single icon and splash screen image, and the extension has generated resized versions of these for iOS and Android and applied them to the native project. You can also set bundle IDs, display names, and version numbers. And when you make a change, these are applied to the native platform without needing to open up the project in Xcode or Android Studio. Let's talk about the development experience. Firstly, the options for running on web, iOS, and Android are available. For web, the default web browser will launch. For iOS and Android, you'll get a choice of the device you want to choose, whether it's a physical device connected to your machine or an emulator. For debugging, you can choose to run the application in a debuggable browser such as Chrome or Microsoft Edge. And then you can use Visual Studio's breakpoint, debug, console, and variable inspection features. To debug Android devices, you can attach to any running Android device. And again, use VS Code's breakpoints console and inspection features to debug your application. The extension also helps identify errors from logs, finding the line of code with the problem and letting you flip between errors. This can save a lot of time versus reading through build, unit test, and linter output. It will even pick up errors from Swift and Java code if you are changing your native project. Of course, you can always open the project in Xcode, Android Studio, Chrome, or DevTools for a richer experience. But for the most part, we're giving you the tools you need to work on the app right in VS Code. So what's next for the extension? Well, we want you to succeed in building the best possible app quicker. So some of the focus areas we're working on next are, firstly, debugging. We want to improve the debugging experience, especially on iOS. We also want to make it possible to give you a guided experience when you want to add features to your applications, like push notifications, geolocation, etc. We're also adding to the list of configuration points you can change in a native project. Finally, if there's a feature that you want, be sure to click on the feedback option in the extension. So let me hand it over to Joey, who's going to tell you a little bit more about what's happening in the Capacitor world.
Thanks, Damien. Hi, I'm Joey, engineer on the Capacitor team. I want to talk a bit more about the Capacitor ecosystem, but first, I want to touch back on a few of the things Max shared earlier in his keynote. The Capacitor Project is continuing to see massive success. We are seeing about 17,000 apps created every week, hundreds of thousands of installs on NPM, and a growing number of plugins developed by the community to extend Capacitor's functionality. The power of Capacitor lies with its ability to extend native functionality via plugins. Plugins like Camera, which give you access to the device camera and user photo gallery from your web app. Or plugins like File System, which provide a Node.js-like API for working with device files. Or from our community, plugins like SQLite, which provide access to the powerful SQLite database. With that in mind, we are constantly looking for new ideas to turn into plugins. What we decided to tackle next has been one of the most requested plugins, maps. Many apps rely on maps to drive important aspects of their functionality, such as providing the location of packages, guiding users to local business locations, and real-time tracking for navigation and exercise apps. With that in mind, we've captured a lot of technical requirements for map usage in these scenarios, including the need for having multiple maps, support for markers, as well as seamless inline scrolling with existing content. Taking all of this together, we decided it was time for a new plugin, Capacitor Google Maps. With the Capacitor Google Maps plugin, maps are easy to add. Our single API supports iOS, Android, and the web, and allows you to instantiate many maps in your application. Let's take a look at some key features we're supporting at launch. These native maps integrate seamlessly into your existing web application and operate as you would expect a JavaScript-based map would, respecting HTML element bounds and z-indexing, while providing the native performance your users have come to expect. We support many common map operations, such as zoom, positioning, angle, and bearing, all of which can be animated between values. We support Google Maps indoor mapping feature, which allows users to get map info for indoor facilities. We also support displaying Google Maps traffic overlays. And we also support the insertion of multiple markers and info windows, complete with optional marker clustering functionality. This is just a small sampling of the supported features in Capacitor Google Maps, with more coming soon. Like all of our core plugins, Capacitor Google Maps is also open source, and we encourage everyone with questions or ideas to reach out to us on GitHub. As we started out building Capacitor Google Maps, we really dug deep into the possibilities of Capacitor and how we can intertwine both the web and native, and pulled off something we didn't really think was possible, integrating native views into a web view. This got us thinking, what else could we add to Capacitor Core to enable our users and community to create the next generation of plugins and apps for their projects and enterprises? This led us to Capacitor 4. With Capacitor 4, we're continuing to expand on our robust set of core features with 2 new features, native HTTP and cookies. Our core HTTP feature will allow apps to perform network requests using platform-native networking libraries, bypassing common cross-origin resource sharing issues, while our cookie support will make it easier for apps to interact with web resources that rely on cookies. Expect to see the first beta of Capacitor 4 within the next few weeks. And with that, I'll hand it off to Josh Thomas to talk about portals.
Thanks, Joey. Hi, I'm Josh Thomas, the product manager of Portals. Portals is a product that allows developers to bring web micro front ends to native mobile applications. At Ionic, we're always fans of bringing web developers to more platforms, which is why when some customers came to us and asked for this tech, we were more than willing to build it. But we know that bringing new tech to existing applications can be challenging. So if it was going to work, we needed to have a seamless user experience. Being unable to identify what is web and what is native has always been important to us. The video of Portals here shows an application that has native with web inside of it, and we're highlighting areas that are web with blue. But one killer feature of Portals that native tech just doesn't have is live updates. Live updates allow teams to update each micro front end independently outside of the native release cycle. Portals has been very well received, and we've even received some requests that were a little unexpected. Teams saw the value of Portals and wanted to use micro front ends in their mobile apps, but their apps weren't written in Kotlin, Swift, Java, or Objective-C. So our team took a look and realized that we could bring Portals to more places. So today, we're announcing 2 new places where you'll be able to use Portals. The first is probably a place that might surprise you. React Native. Leverage your existing web developers to contribute to your React Native application. Expose native functionality to web. Just use our Portal View component and choose the plugins that you want to make use of. The second tech is Capacitor. Bring web micro frontends to your existing Capacitor apps with a Portals for Capacitor plugin. This plugin allows you to extend your apps to make use of multiple teams contributing to a single application with live updates. Use your choice of micro frontend technology, module federation, single SPA, or even independent web components. All of this can be used to expand your collaboration. And even more Portals integrations are coming. Bringing micro frontends to more mobile technologies is just one part of Portals. Evolving the collaboration between your web teams and your native teams is another. So now that you have a better idea of where Portals is headed, try it today. Go to ionic.io/portals. Next will be Michael, who's going to talk to us about the developer community.
Thanks, Josh. Hey, everyone. How's it going? I'm Michael Ellis, and I'm the Developer Community Manager here at Ionic. Community is something that's often underrated, but something that's also super important because it makes the life of the developer much easier. Participating in communities provides an easy means to expand your network, locate and share knowledge, as well as build creativity and opportunities. As a developer community manager here at Ionic, it's my job to keep my finger on the pulse of our developer community and work to foster and grow a healthy group of contributors and users that are passionate about building amazing cross-platform mobile, web, and desktop apps built with open web standards and a shared code base. This year, myself and the DevRel team here at Ionic are super focused on improving the experience for our developer community, and I'd like to tell you about a few of the things that we've been doing. One of the things that we've done on this front this year is a creation of our Discord forum. Previously, our community chat spaces were fragmented and spread out across multiple platforms. Based on feedback from our developer community, we decided to work to correct this by launching the Ionic Discord Forum, which is a single unified space for Ionic, Stencil, and Capacitor communities to come together to chat, share, inspire, and ask questions. We're excited to take this feedback from our users and provide the Ionic community with a space they enjoy, where they can network, share their projects, use cases, and chat with their peers. Now, I'd like to talk for a moment about the Ionic Insiders program. If you're not familiar, Ionic Insiders is Ionic's beta experts program. Ionic Insiders is made up of passionate community members who are actively contributing to the Ionic ecosystem, whether that's through Ionic Framework, Stencil, or Capacitor. Until now, Ionic Insiders has been in the pilot phase, open by invite only, where we reached out to well-known, vocal, or often seen community members with an invitation to join in and help us test out the pilot program. Today, we are ending the Insiders pilot program and announcing some changes to how we support the community. And by this, I mean that the Ionic Insiders pilot has been a huge success, thanks in no small part, of course, to the amazing work of the contributors who have taken part and made it possible. I just mentioned some big changes to the Ionic Insiders program. That's true. For starters, we're rebranding the Insiders program based on feedback from community members. And so moving forward, Ionic Insiders will be known as Ionic Developer Experts, or IDE for short. Additionally, we're moving the program out of the pilot program phase and into production. With this, we're officially opening up IDE for our community members to self-nominate and apply for inclusion into the program. The focus of any meaningful expert program should not be on how the organization can benefit from participants, but rather how Ionic as an organization can support, amplify, encourage, and provide resources for amazing community members. That's why we've been working hard since day one to ensure that the Ionic Developer Experts program has a well-rounded offering of meaningful benefits available to our experts. Some of the benefits to being in the IDE program include formal recognition as an Ionic expert, early access to information, the ability to influence the product roadmap, regular office hours held with the Ionic team, participation in beta testing and early access programs, exclusive Ionic apparel and swag, as well as funding support for speaking at and attending conferences. If you're interested in learning more about the Ionic Developer Experts program, seeing some of our existing experts, or applying to join the program yourself, I encourage you to check out the ionic.io/community pages, where you can find all this information and apply to join. Here are just a few of the amazing and active contributors who have joined and participated in the pilot phase of Ionic Insiders. We've also recently onboarded some additional participants this quarter, and we look forward to featuring them very soon on the Ionic IO community page. And speaking of pages, we've been working to do a refresh and redesign of the Ionic community website, making it easier to find and access quick links to the important resources our developer community uses most often, such as the Technical Support Forum, links to our community groups, links to technical documentation, getting started tutorials and videos, as well as accessing the Ionic Discord. We're also reworking the Ionic Developer Experts section of our webpage to better highlight the contributors who have been participating in the program, as well as making it easier to find information about the program and apply to join. Another part of the community page, Meetups and community groups, are a great way to learn more about technology, meet others who share your interests, and expand your personal network. If you're interested in joining or starting an Ionic Meetup group, the Ionic community is where you can learn more about active community groups and upcoming events that you can attend. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope you enjoy the other sessions we have coming up shortly. If you're interested in checking out the Ionic developer community and getting involved yourself, we would love that. There are lots of ways to get involved. I encourage you to visit the website and join the community. Drop in on Discord and share what you're working on, or just lend your expertise to another developer. If you can, sign up in the Ionic Forum and join in on the conversation. Post your question or just share your opinion. A great community is nothing without great community members, and we hope that you'll stop by, check us out, and get involved. Thanks for tuning in. I look forward to hearing from you all. Back to you, Max.
All right. Thanks so much, Michael. Well, with that, we are going to get the show on the road. Before we get to the rest of the conference, I just want to mention one thing. We are hiring. We're always hiring. If you're interested in what we're working on, if you want to come help enable more companies to build software more easily, that's what we do here. We're really trying to make software development more accessible. You can check out our jobs at ionic.io/jobs. We're hiring across sales, marketing, product management, and engineering. And we have both open source and commercial roles available, so definitely check those out. All right. Stick around. You definitely do not want to miss some amazing talks from key members of the Ionic community and beyond. Again, thank you so much to the amazing speakers that are joining us today. Really excited to see what you have to share with us. So everyone stick around. You don't want to miss any of these talks. So with that, we're going to get Ioniconf 2022 on the road. Thanks, everyone.
Yep, here we go. All right, we are back. Thank you also. Thank you to everyone on the team who worked on that keynote. We are super thrilled to talk about all the updates that we have been working on. The team's been working really, really hard. Also want to point out again, boom, let's go with the swag highlight. These awesome portal stickers. If you would like to get some of these, please check out the Ioniconf app. You can request your swag pack. We also have amazing stickers for, let's get this focus. Here we go. Capacitor and Stencil. I noticed somebody asking about Stencil content here at the conference. Don't worry, we have a Stencil talk coming up soon. But it would be this. I wouldn't want to miss the main star here, Ionic, and then also our Ioniconf 2022 dedicated sticker. These are awesome. The portal one are specifically cool because they are holographic. So, you know, as you are looking at it and everything, let's get this up. Boom, look at that shine. How cool is that? Everything is looking great. We got some awesome chatter happening inside of the Discord channel. If you are not in there, join. It is the Ioniconf 2022. You should be able to go to ionic.link/Discord to join and get your invite code. Highlight a few awesome people. Casey, you've been doing great. Fantastic job providing the links when, you know, we are unfortunately unable to get them in time. But everyone else should be going in there and should be joining. We also have some pretty awesome things happening inside of there. We have some giveaways happening throughout the day. And the best way to be able to win and get notified when we do these giveaways is to join the Discord. So you can go in there, you can go and get a request to enter. We will be giving away some awesome prizes. One of them I am super excited about, and maybe you'll be the one to win it. I think everything should. I think everything should be going off fine. We seem to be. Yes, we have the bot posting the opening. God, I'm blanking. It is already the start of the day, and I'm already fumbling over my words. We have the bot started now to be running the giveaway, so definitely check it out. And as Max pointed out, we are hiring. Please, if you want to come work with me, Thomas, Kim, Michael, everyone else on the DevRel team, or if you want to go work on the engineering side of things, please. We are looking to hire, so apply today. So let's see, what do we got? We are 3 minutes before our early session, so I do want to move along. We have Gabriel Ditrick, who will be joining us up next to be talking about AI at the tips of your fingers. AI is something that, I think having a healthy fear of is, normal, but hopefully we can take advantage of AI and machine learning to understand what the technology can offer and how we can benefit from it. So let's go ahead and get Gabriel up here on stage. And I will hide this screen. Gabriel, how are you doing?
Hey, great, thanks.
I'm in the East Coast of the U.S. Where are you located right now?
I'm in the East Coast of the U.S. Where are you located right now? So I'm located in Paris, France.
Oh, right, in Paris.
Oh, right,
I have. We are going to mute that for now. All right, we got a little bit of a feedback happening right now, so we will keep that trim for now. We're so excited to have you here presenting. Have never been to Paris, been to your lovely airport. It is an amazing and very clean airport. So let's get your screen up onto the stage. I will remove myself and unmute you. Yeah, let's take it away. Good luck, Gabriel, and you're unmuted.
Thanks. So hope there won't be too much echo. So AI at the tip of your fingers. So my name is Gabriel Ditrick. I'm a machine learning and software engineer at Ubiq, where I work on a vast number of subjects ranging from object detection to recommender systems, but also mobile development or even DevOps. I like cross-domain topics, and this is why this talk will be about mobile machine learning. So today we'll learn how to easily run machine learning on mobile using Capacitor and Tensorflow JavaScript. So if you have any questions after the talk, you can reach out, you have my details below, or you can ask questions in the chat. So first, let's talk about Ubiq. So Ubiq is an all-in-one digital workplace for frontline teams. That means that we put an intuitive tool in the hands of our end users, and we provide data insights for the company admins on everything that is executed inside the app. And all of this powered by some AI algorithms to make it even smarter. So we build and maintain more than 10 applications that we ship to the mobile stores. For those who know Apple Store rejection rate, you're probably already impressed. And we also, of course, build for web platforms. And for this, we need a lot of developers. So we're recruiting all over the board, so backend, front-end, algorithms, so machine learning engineers, and we have people all around the globe. So if you're interested, you can go to our website, or you can also reach out. And if you're not a developer, we also probably have a role for you, so don't hesitate. Now, what is mobile machine learning at Ubiq? So at Ubiq, a company would be any client that wants to monitor a store to give the perfect experience to its customers and to track metrics that are related to their products. A user would be any employee of this company, and this user would go inside the store and he would take a picture of a shelf inside the store with his mobile device. Then the app would do a detection of the products that are present on the shelf, and we would compute some insights about those products. So those insights could be anything from the presence of a product, the position of the product, or even the share of this product versus the competition. All this is very fast. It runs in only a few seconds, and we can do it offline, which means everything is happening on the device. We're very proud of our lightweight object detection algorithm that is ahead of the market. None of our competitors have such a solution running offline. So now let's take a step back and give you a bit of context before we go further into the presentation. Part of the audience is probably aware of machine learning principles, and a big part is probably not, and that's okay. Remember the title of the talk, how to easily run machine learning on mobile. So we'll just have a quick overview of machine learning principles. So first, the data. In the example I showed you before, the data would be some pictures of shelves. So data needs to be gathered to do the training of your algorithm. And this data also needs to be annotated. So in the example of Ubiq, this would be shelves images with annotation of each product. So what the product is and where it is on the shelf. Then there is the training step. So for the training step, you need to follow a procedure that will make the model better and better to perform a certain task. Then when you think your training is done, you can evaluate the model. That's where you make sure that this task is done well. And you usually have a training set and a validation set on your data. You just keep 10% aside of your data to try to make sure that your model is executing properly. And the last step is the inference. This is where you deploy your model to production and you run it on some unseen data. And this is actually where your model is bringing some value. So what we will focus on during this talk is the last step, the inference. This is where some actual code is running an algorithm on some new data. And for us, this will happen on the mobile. But why would we want to do mobile machine learning? First argument is that it allows you to distribute your AI feature directly on your client app. You do not need to set up any backend. It also allows you to train an algorithm directly on the device as part of the feature. A model can be improved on the go on the device, or it can even be trained from scratch, depending on the context and depending on the complexity of the training. Imagine a next word predictor algorithm on your keyboard. You don't want to send everything you type online and wait for the algo to train and run. You want this to be fast, and this is what mobile machine learning provides. Since the algorithm runs on the user's smartphone, all of his data can also stay safe on the device, and he doesn't need to send anything to the remote server. Coming back to this next word predictor, do you really want to send all the text that you're typing on your laptop or on your smartphone to someone else's server to be analyzed? And last but not least, you can run this algorithm offline, meaning that the user does not need an internet connection to use your app, which can often be challenging. The price of the data, you can have bad reception, you could be abroad, or you can even not have any connection at all. So those are the main reasons why we would want some machine learning running directly on your mobile. But mobile machine learning is great, but it also comes with some challenges. First, the compute power. You can compare it to running on a server. On a server, you would have all the power you want. You just have to pay for it, and then you can scale it. Whereas on the smartphone, you only have 100 grams of device, and you don't want to walk around with a 10-kilogram laptop in your pocket. Then storage. The average Android app file size is around 11 megabytes. iOS is 35 megabytes. And the average size of a state-of-the-art object detection algorithm, so this would be the best-in-class algorithm for that task of detecting objects on a picture, it would be around 200 megabytes for 100 classes to detect. So, as surprising as it can be, the most common reason for not downloading an app on your device is that you do not have any space left. So if you multiply the size of your app by 2 or by 10, you will lose a lot of users. Then the time of inference. You do not want to wait 10 minutes to know what word I will predict that you should type next. That might happen if you have to send it to a server. So if you're running everything on the device, that's a good argument to have offline machine learning. It will make your model run faster and your feature will be much faster. Then performances. You do not know in advance the model of device that your user have. And it could be an old Android phone, or it could be the latest iPhone 15X Pro Max Plus Retina. So you need to take this into account when you're designing your algorithm and when you're designing your app. So an advice is that you should aim to support a broad range of devices, and this means designing small networks. So you need to find a compromise between a lightweight algorithm that could run fast on any device without taking too much space in the storage of the device, but also compromise with the good performances, because you still want the task of your model to be performed correctly. So what are the technologies that we'll be using during this presentation? First, we'll be using Capacitor. Capacitor is an open source mobile framework developed by Ionic and also maintained by the open source community. It's web developer friendly. Most of the code and tools are for web developers. And you can also add more plugins if you need to access some native functionality of the devices. And note that this demo does not use any native plugin to run the machine learning. The only native plugin that is used is a camera plugin, because we still need to gather some pictures. So what we will do on this demo is an image classification app. So Capacitor is also cross-platform. It can be run on web, on iOS, on Android. As I said, it's developed and maintained by the Ionic team. Then we will use Tensorflow Javascript. So Tensorflow Javascript is based on TensorFlow. It's an open source framework for machine learning developed by Google. And it's mostly used with Python and also C++. But it can also be run in the web with TensorFlow JavaScript. And that means that if you're using TensorFlow JavaScript, you could run your model on any app that is using web technology. So that would be any website running Angular, React, Vue, or it can also be a mobile app running with Capacitor or even React Native. And that means that it can also run on the backend with Node, if your backend is based on Node. So this is quite important. It means that you can possibly have only one model that runs on every platform. And you would not have to repeat the code for running the model, and you would be able to only train one model. So that's quite powerful. So we've seen the steps of machine learning pipeline, and we've seen what technology we're going to use, Capacitor and TensorFlow JavaScript, which are meant for web developers. Now let's talk about the demo that we will be building. So we'll be building an image classification app. That means that we'll have a mobile application where you have access to the camera of the app, and you can detect what object you present to the camera. So there is no detection, it's not object detection, so we don't need to find where on the picture the object is located. We just need to find what is the main object that is on the image. So it's a task that is a little bit simpler than object detection. So it's image classification. For this, we will use a MobileNet network. So MobileNet is an algorithm that was developed in 2017. Here I've put on the slide the paper, so the introduction of the paper that led to the discovery of this algorithm. And what I would like to put the emphasis on is that running an algorithm is not just code. There is a lot of math and data science and also computer vision that goes into designing an AI algorithm. So here we'll just focus on running the developed model, which is totally fine. You can find a lot of open source models online. For example, most of the research papers are by definition free to access, and you often find some code or some pre-trained models online for free. But keep in mind that for a specific task, you might need to develop your own algorithm, and it starts to be more scientific research than just development. So now let's dive into the code. As a reminder, we want to build a mobile app that will use the camera of the device, and this will run an image classification algorithm on the frames coming from the camera feed. And this will make a cool app that can classify objects. So for this, we will be using the Ionic command line tool, and we will be using Yarn as our package manager. The first thing we're going to do is that we're going to build a capacitor app template with the Ionic CLI. This will be a template that has tabs as the navigation, and it will use Vue as the front-end framework. And we're just using the Ionic CLI to build it. Then what we want to do is that we want to add the native platforms to our project. So for this, we are still using the Ionic CLI. So Ionic capacitor add command is doing two things. First, it installs the capacitor or the capacitor iOS package on your project, and then it creates the native iOS project in your app repository. So this would be the capacitor CLI command cap add iOS. And it would do the same thing for Android with the Ionic capacitor add Android command. So now that we have our project set up with a template app and that we've added the mobile platforms, we just have to build the app. So the first command is yarn build. This will build our web application. So this is the Vue application. This will create our app's web folder in our project. Then we're going to do yarn sync. Yarn sync does two things. First, it will copy your web folder to the native project. So the output of the Vue build, it will copy it to the Android and the iOS platform folders. Then it will also update all your native plugins. So if you've added any capacitor or Cordova plugin to your project, these will be synced to your native platforms. For now, we don't have any native plugin, but we will add one soon. And then we can do the mobile build. So for the mobile build, you can use the native IDE, Xcode, for example, for iOS. So you can just open it by running yarn cap open iOS. And then you will have your native experience with your Xcode, and you can just run the app on a device or a simulator. But you can also use the capacitor CLI to run the app directly on the device with the yarn cap run command. And boom, this is our app. So you can see here the template app provided by our Ionic CLI with the Vue framework. Okay, so now that we have our app, we want to update a little bit the content to make it more personal and make it a little bit nicer. So what you can see here is that we're going to update the main page template with some nice title and some text to make the app a little bit more personal, and we'll be using some Ion components. And this is what it looks like. So our Capacitor Edge AI app is created, and now we just have to add some actual features. The next thing we're going to do is that we are going to add the camera preview plugin. So the camera preview plugin will help us access the camera application of the device, and we'll be using this open source capacitor plugin, camera preview, that is quite nice because we can access the frames of the feed live to analyze them on the go, and we can also use it to put the camera feed in the background of our app, and we can, by doing this, add some visual component on top of the camera view. So it's quite nice if you want to add some indication that are related to your algorithm on top of the camera feed, especially if it's running live. So next, let's update a little bit our page template. So we'll be adding some buttons to start the camera and also a button to close the camera. So this is what you see on the code on the top. And we'll also be adding two methods, one to start the camera and another one to stop the camera. And this is what it looks like when we open the camera. So now we have the basic of our app. We're still missing some actual intelligence, stuff that will recognize some products. So we're going to add TensorFlow to our app. The next step is to add the TensorFlow JavaScript package to the app. So this is where the fun begins and where we add actual AI. So the TensorFlow JavaScript package is containing the code that will do all the dirty work to run our machine learning model during the inference of our model. Now let's update a little bit our template. So this is the front end of the app. What we want to do is to show up a few information when our camera is running to tell the user what was detected in the app. So we're using an Ion card with 3 elements that will be displayed when the camera is running. First, the class that is detected. So this is the product that our model was trained on, and it's the product that our model thinks correspond the best to the image that we provide. Then the score. So this is a value between 0 and 1. This is just to make sure that our app is running correctly, and this is the value that corresponds to the best class that was detected. And also we'll be showing the time because we want to know if it's running fast or not. So we'll be showing this as well on top of our camera view. Then what we're doing is we create a detect method. So the detect method is doing a few things. First, it is using, if the camera is on line 91, the camera preview plugin to retrieve an image. So what it does on line 96, it's that it retrieves a base 64 image from the camera feed. Then we will create an HTML image element from this base 64. So this happens on line 98. With this HTML image element, we can then run the classification. So we're calling the classify image method on line 99 with our HTML image element. And this classify image method is coming from the TensorFlow examples. So what it returns is a list of detected classes sorted from the best detection score to the worst. So what we will then do is take on line 101 the best detection, and we'll decide that this is the class that was predicted, and this is the object that we want to show. Now let's deep dive a little bit into the classify image code. So this one comes from, as I said, the TensorFlow examples repository. So it's the MobileNet example. You can find the source on the slide. And it was readapted a little bit with TypeScript to match this project. It takes one input. It takes the HTML image element that we created previously. And then the important steps are the following. First, we're creating an image variable from our HTML image element with the fromPixel method. So the browser.fromPixel method will take the HTML image element and it will create a tensor that has the shape of our image and that has values between 0 and 255. For those who don't know what a tensor is, you can consider it like a matrix, so a big array of numbers with a few additional mathematical properties such as transformations, but you can just see this as a matrix that will represent the pixels of our image. So pixels of each pixel is coded between 0 and RGB between 0 and 255, so it has 3 values. What we want to do then is to normalize this input image to make it match the inputs that our MobileNet network expects. So this is values between -1 and 1. And then we are also resizing the input to make it match the shape of the MobileNet network. And then we just launch the prediction and we retrieve the logits. So these are values that represent the classes that are detected, and they will basically tell us what is the best class detected. And let's see how it looks like. So here you can see on the app, when we launch our camera, you have some running shoes that are detected with a score of around 10%, and it runs in 60 milliseconds. So Don't be confused by the score that is at 0.10 or 0.12. It's not a confidence score. You shouldn't be afraid that it's not close to 100. It just depends on how the model was designed and trained. And what's important here is that it's the highest score of all the candidate classes. And this is why the model predicts correctly the classes, so the class running shoes. And you can also see that the total time of detection is around 60 milliseconds. So that's more than 60 frames per second, which is quite fast. Now, let's just do a quick demo live. So here you can see the camera live. Let's go try to find a few objects. So here you can see this is a reflex camera. You can go to another class. Here, some sunglasses. And we also have our running shoes. If I stop the camera and put my front camera, you can see my face. You can see that it detects a jersey, but it does not detect any human face. This is because our model was not trained to detect human faces or human bodies. And now let's just wrap up. What are the main benefits of mobile machine learning? The first benefit is that it runs offline. So you do not need any network to make it work, and this will make your app more accessible, and also most of the time it will make it run faster. A big topic is also privacy, as we've seen. You can design algorithms and apps that will run offline without sending any personal data to a remote server. One of my favorite benefits of AI with Capacitor and Tensorflow JS is its simplicity. You only have one model running on all the platforms, so front-end, web, mobile, even back-end if you have a node server, and you only have one model that is trained. So two things that you're sharing: the model, you only train once, and you share some code between your platforms, so you can have only one code that runs this model. And also a nice thing is that you can avoid some server setup and coding. Then a few things that you need to be careful of. First, the model size. You do not want to use all the space available on your user's device. Then the compute power, it can be quite low on some devices, so you have to take this into account when you're designing your app and your algorithm. If you want it to run on a big range of devices, you have to be careful. So the best advice to tackle both issues is to design lightweight models. If you don't, your algo might be slow, it could crash the app of your user. So if you don't, your users will be pissed, you'll be pissed, and I'll be pissed as well. So please design lightweight models. I'll be watching. And a last point is model versioning. One caveat of offline machine learning is that your model is part of your app's code. So if you want to publish a new algo, a new version, you will have to publish it to the store every time you improve the algo. So if you don't want to push it to the store every time, and you think you will have to make many updates to your model, you should think about an update channel, like downloading the latest version and caching it to the app. So in conclusion, Capacitor and Tensorflow JavaScript are great tools for a web developer to easily get started with mobile development and also machine learning. Thanks all for listening. This was my first talk at a conference, and I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully you've learned something about AI and machine learning on the mobile. And if you want the source of the talk, as a reminder, I used an Ionic View as a starter app, and then I used the MobileNet TensorFlow JS example. And if you're interested in the math behind all of this, you can also go read the paper of MobileNet, and all the code and the steps of the demo is available on my GitHub. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We are going to do some quick little... awesome. So you got the mic mute working. Cool. Thank you so much, Gabriel. That was an amazing talk. Hard to believe that this was your first actual presentation, your first conference. You did a fantastic job. The entire Discord was very excited to hear about this. We did have a question pop up during your presentation about the models that you used for this. Are they pre-trained and then synced to the device before deploying, or is everything all done on device? How does that work?
So this model, for this demo, I took the TensorFlow JS code for the MobileNet example, and they provide a pre-trained model. So this model is trained on, I think, 1,000 classes. It was trained by Google when they published the example. So on this demo, there's no training on the device. But as I stated, you can totally do the training as well on the device. So if you want to improve your model on the device, it's totally possible. So both options are possible.
Awesome. That's good to know. So awesome. Fantastic job, Gabriel. With you did touch on the model training and efficacy of the data that comes across. What has your experience been with evaluating whether a model is going to be the appropriate choice for a specific example? Have you found any issues where there are some discrepancies in the model and then what the actual use case is? If I'm explaining that correctly.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood the last part about the discrepancies.
Okay. We'll mute one more time. So all models do have some sort of discrepancies in their training data, right? How have you found that most models are upfront about their discrepancies, or is it kind of you try each model in each use case and then evaluate on your own, or is there some sort of upfront notice about any issues that might come up?
So when you take an algorithm from a paper, they often provide the code, they often provide the data. So the first thing you can do is check that the model is behaving correctly on the training data from the paper. So you can check that what the author is saying is true, so that you have the good performance. But then you're right, when you run the algo on the device, you can have some sort of discrepancies. So the best thing to do is to have some field data to continuously monitor the performance of your algorithm. So when you start training your algorithm, you have your training data and you keep a part of this data as a validation step just to make sure that it performs correctly. What's a good practice when you put it in production is to also take some data continuously from the field, from your users. So if this is some data that is sensitive, you have to make sure that you anonymize it. But you can take some data from the field and you keep running your evaluation on it to just make sure that the performance are still good across the time. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, totally answered my question. Hopefully, whoever asked that question, that was a great answer. It answered it for me. So we are at time for our session, but thank you again, Gabriel. Fantastic job. Getting round of applauses, all around the world, and especially in the Ionic Discord. So thank you so much. We really appreciate having you here.
Thanks a lot.
Cool. Awesome. Well, let's move on with the show. Up next, we have Hannah Amiri. Hannah is going to be talking about a fantastic subject, something that was new to me when I first heard about it, and that is the concept of a super app. So we're going to look at super apps, how we can build them, and why you should care about them. So let's get Hannah up here. Hannah, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Awesome. I'll get your slides added to the screen. So break a leg and take it away.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Well, hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here with you today. I'm Hannah. I'm an IT architect and a mobile expert at Octo Technology, and I'm currently based in Paris. It's looking great out here. So Today, I'm going to talk to you about super apps and how they're changing the way we think and we build mobile applications. So in this talk, we're going into details about mobile app strategy, application architecture, and team organization. And finally, we'll talk about development solutions and technical choices. At the end of this presentation, please feel free to ask your questions or to share your feedbacks and comments. So I'm going to start with a little bit of history and remind you of the way we use mobile applications. Today, an average person uses around 3 to 8 applications per day, even though we each have like dozens, maybe hundreds of applications installed on our phones. Each application usually uses and offers a single service, like, for example, food delivery, shopping, flight reservation, and so on. The problem is that we have so many apps on our phones that we do not use, or maybe we use very rarely. This is especially a problem for companies who have invested a lot of money and a lot of effort in developing these apps and are not able to engage their customers and their users and keep them on the application long enough to understand and to anticipate their future needs and changes. So to resolve these problems, a new strategy has emerged a few years ago, especially in Asia, to build and create mobile apps that engage and keep users on the app and even attract a new base of customers and offer them a custom and personal user experience. These apps is what we call super apps. Few examples that you see here are WeChat, Revolut, Tinkoff, Gojek, etc. So you might be saying, what's the actual difference between traditional apps and super apps? As we said earlier, traditional apps offer a single service. It's really that simple. There's also what we call mobile app suite, which is a group of applications that belong to the same company, but are developed and installed separately on our phones. They also might share some features and some components. Some examples you definitely know are Google Suite and Microsoft Suite. Super apps, however, are a group of services that can belong to the same company or to multiple companies and are on the same application. So to go further in details, let's take the example of this super app. So we have multiple services like a chatbot, a car hailing service, a payment service, etc. They're all offered by the same company. We also have third-party services offered by partner companies like shopping and travel booking. How do we fit all of this in the same application? I think it's a big challenge. I don't know if you agree, but it's a really big challenge. It's a challenge because the complexity of the application will increase as we increase the number of services. That will require us to design a scalable application architecture and to be able to scale the team's organization as well. One of the biggest challenges also is working with partner companies to integrate, with partner companies to integrate their services into the super app. It is necessary to think about what the partnership strategy is about and the implications of this strategy, and also to think about what kind of technical ecosystem that the company has to offer to its partners to be able to develop, to test, and to integrate their services. So addressing these challenges will not be only technical. It will be on different levels, like the enterprise business architecture and strategy, the team organization, and also the solutions that, and the technical aspects that we're going to use to develop this application. Great. Now, how do we make a super app? The first thing to do is to think about what kind of services my company would like to offer, what kind of services I will be prioritizing. For example, should I be promoting partner services? Should I be promoting only my services? If I'm going to do that, then I need to think about who's responsible of developing, who's responsible of testing, and also maintaining these services. Putting forward partner services means that we're going for what we call an allocentric business model. That is a strategy that aims to cooperate with business partners, including competitors, and promoting their services as well to co-create value and benefit everyone. This will require a lot of thinking and a lot of planning before jumping into a super app development. Another thing we need to think about is how to organize teams around the super app, especially in the case of partner services, since the teams will be external to my company. As you may notice, the services are completely separate and different sometimes, and might require several teams of developers. For example, a team to develop the chat service, another team to develop the ride-hailing service, and also a team to develop a payment service that is going to be used across these services. If we go back to the challenges of developing a super app, we talked about the architecture and the organization scalability. We also talked about services size and decoupling. All of these characteristics remind us of a known concept like microservices and micro frontends. And by analogy with these concepts, a service in a super app is actually called a mini app or a micro app. Now that we have all that cleared up, we can talk about the technical choices and the development requirements. To build a super app today, we have several choices and approaches. We can build super apps using native solutions like iOS frameworks, since they have been used by mobile developers for many years now, and so is the same case for Android archives. We can also use what we call Android dynamic features, also for the native solution, or we can use hybrid solutions leveraging web techniques like micro frontends. I think most of you are familiar with Android archives and iOS frameworks, especially if you're mobile developers, since they have been used by developers for many years now. It's a super app that is developed entirely in native technologies in a modular architecture. Actually, frameworks and archives are basically modules with their own resources and their own code, and can also have their own life cycle, which improves scalability and modularity. The advantages of this approach is that native technologies are known for their performance and their security compared to web. And since they existed for a long time now, most native mobile developers know how to use them to create large, scalable applications. The problem, however, it requires a lot of discipline and guidelines and requires a team to work closely together. Another problem is also the application size and the updates. Since all mini applications will be built and bundled in the same app, it will increase the size of the application drastically, and it will also require mini app updates to go through mobile stores, Google Play and Apple Store, and go through their guidelines. It takes a lot of time, especially for companies who want to edit or update a single mini app or a service and to do it quickly. Another native solution we talked about is Android dynamic features. I think today there's no equivalent of this approach on iOS, correct me if I'm wrong, which can be limiting if you want to go on both platforms. This solution allows to break down the application into multiple bundles that are downloaded and added to the application on demand through what we call the Google Dynamic Delivery. This is quite handy if a user wants to reduce the size of the application and only use services when they need them. However, it only works for Android and still requires many applications to be updated through Google Store. Google also, if you read their documentation, recommends not using more than 10 dynamic features per application to maintain performance, which might be limiting for some companies with large applications. The approach that has been used the most in developing mobile apps, super apps today, is custom micro frontends. It's the approach that has been used by WeChat, by Gojek, and other famous super apps in Asia. It requires developing all mini applications in web technologies and embedding them in a native application using the JavaScript bridge. This helps decoupling mini applications from the native application. It also leverages web technologies and offers great advantages by bypassing mobile stores to update the mini applications. Ionic Portals recreates the same approach as micro frontends, but come with further enhancement and solutions to overcome the limitations in using micro frontends. The main difference here is using Capacitor as a JavaScript bridge. So basically, we have the same advantages as micro frontends and even more, as Ionic takes care of performance and security issues. Also, Ionic provides a cloud as an additional infrastructure to host micro frontends and to allow downloading and updating mini apps directly without going through stores or adding additional infrastructures like servers. So to summarize what we're saying, super apps came to reinforce users' engagements and to offer them new ways to retain them longer on mobile applications. If we're going to build a super app, the first step is to think about what strategy you're going to adopt or to put in place, and think about your partnership nature if you're going to add third-party services. When all that is done, choosing the right technical solution could be really challenging, especially if you don't have an advanced expertise in web or in mobile. Luckily, Ionic Portals is easy to use and can spare you a lot of constraints like security and additional services and so on. So thank you guys for listening. I hope you enjoyed this talk, and feel free if you have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Hannah. Let's get your slides out of here. Awesome. Cool. So we do have some great questions for you. Let's get those up here. I think one of the first ones that we had was someone was asking if you've ever had a situation or heard of situations where Apple has rejected a super app for various reasons, and are there any ways to get around that, or is this something that Apple fully supports?
I think Apple supports developing super apps in web technologies. I personally never saw a super app rejected by Apple for this reason, but I think they give extra attention, and they go they give a lot of reviews to applications like these before putting them on the store, but they don't reject them right away.
Cool. Are there any specific store guidelines that people might need to follow or keep in mind when developing super apps? As if I were to develop my own super app and then I'm having people add in their own mini apps, what do I need to know as the super app developer?
Yeah, that's a quite interesting questions. If we look today at how WeChat is developed, for example, we can see that WeChat offers like very heavy guidelines for developing their applications. They even offer a total environment and an ecosystem to develop these mini apps. So the first thing to give attention when developing mini apps is security issues. You have to be very careful when passing data, for example, between the JavaScript bridge and the mini application. You also need to pay a lot of attention to the UX and to respect the guidelines of the company that is creating the super app.
Awesome. Thank you so much for answering that. And I guess we have one last question from somebody. As a company who might be trying to build a brand for themselves, what are really the benefits of making a mini app? Does that kind of detract away from your own personal marketing or branding needs?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that right.
If I'm a company and I'm making a mini app, why, or if I'm a company, why would I consider building a mini app? Does that feel like it detracts anything from my own brand?
Yes. For example, if we have, I don't know, a marketing company that wants to put their services out there in mobile applications, but they don't have the technical expertise, or they don't have like mobile developers in-house, they can leverage other companies and other partnerships to put their services out there. Another scenario is also the case, for example, of a company who only has web developers and native mobile developers. They can reuse their micro front ends and their web services to integrate them into mobile application. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it answers it. We do have one last one. I lied when I said that was the last one. We got one more. What are some common pitfalls that you've seen in terms of UI or UX when working either building a super app or working from the mini app side of things?
One of the problems that I saw was always the navigation patterns. When you open a mini app is actually very separate from the native application. So it's like you go out of your native application ecosystem. So for example, when you're going back, when you, for example, click on the back button, sometimes there are problems, and you really need to avoid overloading your navigation stack, and to think about your routing before building the application.
Like with many things, navigation is always one of the toughest challenges. Good to see that as a universal problem. Awesome, cool. Thank you so much, Hannah. It's a fantastic presentation. We're super happy to have you here. Everyone in the chat has been super excited and really interested in your presentation. If you have a chance and you want to jump in there, people are actually asking for your slides, so love it if you could share them if you can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. Have a nice day. Bye.
You too. Take care. All right, folks, let's get my slides back up. Cool. So, fantastic job from Hannah. Her slides will be available soon. Thank you all for dropping your questions in the Discord. Reminder that we are pulling all of our questions from Discord. So if you have questions during any of the sessions, please just throw them in there. Doesn't matter how off topic your question might be. We did have someone who was asking, was Hana's company named after their cat? I don't believe so, but I would like to think that in a world, yes, their company was named after your cat. Let's move along. We did have a giveaway during the previous session with Gabriel. Do want to highlight the winners. So winners are Nubiro and Joe Pickard. I hope I'm pronouncing those names correctly. Apologize if they are wrong. But thank you so much for entering the contest and congratulations. I saw one of the chat messages in there was that they never win anything. And you know what? I like to think that today you won something. You're doing really great. It can only go up from here. So let's keep going with our talks. We have a little bit of time before our next presenter. So we're going to have some one-on-one time. So first off, Discord. I cannot plug it enough. Please join the Ionic Discord. There's a lot of great conversations happening over there. There are a lot of people who are just joining in. We have a lot of channels for Angular, React, Vue, AppFlow, Capacitor, and Stencil, all right in there. So instead of having these separate Slack communities that you needed to log into and then manage the information, you could just use one Ionic Discord, and then we have everything available to us. If you have more pertinent questions that you would like official answers from, we do still have the Ionic Forum. That is probably the best place to be going to if you want an answer from one of the Ionic team members and you want to have an official way that can have an answer or have a question marked as solved. So the forum and the Discord, definitely great resources to be having. Wish we had this years ago, but happy to be having them now. Cool. So it looks like we have our next speaker who's ready, and they say that they can start. They can start early. So let's get our next speaker up and going, and I will just do a quick little introductions for him. Our next speaker is Mr. Gil Fink, who is the CEO and Senior Consultant of Sprikes. I will get him up here to correct me on that pronunciation. But he's a fantastic individual. Have had the pleasure of meeting him several times at various conferences. And he's going to be talking about a fantastic topic, one that goes really hand in hand with this idea of micro front ends, and that is design systems and how to implement them in a way that it makes a lot of sense and is easy for us developers to maintain. So let's get Gil up here onto the stage. I'll remove my slides. How you doing, Gil?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you, Mike?
I'm doing fantastic. I am on let's see, cup of coffee number 2 out of my fantastic Ionic mug. People, if you would like one of these mugs, remember we are hiring. Now, Gil, because I completely butchered your company's name, I need you to let me know, how do I actually say your company's name?
It sounds like a Greek word, but it is called Sparksys.
Sparksys. That does sound like a very, very Greek name for a company, but it sounds like a cool company where you get to do a lot of awesome stuff. So
we do.
Awesome. Cool. So I'm going to let you get your slides up here. If you don't mind, on your slide screen, just want to hit that little hide to on the StreamYard is sharing your screen.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome.
Done.
I will let you take it away. Good luck, Gil. Break a leg.
Thank you very much, Mike. And hello, everybody. I'm very excited to be here. and to talk about something that is very, very interesting to me as a developer, and should be interested to you as a developer. Before I'm starting, I want to start with a small quiz. What do you see here? I give you 2 seconds because you probably shouted at the screen, I see Apple logo. And what do you see here? If you said 3 nines with different colors, then you're probably not on the way, but this is Chrome logo. And what is missing in this picture? So if you like cars like I do, you were missing the BMW logo, but if you saw this car and its design, you probably, if you know cars, knew that it is a BMW. And this brings me to the topic that I'm going to talk about. First of all, a brand like BMW, Chrome, Google, Apple, and things like that distinguish your product from other products. And design systems, like the design of the BMW that we saw, can help you distinguish your product from other product as well. And as Mike introduced me, I'm Gil Fink. I'm a CEO of Sparksys. This is my own company. I'm both a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional and a Google GDE for Web Technologies. I wrote a book in the past called Pro Single Page Application Development back in 2014. Some of the parts in it still relevant for today, but it was written in Backbone.js. I won't say that word again. So what we're going to do in the next 25 minutes. First of all, I'm going to tell you or present you design system and why as a developer you should care about design systems. Then we will talk about how we can create a component library using Stencil from Ionic and Storybook. So let's drill down. What is a design system? If you're not familiar with this word, it's a set of different common rules, constraints, and principles and best practices that are part of the design of your entire company's products, both in code and in your apps. So the parts of design system or the core components of a design system, you can see that in the slide. These are the different colors that distinguish your brand from other brands, like, for example, the logo of Chrome that has the colors that are part of the Material UI design system that Google created. Iconography that gives you different icons that were produced to give away things like, not things, but icons that your company is responsible for it. Copy, elevation, how you lay out things in your web page, animations, how the animations in your web page look like, the transitions, how they are produced and things like that. So probably as a developer, you ask yourself, why should I care? Design systems distinguish your brand from other brands, and they give you UX principles that applied on all the application in your company or other applications that you create for consumers. And if the consumers look at your application and they identify that it's from your company, then you did a good job. One last thing is design systems are probably created as a shared component layer, and that is related for micro frontend architecture, because one of the ways to create micro frontend architecture is shared component layers. We'll talk about it later. Now, as a developer, you ask yourself, okay, so we have design systems. Again, why should I care? Because, you know, designers, they will create the design in Figma or in other tools, and they will give it to us, and we will create the application. But what I see in companies that I'm consulting in is that you should establish a language, a common language between developers and the designers. And this brings me to the topic of atomic design. Atomic design is a suggestion by Brad Frost that gives a common language between developers and designers. And the idea is to take some chemistry ideas and put it in the language that we are discussing. Okay, so it is created from 5 different parts: atoms, molecules, organisms, templates, and pages. Let's talk about atoms. Whenever a designer talks with you and he says something in his language about some small parts of the application, the bits and bytes of the application, these are the atoms of the application. An atom, like in chemistry, is the smallest part that you can compose from it much bigger molecules and organisms. For example, if we're talking about HTML elements, these are the smallest parts that we create from them our elements. So, for example, you can see on the slide a label, an input, a button. These are the atoms that are the smallest parts in our application. And on those components, we can create some different design, okay, to distinguish our applications from other applications. Let's move on. Molecules. When you take 2, 3, 4, whatever atoms and you combine them together, you can create a molecule. A molecule is a combination of different atoms that have some different functionality from the functionality that you receive from the atoms. For example, this search part in the application includes a label, an input type, and a search button. And these are combined into a different functionality than a button, an input, and a label. If you are creating a much bigger hierarchy, organisms. An organism is a bunch of molecules and atoms combined together and composite together into some organism in your web page. For example, what you see here, the header of a web page can contain a lot of different moving parts. So now let's move from the chemistry part of the suggestion of atomic design, and let's talk about template. The template is a composition of different organisms, atoms, and molecules into a template that defines how the page will look like, but without the content of the page, because content of a page can move some parts and do some different things on your web page. So these are the templates, and when you talk with designers, when they say templates, they are saying this part without any content. Last but not least, pages. A page is just an instance of a template that includes the content inside of it. So now, when we have a common language between designers and developers, we can continue, and let's move on and let's talk about component libraries. How component libraries relate to design systems. So in most companies, whenever you get the design system from designers, you will create a component library that includes most of the moving parts of the design system and expose those moving parts to your applications. A component library is just a clear standard to determine how your components will behave, can be configured, or should be used. Okay, so let's start with our first demo, and let's build a Stencil component library. I'm a little bit getting ahead because I did the npm init stencil in command line. When you want to create a component library using Stencil, you will write npm init stencil. Then you will go into that the folder that was created, do npm install. I don't want that we will waste time on npm installs and on the initialization of the component library. So I already created that. So here we are in the component library that I'm going to create, and I started to create my Dino components. So again, I ran in command line npm init stencil. I chose that I want to create a component library, and then I did cd and got into my Dino components folder, did npm install, and this is the output. Now what we are going to do is I can start by running this application, because it was created and it will run. Okay, so here it is. It does nothing. It includes some component, starter component that can show you how you can create things in Stencil. Okay, this is my component, but I'm going to create my own component, my design system component. So let's stop the server and let's do npm run generate. And this is a command from Stencil. Okay, it is a part of the scripts that are added to a component library that was generated by Stencil. It asked me the component tag name, so let's create a Dino button. And you can specify which things you want to create. For example, I want to use CSS as my style sheet. I want to create a spec file. I want to do E2E testing file. And I just going to press the enter button, and I will let Stencil generate my component. Okay, so it generated a few things here, the Dino button. Okay, so let's create our Dino button. Okay, so this is going to be the code of the Dino button. It's a component. The tag name that I'm going to use, that Stencil will compile and use later on as my my HTML tag, because Stencil, I didn't say, but it's a compiler that generates standard compliant web components. So the web component that is going to be generated by Stencil is Dino button. It's going to use the Dino button CSS file that was generated for us. It is going to use Shadow DOM. Okay, I'm not going to jump into the concept of Shadow DOM. I urge you to go and read about the Shadow DOM API later on. Then I'm exposing a text that is going to be written as part of the button, and I'm going to expose the ability to give me what I'm going to do whenever the button is clicked. Okay, so this code is going to generate a sophisticated Dino button. Okay, let's move on and let's give that button some fancy style from our design system. So here is the style that I'm going to use. That's less relevant. And let's go to this HTML file here. And instead of using my component, let's use the Dino button, okay, with the text click me. And I'm going to add some button wiring. Okay, so I'm going to write to the console that the Dino button was clicked. Now I can save my component and I can run the Stencil development server again, and voila. If I did everything right, then we are going to see a Dino button. Where it is. Take some time, and here it is, a Dino button with an icon of a T-Rex. Yay! And when I click it, you don't see it, but let's open the console. I'm clicking the Dino button, and Dino button clicked. Okay, so I have my component, I have everything, and I have an HTML file that gives me the ability to see what was created. But that's not enough for me, okay? And this brings me to the next topic, which is we created our Stencil library, and we want to expose that Stencil library to our designers, because I want the designers to look at my created component library and say that it aligns to the design system. How can I do that? This is where a tool like Storybook comes into play. If you don't know what is Storybook, Storybook is a UI development environment. It can help you visualize in lab environment how your components are created, not in the HTML file that we saw early in the component library currently, but rather interactive way of using the components. You can get a lot of information from it, and you can use this the Storybook tool in order to show the designers how your design system or how your components were created. So if you want to run Storybook, you just need to type npx sb init to create a Storybook in any library that you created, not only in Stencil, but rather you can do it in Angular, in React, in Vue, whatever. And Storybook scripts will try to figure out whether you're using any of the frameworks, and then will initialize Storybook for the relevant framework. Whenever you're going to use Storybook with Stencil, you can give Storybook a hint that you're going to use the type HTML. It is here. Okay, so you will do npx sb init with the flag type and HTML to produce a wrapper of Storybook on top of web components, because Stencil is going to generate web components for you. Once the CLI ran and Storybook was installed, you can do npm run Storybook and see the output, and we'll see that in a few seconds. Whenever you want to write stories in Storybook, you're going to create a template. And each entry in Storybook is a file with the postfix of stories.tsx.js or JSX. The story is just a visualized test for your component. So as you can see in the slide here, you will create a template wrapping the component that you created. And then you will bind the template with some object with configurations if you want, or you can add the configurations later on, and the spread here will spread this configuration. So without any other interference, let's add Storybook to our component library. Again, I already did that. I did npx sb init with the flag HTML beforehand, because it can take some few minutes, like 5 to 7 or even 10 minutes to run and build the Storybook for you. What I'm going to show you is, once you have Storybook, you have the configuration of Storybook here. We will talk about what we are going to do with them later on. We have our components in the Stencil component library. It will add to you some stories that you can use to see how you can write your own stories later on. And if I will open the folder here, or the tab here, you can see Storybook currently running. This is my current Storybook in the Dino components library. Okay, it doesn't expose my Dino button because I didn't do anything. I will show you how you can configure Storybook to use Stencil. And these are the things that Storybook added for you. For example, you have a button. You can use Storybook tabs to play with the button. Currently, it's primary. If I'm not doing primary, it will remove the color here. You can play with anything. Okay, as I said, it's a UI playground for your application. Let's choose a different color to our button, and you can see here in the canvas how the button looks like. You can go to the docs, and every developer that want to look at your button and how to use it, you can show him, okay, this is a button, okay, with some configuration. These are the configurations that you can use, and etc., etc. And it is very, very helpful. So how can I wire Storybook into my component library? So again, after you created the storybook or added the storybook to your component library that was created with Stencil, I'm going to do npm run, build, and I'm going to build the component library. Why I'm doing that is because Stencil will generate a loader folder for me, and that loader will enable me to use the Stencil components inside Storybook. So we will wait a little bit that my development environment will show us that we have a new library, new folder loader. Okay, so again, do npx sb init, then build your Stencil library to produce the loader, and go to the preview.js and just import the defined custom elements from the loader and then run it. What it is going to do is it is going to define all the custom elements from your component library and for you, and you will be able to run them. Now, when we have that in our code, I can go to my Dino button, and I will add a new file, a new TypeScript file. Let's call it Dino button.stories, and let's generate it as a TypeScript file. And I can do something like this. I can export the story. Okay, this is going to be the title of my story. I can create my template from the Dino button with the arguments that I'm getting. I'm not spreading the arguments here. I'm just adding the text here and bind it to the object, and the arg's going to be Dino click. Now I have my story in Storybook, so I can do npm run Storybook to run Storybook and see how it is producing a visual test. Okay, Storybook is running, so let's move that to a different port because I didn't stop here Storybook. Okay, I can go to the components here. Okay, and voila, here is the Dino button. Okay, let's see it in the canvas. This is the Dino button, and we have the text wired, and everything works as expected. And voila, we have our component library exposed as a storybook. Let's move on. And what is helpful in Storybook with Stencil and together is that you can expose that component library as a web application. You can use the npm run Storybook build and produce a build from the component library, and then you can put it inside some web server and say to the designers in your company, hey, fellas, we have the Storybook here. If you want to look at the components that you introduced in your design, go ahead, use this URL, and you have a lab environment that you can use the components and test them. If you want to test languages, different languages, internationalization, localization, things like that. If you want to test anything regarding the layout that the component should have, things like that. And it is also enabling the other developers in your company to look at the code in your shared component library, and to understand how to use your components and how to write your integration with those components. So what next? Wrap it and publish it. Publish the component library. Okay, so you can take the component library and just build it. There is a build step in Stencil, and just put it on NPM, and people will be able to use your component library or your design system component library. Again, you can expose the Storybook build as a server and give links to your UX team to look at the content, and then you will be able to talk and share your thoughts about how things should look like. And when you have the atomic design idea, you will be able to talk with them in their language. And of course, you can add your more components to your component library. I'm not expecting that you will have only button in your component library or a Dino button. So let's summarize. Building a design system is a necessity for any company that I'm consulting in. And creating your component library can help you achieve your design system goals and can help you have a common language with your designers in your company. With that, thank you very much. And if you want to follow me, I'm at Gil Fink in Twitter. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Gil. I had to especially go out and grab my Stencil shirt since you were talking about Stencil. So I have the swag for this. We have a bunch of questions that came up during your presentation, so let's kind of dive right into them. One of the first questions is some best practices, or what are some best practices for introducing design systems, especially when you're dealing with legacy code systems. I think this user described them as a hot mess of code, which has not been properly set up.
A bowl of spaghetti.
Oh yeah.
There are things that you can do about your previous design systems or legacy design systems. What I'm suggesting is, first of all, as I said, when you have common language with your designers or the UX team in your company, or if you have freelancer UX teams, just talk with them. Okay, it's a wonder whenever you have a common language that you will establish great things. Because what I'm doing as a consultant from time to time is I'm just going to the UX team room, talk with them, and then express everything to the development team that I'm working with. Because sometimes there is no common language. This is why it is important for me to establish a common language between developers and designers. And again, something like Storybook can be very helpful, because when you create a lab environment, UI lab environment in your company, and the designers can see it and then go and talk with you, you can reason things about how you created your components with them. And they can say, okay, you're missing 2 pixels here, 2 pixels there, things like that. And you will go and correct that. And in a second, it is on the deployment of Storybook, and they can see that working, and they can say, voila, we're in a good shape, or we are heading to a better place. Okay, so I hope that answer a little bit of the question. There are a lot of other best practices out there, and I think that probably there are other questions. And if you want to ask me again, DM me in Twitter, and I will give you some list of things.
For sure. There's we have your Twitter already posted in the Discord. It was a great answer. Communication is first and foremost the most important part to making any meaningful changes at a company. In fact, we have a great session on this very topic later on in the day about designers and developers collaborating and talking together. So be sure to check back in for that. We have another follow-up question. And this is specifically on the topic of design tokens. Now, I'm not too well versed in design tokens. I've more or less just assumed that's just CSS variables. How would someone go ahead and get their design tokens into their into their design system, or like, is there any best practices or tools that people can use that exist today? This person's using just a custom built one.
So I'm not an expert in design tokens, okay? But as you said, one of the ways to do that is exposing a style sheet from your component library, okay, that can be consumed later on. And if you do that with custom variables, CSS custom variables, then you should communicate or reason about the things that you exposed in the variables. And CSS as a cascading tool, you can override those variables later on in the consuming application. So this is a point that you can customize. Other ways that I know, which I don't think they're related to tokens, but is like expose different class names from the components that you are creating, and then you will be able to override some places or some components design using a more general CSS rule, CSS selector, and then you will be able to apply the things. Just one thing I want to say is, please, if you're doing that, the not important thingy, don't use it, okay?
What you're telling me is that I should use important for everything, correct?
Not important for me.
All right, that is the developer mentality. If the CSS cascade is not working, throw important on there and just hope for the best.
Yeah, I can see that, and it breaks everything later on in all the applications. The rule of thumb for me is don't use it. Try to be more general in your selectors.
That's an awesome bit of information there. Thank you so much, Gil. We have a few more questions that are popping up inside of the Discord. So if you have a sec, and want to be able to ask them there. Otherwise, folks, you can tweet at Gil. I'm sure he'd be more than welcome to answer some questions after this session. Thank you so much, Gil. I appreciate you giving your talk.
Thank you, and have a nice conference.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, we got slides coming back up. Before we get onto our next little bit of information, a reminder, folks, request your own swag bundles, and maybe you, too, could also get this amazing t-shirt. So this was one of the community t-shirt designs that we ran. We had a little contest, and this was the winning design, and I think it's clear to see that this design is pretty dang awesome. It is one of my favorite shirts, of that and the new retro mountain wave design that we've made in-house. Definitely get your own t-shirts. They're pretty cool, and I think everyone should like them. So moving on with our next set of talks, we have our own Ionic developer expert, no longer just an Ionic insider, Hank Jurriens, who is going to be talking about working with Ionic and AWS Amplify. Hank is a front-end developer at Trivento and a co-founder of an app called Dayclocks. Let's get Hank up to the stage.
Okay,
Hank,
thank you. Fine, Mike.
Awesome.
I'm ready for it.
Cool. Let's get your slides up, and you know what? Take it away. Good luck, Hank.
Okay, thanks, Mike. How to build an app with Ionic and Amplify. First, I will start with a small introduction. I started coding in the 80s on a Commodore VIC-20 when I was around 12 years old, and I still love coding. I'm very enthusiastic about Ionic already since 2015, so almost from the beginning. I'm a front-end developer, and I work for Trivento, a software company in the Netherlands for smart solutions. Also, Mike mentioned already, I co-founded Dayclocks, a smart clock for connecting generations via an app on your mobile device. You can send messages and pictures to a day clock to reassure your parents or grandparents. For example, you can make an appointment to have some coffee or just send some pictures of your children. The agenda for this half an hour. I'm going to talk about Amplify, why Amplify, a small introduction into Amplify Studio. I will give a live demo and will end with some final thoughts. Why? Why Amplify? Tivento asked me to work on a new web application for monitoring levels of soil water. And of course, no doubt about it, I started with Ionic. But a colleague of mine went to the event conference of Amazon last November, and he was very enthusiastic about Amplify Studio. The main reason for choosing Amplify Studio was the low-code part. Low-code is a visual approach to software development that optimizes the entire development process to accelerate delivery. So for new projects, we could focus more on business logic instead of coding boilerplate. So that looks very interesting to us. So let's tell me more about this park application. The app will assist a city to monitor the health of trees, bushes, etc. in a park. This will be done by sensors which measuring the level of soil water. It will be used by landscapers of the park, but also by staff employees of the city. So we need a mobile application and a desktop application. So I proposed the following stack. Of course, at first, Capacitor, because Capacitor lets you deploy to iOS and Android, and of course, the amazing new plugins like Google Maps. And also, we're going to use Amplify Studio for generating the UI and the backend. AppFlow, I'm a huge fan of AppFlow, especially the live updates component. So we can easily update our app without the App Store or Play Store. You can immediately send updates or bug fixes, etc. Very awesome. And at last, we're using React. It's a library, not a framework, for building the UI interfaces. And I'll give a small demo of this app. This is the main screen. You see the city of Amsterdam and with some markers of in a park, for example, the Vondelpark. And this is just the mock data just to give you a view of the working of the application. For example, the water level is 50%, the degree is 12, and with the new plugin of Google Maps, it's really fast on the map. And like I mentioned, we have also a special screen for the city workers, and because we also need a desktop application, I can go to the main screen of a desktop, and you see the same application for a desktop application. Over here, you can add extra information about the sensors, and you can click to have some information about the sensors, etc. So that works perfectly fine. Amplify Studio. What's Amplify Studio? Amplify Studio is a visual interface that allows developers to easily build and ship complete web and mobile apps in hours. You can quickly build a backend and front end and create React components. Amplify Studio consists of the following components: UI library, which you can create with Figma your own interfaces, UI component, default, the standard components. You can have data backend. You can create your own content. Of course, you have authentications, and you can host your application to the Amazon cloud. This is the main screen of Amplify Studio. You have the different components like content, UI library, data. And later on during the demo, it will be more clearly. Nowadays, design to code is a hot topic, especially for designers. Figma is a very popular tool. And with UI library, you can create direct components straight out of your Figma tool, Figma file. And this is the main screen of the UI library, and you can just import your Figma file and it will create your components. But I will be showing it also in the demo. How does it work? First you duplicate the Amplify Amazon design. Design your own components. If you design, you can of course, you have a complete set of components, for example, an authenticator, a chatbot, storage, but also we can make relationships. For example, Stencil belongs to a park and what belongs to a city, etc. Next, content. The content component provides a tabular view of the backend data, and so you can manually add your own data, of course, but also you can generate content just for mock purposes. Now, this is an example of the content of the tabular view. For example, Deventer, the most beautiful city of the Netherlands. Deventer is a city in the east part of the Netherlands, very beautiful. Mike, maybe I suggest you can come over to Deventer beginning of June. Also, next to the tabular view, also you can bind UI data to the UI components. So that's also really nifty. For example, you have a section card component, and you can bind this to the content model. Authentication. With authentication, you can create sign in and sign up workflows to your app. In a few lines of code, you can use email or Facebook or Google, all automated for you. This is a page how you can configure your login, your email. You have multi-factor authentication is also possible. A nice feature. And at last, you can, of course, host your application to the Amazon cloud. It's fully managed CI/CD, secure, fast, and reliable. This is the screen of the hosting. You can see you can just connect to your repository, and then you can build and deploy your application. The nice part of using the Amazon cloud also is not part of Amplify Studio, but you can use AWS, recognition. This is the machine learning part of Amazon. And this part you can use for recognize faces. And I have a really nice demonstration of this. It can identify objects, people, text, and activities. Facial analysis and face comparison. But now it's time for a real nice demo. Before I start, also the installation and configuration of Amplify is very easy. With you can npm install Amplify CLI, you can start make the installation of the CLI. Amplify configure, you can configure your project, etc. And you can install your components, add your backend, just very easy. Okay, demo time. Let's go to the environment. At first, I will show you the backend. Now it's loading all the models. As you see, I have different models: content, model for park, sensors, and a model for city. And you can add fields, for example, location, etc. It's self-exploring, very easy. Then if I switch over to the content, it's fetching the items. This is the table content. I can add some create content. So it's added. That's nice. If I go to the UI library component, first I will show the components. I have just a few sample components. I will first one more time back. I can configure. I can connect it to a table. I can select a data model. And if I select the label, I can add the label and the value, or in that case, content description. I can shuffle. Now it's generating random data, so I can toggle it. So that's very nice. Now I'm just created, continue with the current model, but if I just, it's a little bit scary, of course. If I just remove all components, I can sync with the Figma file. It's just an ordinary Figma file. I create now I can accept all the updates, and the components are back. And now I can configure data model, select the property, and now we're back. So it's very easy to generate your UI and your backend. You can also take a look at your code. This will be generated, how you can use it, and you can with this command you can pull your information, your code, and you're done. And it will generate a GraphQL API. You can also pull your information, you code for the backend, and you are done. So this will conclude my Amplify Studio demo. Then I will throw in some magic. Detect faces. Like I mentioned, with the Amazon module recognition, you can detect key facial features, for example, your nose and mouth, and you can detect 100 faces in one image. And last April, we organized in the Netherlands an Ionic meetup, and I asked them to use. We made a group picture, and I asked them to use this picture for a special demonstration. I have a live demo for it. I can select a picture. If you wait a moment, it will estimate the ages of all the members, all the people on this picture. The final thoughts. Now with Amplify Studio, you can ship full stack in a few applications in a few days. But I want to have more experience with real world projects, maybe bigger projects, to have what are the possibilities of Amplify Studio. But it works great with Ionic products such as Capacitor and AppFlow, especially you have the need for an application, a desktop application and a mobile application. So in other words, it's the best of both worlds, I think. And if you have questions, you can ask me on Discord, via Twitter or LinkedIn. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Hank. I really appreciate that. Amplify seems like it's got a lot of cool features. Happy to see that we were able to get a little highlight of them. We do have a few questions for you from some folks in the Discord channel.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and one of the first ones that we had was the advantages of using Amplify over Lambdas. Now, as someone who's not very fluent in AWS, I don't know the difference.
Yeah, Lambdas is just a part of Amplify. You can choose to use them or not to use them, but you can just integrate them. And for now, I just started using the GraphQL backend, but also you can have Lambdas for it. It's no issue, no problem.
So it's whatever one you prefer, just.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Cool. And this actually follows up to another second question, which our person was able to ask right afterwards about the GraphQL aspect of that. Is that something that is enabled by default, or do you have to go in and enable that?
No, by default. But if you don't want to use it, you can also use the default of the REST API. But by default, this is GraphQL.
So the GraphQL part is enabled by default, and if you want to use the REST APIs, is that driven by the Lambdas?
No, it is also driven by Amplify Studio. You can just use GraphQL or REST API.
I'll have to keep that in mind for my next demo app that I will build. Okay. There was one question actually concerning the cost, and that you've noticed that it can ramp up real quickly for AWS, for Amplify and AWS services. Do you think that's true, or is that just
not entirely? Not entirely. I think for the S3 buckets are very, very cheap. I think I'm not an expert in the cost analysis, but for example, if you have EC containers, those are expensive. But also you have a free tier, and you can make a budget, so you can keep control of your costs.
Awesome. So budgeting and having that enabled will definitely
Yeah,
make
exactly.
costs
Yeah.
and control.
Yeah.
Cool. Now, another question on the GraphQL spot or part of Amplify. And does it have a spot for authentication headers if you want to do some authentication with the GraphQL endpoint?
Probably, but I'm not sure. I think so. Because it's just a full GraphQL implementation, so I don't see any concerns.
Cool. And then last one that we have coming up is an app with Amplify offline capable, or do you constantly need the internet?
Yeah, you need the internet. No, yeah, not for the components, not for the UI library, but for connecting to with the GraphQL or the API with the backend, you need connection. Yeah.
So yeah, obviously, if there's things that are, if you're trying to talk to the actual endpoint, you do need to be connected.
Exactly.
But the UI and the
no, you can just download the components.
That'll all be working offline.
Yeah,
perfect.
It's working offline. Yeah.
Awesome. That sounds great. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Hank.
Okay,
I
it's a
really,
pleasure.
really appreciate it. Hopefully I'll be able to make it your way if when I'm in the Netherlands.
I will just miss you. I'm heading off to the other side of the world, so maybe next time.
Next time, I guess I just have to go back to the Netherlands again. Sounds so rough and terrible.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Hank. I'll let you get back to the rest of your day. Folks, if you have any questions for Hank, please just drop him in the Discord. He'll be around for a little bit. Otherwise, you can just tweet at him. He's on Twitter and pretty active. Cool. Take care, Hank.
Okay, thanks. Okay, bye.
Bye. Awesome. So, folks, we have a bunch of awesome talks still lined up for the rest of the day. And I do want to point out that if I've seen a few folks ask this question already a bunch of times, so I do want to make sure that we are aware of it. All these sessions are being recorded and will be uploaded to YouTube a little bit after the conference is over. So if there's something that you need to drop off for a little bit, or you need to go stretch your legs or what have you, if there's a talk for some reason that you're not able to see, do not worry. We will get those talks uploaded and processed and sent to YouTube within a couple weeks. They'll take some time, so be on the lookout for that. Our next presenter, unfortunately, could not be with us today at the moment, but he has sent over his presentation a little bit earlier. We are going to be talking about enterprise apps using Ionic monorepos and DevOps principles. Our speaker is Ranjoy Sen. He's a principal mobile development architect at Collins Aerospace. I will get his session started and then let that play throughout. Enjoy, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk on enterprise apps using Ionic monorepo and DevOps. First of all, thank you for having me here, really appreciate it. Before we start, a quick introduction about myself. My name is Ranjoy Sen, I'm a principal mobile architect at Collins Aerospace. I live in Bangalore, India. Before we start, let's take a quick look at the agenda for our today. So we start with why we need a repository architecture, what are the typical problems we basically face while designing an application, what are the rescue approaches and how monorepo comes into rescue, what are the DevOps principles we follow in context to a monorepository. We'll take a look at one of the monorepo's demos as well, and then we'll try to sum it up with some of the positives and negatives about monorepo versus multi-repo approach. Okay, so why we need a repository architecture? In an enterprise sector, you basically do not start an application which is very large in nature. You basically start small and then you add your frameworks, best practices, and eventually your application is good to go for your market. Then what you get is similar application. You tend to copy multiple things into different applications so that because you want to follow the best practices you would have followed from your first application itself. But when you think about scaling the application development, there are some classic problems we always face. Some of them are, growing your application in complexity, increasing number of requirements you always get, You got to think about how your memory footprint is always small so that your application is fast. You always have more and more number of developers joining your team, and of course you also would like to make sure that your team members get rotated so that they don't get bored and your knowledge keeps flowing. So when you think about scaling up an application, you got to invest in repository architecture. The reason behind that is when your application is small, rather one, you should be able to achieve your features. Your go-to-market will become far easier. But as your requirements keeps increasing, you would see that your go-to-market takes time, right? So what we really need to get into a mode is in the blue line, where even though our requirements are increasing, they are complex in nature, they are applicable to multiple applications at the same point of time, our go-to-market time is still less. That's where you would think about investing your time in how you can build up a right kind of a repository so that this helps you in achieving your goals. Okay, so let's take a look at how do we, what are the typical challenges we get while designing an application. So in a typical JavaScript based application, what we see is we have an application module, we have quite a few feature modules, and we get shared modules. And of course, we do have our best practices, which is implemented in this particular application. What we see is when we get multiple applications of similar sort, we tend to copy our structure. And at the same point, we are copying a lot more code into multiple applications, which eventually needs to maintain at different repository levels. With this approach, what we get is each application works in silos. That's one of the problem. Your code style will go for a toss because you may maintain them, you may not maintain. That's goes out of your control. The architecture patterns which you probably thought is best for your applications may just change because now different application can follow different architectural patterns. Whether you want to test your application all the while or you may just skip, that's also goes away from your control because the teams are different. And of course your functionalities are being copied at multiple layers. Eventually what will happen is that your dependency will become a hell because now you are pointing to different dependency binary versions which may not get updated at the same time. So in this whole approach you see a lot of challenges. In terms of rescue, there are two approaches which we can always look for. The first one is npm packages and the second one is monorepo approach. So let's take a look at each one of them in little detail. In the npm package way, what we see that you structure your code in such a way that your npm package follows your pattern. You create your library, you test them, lint them, build your package, and then eventually deploy them into repository, right? npm repository, and eventually you use the same package into your own application. In this particular approach, there is a problem which is called a diamond dependency problem. Let's see how does that work. Let's say that I have couple of application which is eventually utilizing same different versions of the same library. In this particular example, you can see that application B, which is pointing to the first version of the library 1. However, application C, which is pointing to library 2 and 3, which is under the hood pointing to the fifth version of the library 1. So now when you want to make sure that your all application follows the same binary, you would eventually get into a dependency hell, because right now you would need to make sure that your library 2 and library 3 also gets updated while you want to use the same version as of application B what is using. So eventually it goes beyond your control, right? Because you don't expect every library to be updated at the same point of time, right? So because you would obviously get different types of conflicts because your compiler would obviously take one version of the library and not the multiple one, right? And at the same point of time, you can't even enforce different teams to follow exact same pattern because you want to have the latest version of the library. So in this way, as we see, the problem really occurs. One of the rescue approaches, or one of the way we can really solve this problem is by having something called a mono repository. In a monorepository, the basic concept is you keep all your projects, libraries, best practices in the exact same repository. It basically becomes a giant repository, which you need to manage, right? There is no multiple repositories here. The second, best practice is you got to follow the trunk-based development approach. Then you commit while your code is committed. It will be available to everyone at the same point of time, because you are now pointing towards the source code rather than the library binary itself, right? So there is no way you would get a deprecated version of the code. You always work with the updated version of the code. At the same point of time, whatever dependencies is applicable across the application, that gets managed from the central configuration side, so that you get to see you don't get to see a conflict in terms of different application uses different versions of the same library, right? That problem is almost not there. At the same point of time, there is a humongous amount of sharing of code which you can actually do in different application layer, because right now you would start creating a lot more libraries than you usually do, because that particular code can be easily shared across multiple applications, and a lot less code, which means a lot less bugs. That's where we may want to approach, right? At the same time, you would also have your build systems, your test systems, your code smell systems, all are configured in the central repository, which really means that you don't have to bother about, once you're done for one, it will be applicable to everybody else. So that headache is no more there. In general, this is how your monorepository gets structured. You basically have apps folder keeping all the applications. You have shared library for keeping anything and everything which is common across multiple applications. You have your build and deployment configurations, your code analyzers, your test suite. Everything is common across multiple apps and shared repository as well. And then from the rule standpoint, you have your design principles applicable across. You should be able to maintain your implementation guidelines, your contribution guidelines. So that eventually says that you have one source of truth which is applicable across all applications. So that really means that when you bring a new developer to your team, he or she would have a very, very less time in context to understanding what principles every single application follows, so that he should be able to be productive probably much earlier than understanding multiple repositories. And of course, from your deployment standpoint, you can have templates designed which can be shared across multiple apps. So that becomes easy too. Well, that monorepository doesn't come out of the box. It basically comes along with a tool set which you got to design on your own. It starts with the project workspace management, which really means that how you are keeping your folders and files into such a way that they can share path dependent on each other. That becomes easy for them. How you're keeping your package orchestration right, which means that how you're keeping your dependency structures right. You're not copying and pasting same dependencies to multiple applications. So you got to make your dependency orchestration in the right way. How you're keeping your code analyzers and linters, configuring them so that every single rule what you keep there is applicable across your apps and libraries, because that's going to be really, really helpful for you. And then what is the test tool you use for your application, because that's going to be useful at the end of the day. Whatever rules you set is probably going to be applicable across all applications, so that no application goes behind. It won't be dependent on the teams to say that, hey, I don't want to follow the unit test approach, which is, let's say, comes under 70% coverage, where the other team is following, let's say, about 90 or 95% coverage. So that's in your control. Now you can say that, yes, until unless my application goes beyond 90%, it's not a candidate for the deployment. Yeah. So you would also like to keep your build systems in mind, and you should be able to create scripts for them so that it's easy for you to run your applications, lint your applications from one command line, right? That becomes easy. And then at the end of the day, your CI/CD infrastructure needs to be created in such a way that they pull up code from specific folders of the application, and they get kicked in only if the code or the commit is applicable to one application versus multiple applications. So that intelligence needs to be built into your CI/CD infrastructure. So that's about the custom toolchain. Once we have everything up and running, it's probably a little bit of work in the first phase. Because once it's up and running, it would make your life far simpler and easier in terms of adding multiple applications to your pipeline. Okay, in context to your Angular or Ionic specific monorepositories, there are 5 typical files which we work with to do this entire orchestration up and running. The first one is ioniconfig.json, which has got access towards your all applications. Your package.json has got the dependency management. Your Angular.json has got details about your application paths in context to all the artifacts along with your libraries. Your tsconfig has got details about your TypeScript configurations and library path. Your tslint, ESLint perhaps has got details about your linting and linting or analyzers, right? And then eventually you might want to add your Karma configurations for your testing suite. Okay, once you have these things up and running, you might want to concentrate on the DevOps approaches for monorepositories, because there most of the logical legal boundaries lie, right? And the first and foremost approach is force all developers to concentrate on the head version of the trunk rather than concentrating on different releases of the trunk, right? That's one of the most important aspect of monorepositories. If you want to create releases, they basically get released from the specific revisions of the repositories, right, and not the revisions of the revision, right? That's not the approach what we follow. Any kind of changes which you commit is basically as an atomic commit, which really means that it's applicable across all the application as well as the libraries, which really means that now the moment, let's say that I am a library developer, the moment I commit to a library, my team will have access to any changes which I have made right away, and then they should still be able to start working towards that. And then have a agreement across your teams that which version of the binaries, if you want to work with, what are those binaries you want to have into your repository, because now your binaries or your packages are managed centralized. So you might want to have some sort of a lockdown approach. They say that, hey, this is the version I'm going to work with, and you please go ahead and update at any updates you need to make for your applications so that it doesn't break. In a simplified way of monorepositories, version management, let's say that you have your prod or master, which is pointing towards the production environment. You might want to start with, let's say, dev, Q, and UAT. The most updated code should be there on the dev, and that's where the entire team should be focusing on in context to committing your pieces of code. From dev, if you want to move to QA, what you need to do is creating a pull request and not committing the code straight away in QA, and then getting your code up and running into your QA. The same is applicable for UAT, so QA to UAT and UAT to master. Right, that's the flow which you're going to make or follow when you want to have a CI/CD infrastructure for your monorepositories. So let's say that you are committing the code for application 3, right? It shouldn't happen in a way that this particular commit kicks in every single application deployment, right? So because that's going to be a disaster. Because right now, in a usual repository structure, because one application is there in one repository, you do not care much, because the moment you kick in one change, it should eventually start your CI/CD pipelines. But in this particular context, that should not be the way of doing. So we're going to do some configuration changes in our YAML files, which is nothing more than the pipelines. as well, so that it picks up the right application for the right commit. Yeah. So let's say that I have multiple libraries and the code is committed to the libraries, which really means that if that library code is applicable across all the applications, you might want to create the design in such a way that it only kicks in those specific applications and not all one. On the other hand, when you want to have your one application changes specific to that app, only that application gets kicked in terms of your pipeline. And then it will go through the eventual structure in terms of your port smell check, your dependency installation, your artifact generation, and then eventually publish to wherever it needs to go. The similar approaches gets followed while you migrate from your dev branch to rather a QA branch or a rather a more upper head branches like UAT to master. You don't commit them, but rather you create pull request, and based on which pull request has got commits from one application versus multiple applications, your pipeline will eventually get kicked in, and then all those applications which are release candidate will eventually be released to the specific path. Okay, so let's take a look at one of the monorepo demos of whatever the theoretical statements we have worked through. You can take a look at this GitHub repository for all the instructions about how the monorepo has been created, what are the typical design patterns which has been used, and stuffs like that. So this is the repository where all the instructions are loaded. You might just take a look at that. That would really help. Now you see 3 applications out here, which is basically taking the templates of Ionic. The first one is the list app, the side menu application. The second one is the list application, and the third one is basically the tabs application. All are templates of Ionic. What you see, the hello message, which is in red, is basically a shared component which is running, which is been called from every single application, which is part of the same repository architecture, right? So let's now take a look at how that repository has been maintained. So let's say that you are, let's try to look at the root level structure first. At the root level, as you can see, this is where most of the configurations is been managed. The first one probably is the package JSON, or so where all the dependencies and dev dependencies are called. This is the only place where the dependencies are managed and not anywhere else. Apart from that, we have scripts place where all the build scripts are written. Specific to the first 2 are web-based applications, so I do have web-based scripts. The third one is basically a mobile application, so I have mobile specific scripts. So but rather than that, you have your lint rules and your test rules are all part of that, so that you should be able to run them from the same repository. Your Ioniconfig.json is basically responsible for holding all the applications whichever there in your repository. Your Angular.json is probably the most important space where all your application specific paths are constructed, as well as your library specific paths. So this is one place where you would really like to spend good amount of time while you're constructing your monorepository. Apart from that, your TSLint basically holds all the rules about your linting process, which is again centralized in nature. And then your apps folder has got access to all the applications in your repository, and these works in silos, right? So I do not have anything specific to packages in the library in this particular application, because all packages are basically maintained from the root level. The same is applicable towards your tsconfig, your eslints. All of them are basically configured at the central level. Apart from that, your src has got details about your application specific code. Now coming back to something which is library specific or something which is common across the application is basically the library folder, where I have one shared library which has got details about that shared piece which I want to call from different application and get them. So while you're building the application, what it will do is it will pull off the code for application and pull up the code for the libraries, right? And that's where it will build your entire application. It will deploy somewhere, wherever it needs to go. Node modules, as you can see, is only part of my root and not part of any of the other places, because it all depends upon your package JSON. In context to deployment, you would like to take a look at the workflows folder, where let's say that I want to deploy a list to a certain path, and it's all on the main branch. So I'm just saying that if you know, you should be able to push if it is committed on the main branch, and of course the files belongs to the list application or the libraries, right? These are the two areas which I'm saying that, hey, only kick off this pipeline if your commits belongs to any of this, otherwise do not even bother. Here you can even go and say that I'm looking for very specific libraries and not all the libraries. Even that configuration, if you really want, you can kick in here. So that's one of the way you can create a simplistic monorepos and then work with something which is very custom designed, to get your job done. Okay, coming back to some of the the goods and bads about the monorepos versus multi-repo approach. On the IDE specification, specific to IDEs, on a multi-repo you basically work with multiple IDEs, versus on a monorepo your one IDE has got all the application. So you should be able to write code in your application as well as on the shared libraries at the same time. So that's a good one. You should be able to have one CLI open for all the application and can work with them. On the access specification, you still do not have a way to restrict your team members to a specific folder in context to monorepositories. However, on a multi-repository, it's very clear that every single team can have their own ownership. You should be able to make far better, refactoring in context to monorepo, because now you are almost making no duplication of the code. However, on the multi-repositories, you are making multiple clone of the same code. So any changes to one particular, shared piece should go to every single repository. So that can be one painful approach. Since your code is accessible to everyone, it's easy to discover if there is a change which needs to happen in future, versus to something which is on the multi-repo where everybody doesn't have access or see how that code has been written. So that's one way you can make things easier in context to discoverability. You would be able to manage one repo in monorepository versus multiple repos in multi-repo, right? So managing repositories are easier. Your dependency is almost not there, because now your dependencies are almost maintained from one source, versus dependencies which is there in every single repository, right? So let's say that you want to make a update to one of the repository is basically applicable across for monorepo, versus you got to convince your other teammates saying that, hey, this particular link needs to be updated to get a better better benefits out of that library, right? Your pull requests are easy, because now you are pulling off multiple commits into one pull request, versus commits into every single. So you got to so someone who is reviewing your code will have better visibility in terms of looking into every single commit and making sure that, yes, this commit is really good for all the changes whichever is applicable across libraries and applications, versus something on multi-repo which doesn't have the visibility around them. Deployment becomes a little easy in monorepo, because now you can have templates which is applicable for all, versus you got to create the same repetitive pipeline creation for every single repository. So based on which you want to take, this can be goods or bads about the monorepo versus the multi-repo approaches. there are many organizations which use a monorepo. I think Angular is one of the biggest monorepo which we can see right away. Apart from that, there are other organizations also who uses monorepo, and there are proven facts that monorepo really works out in context to managing large amount of code. The demo which I've shown is basically a custom built scripts. However, if you think that your repository is far complex in nature, you can still look into the tools which is available in today's world, which is like, let's say, Lerna, Narwhal extensions, Bazel, TurboRepo are some of the tools which is available. So based on your needs, you might want to choose based on your custom built scripts versus something which is available. So this choice is really yours. Summing it up, so monorepo is definitely not one silver bullet applicable across any application, right? If you really have a very large amount of code which you think can be shareable, monorepo is one of the approach. And in my personal opinion, you get the best out of monorepo if your language configurations are similar, your framework, frameworks are similar, your architectural approaches are similar into multiple applications, you would get a really good benefit. If it is not, then perhaps you might want to take a look at how you can, utilize your multi-repo approach and take the good pieces from the monorepo approach, right? And of course, based on your need, you might want to take a look at your complexity of needs and then choose your right tool for the right job. With that, I'll give a pause to my talk, and then if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them back. You can connect me in my Twitter, LinkedIn. I'm more active in LinkedIn out there. Take a look at the repository, contribute towards them. I'll be more than happy. Yeah, and thank you for having me here. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We actually have Ranjoy here. I know at the beginning I said he was not going to be able to make it. I misspoke. We have Ranjoy joining us. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me here. Yes, thankfully I made it. Yeah, this is my first time to the conference, and yeah, really excited to be here. Awesome.
Well, we're thrilled to have you here. You talked about a really interesting subject, something that I see popping up more and more with different teams is that they are wanting to do mono repo development. And I know your talk was called Enterprise app development with mono repos, but a lot of these principles that you talked about, maybe not necessarily specific to enterprise apps. They're applicable to everyone who's doing a mono repo, small or large, right?
Yeah, it is.
That's good. It's awesome. Cool. All right, so we got a few questions coming in from the community. So if we have some time, let's go through and get some answers to these folks.
Yes.
We have one question from someone who's asking, they said that they've never seen this before, but is there a point where a mono repo can become too large? Maybe it does make sense to split things off into different repos, or is that just like a theoretical breakpoint?
Right. So it says with the name, right? So mono repos, which means it's supposed to be one, right? Can't be many. So let's say that the idea really is that we want to enable code sharing as maximum as possible. So let's say that I'm building, like, just an example, I'm building two capacitors as a framework, right? Even though they are similar in nature, I might not want to keep two capacitor frameworks in one mono repo. Rather, I would like to split them out. So I would like to take architectural decisions based upon what I'm building versus what are the pros and cons I'm going to get. And of course, architectural pattern is supposed to be in a way, it's designed that it needs to improve on the go, right? I cannot build something today and expect that 5 years down the line, it should exactly work the same way. There will be, trouble times coming in. I would need to understand what are those pieces where my performance is going for a toss. I would like to bifurcate them into the right way, the right code, so that the memory footprint is always low, right? Because the moment I have multiple, applications coming in It's building huge libraries, huge binaries. Of course, my footprint is always increasing. So I need to constantly look into those areas where things can change, things can improve, and hence we can go long way. We have an experience of building like 10, 15 applications from the same repository, and it works perfectly in a matter of like if you use Azure, AWS, GitHub, doesn't really matter. It builds within a couple of minutes, same as what you probably would build from a usual repository stuff as well. So yes, so far it doesn't give problem as long as you follow principles, right? So principles are the right way to take mono repository ahead. That's what I would say.
Awesome. That's a really, really great answer. Always be looking at what is in your monorepo and then evaluating, does this make sense? And should we move forward with this? Love that. We do have one more question from a community member who's asking that, your example showed mostly front end code. Is our monorepos, should they be targeted to front end only or back end only, or can we mix in front end and back end in the same repo?
Yes. That's a very good question. I was hoping to answer them back on Discord, but I thought if I get a chance, I'll talk more about that. And the front end and back end together in the same mono repository. The idea is again same, right? The principles are again same, that I want to have more code sharing as maximum as possible. What that really means that I cannot keep a Java code and a C code, or rather a Python code, on the same repository and think that yes, they would do code sharing. That will never happen. However, if I keep Angular pieces of code and let's say React pieces of code, which probably can share some pieces of modules together, they can be shared at the same point. If there are some JavaScript based, node based applications which I'm using on the backend, which can share similar code structures on TypeScript for that matter, right? I'm not again going back to JavaScript versus TypeScript, but let's say that my language stack is all TypeScript all the way around, or my language stack is all JavaScript all the way around. I should be able to have front end code, back end code, DB pieces.
All right. It looks. Oh boy. It looks like Ranjoy unfortunately is having some issues. Hey.
Hey, I'm sorry, my network was off. Just dropped in for a while. Yes, as I was saying that yes, as long as your language stacks are same, your build compilation mechanisms are same, you think that I'm writing this code in one particular language which can be utilized in my front end, back end DB repositories, irrespective of the fact. And yes, that can share the same repository. And I, in my personal projects, I practically use one language for multiple areas, and I personally use monorepos to a larger extent. So the answer is yes.
Awesome. Well, that is fantastic. So yes, as long as you're using similar technologies or have a similar base for all your monorepos, you can mix front end, back end, multiple frameworks, what have you. Awesome. Right. Thank you so much, Ranjoy. We really appreciate you
probably
coming
just
on.
Maybe one question. Yeah. No. Yeah. Please.
Okay. Cool. We're cutting close on time. So thank you so much. If you do have some time, folks want to ask some questions in the Discord, hopefully you'll be available for like a minute or two to be able to ask or answer some of those questions. But thank you so much for stopping by. Fantastic presentation. Have a nice day, evening, whatever time it is in your neck of the woods. Cheers.
Yes.
Bye. All right, folks, we are coming up to another giveaway another giveaway session happening right now. We have a bunch of awesome prizes. Maybe someone could get a pair of amazing Bose headphones, or they could get Apple AirPods. They're pretty cool. So we have we have like about 5 minutes for that to run. Definitely register for that. it'll be right into the Discord channel, so definitely check it out. Starting off now, we have lightning talk sessions. This is something new that we're doing here at Ioniconf, where we're going to see how this goes. But starting off, we have not that person. We have Razman Sarat, who will be talking about learning Angular and React, and how learning with Ionic can be the best way to achieve that. So we have Razman here, who'll be answering some questions after his presentation. But let's get his slides up to the screen and kick things off. So let's get Razman going.
Hi, my name is Razman, and I'm in Malaysia, which is about 9,000 miles away from Madison, Wisconsin. Firstly, thank you for inviting me to talk at Ioniconf for this year in this Lightning Talk series. And just would like to introduce myself. I've been a principal trainer for Atasawan, and I've been doing software development for the past 20 years. I'm a multi-award winning mobile app developer, and my interests are in JavaScript-based technologies. Ionic is one of my biggest passion. Angular, Node.js, React, Svelte, and Express. Those are the things that I'm interested in, right? And I've trained people in Ionic for the past 5 years. My clients range from private companies, education institutions, as well as government departments. Ionic is a great jumping off point. I've trained people from complete beginner with zero knowledge to actually building an app in 4 days. And oftentimes, this was their first encounter with Ionic and Angular, all right? So that's a great thing, that to have them feel proud to build an app in 4 days, right? From having zero knowledge in this technology. And I just want to say thank you to my earlier supporters. Before I go ahead, thank you to Simon for all your assistance to me and Ionic Academy. I also like to say thank you to Matt Kramer, who from the Ionic team, who assisted me in the early days when I was doing Ionic training. Yeah, and I just would like to have a big shout out to the Malaysian Facebook community in Jom Web, Jom Launch, Developer Kaki, as well as Programmers Awesome. So these are three big IT community over here in Malaysia. Okay, moving on. So why is Ionic great for beginners? Right, for one thing, if you are familiar with web, or you know how the web works, you know HTML and JavaScript, you are halfway there already. It's very easy. Another thing is why Ionic is great for beginners is because it's pre-built, easy to use UI components. You don't have to worry about the cards, the buttons, and the navigation bars. All of these are already pre-built for you. All you need to do is just use them. And I'm pre-built templates. Yeah, I'm still not sure why blank is not at the top and tabs is at the top, but then that's another issue altogether. But anyway, pre-built templates is great for Ionic developers because if you want to build something with tabs or something with side menu, or you want to build a blank app, it's very easy to build them with Ionic. And of course, one code base to rule them all. Okay, so you can have a PWA, an Android app, or Xcode, or an iOS app easily with Ionic, right? So back in the day, we have to set up some SDK, but today with Ionic Capacitor, you can have one code base and turn it into with Android Studio into an Android app, and with Xcode, we can turn it into an iOS app, right? So around about 2019, Ionic introduced something new, which is Ionic React. Yeah. So React to me was a bit confusing because I was not familiar with React, and I didn't understand how would this work, how would doing React work. But I was curious to know. I'm curious to learn React, but I wasn't sure how to use it. And thankfully, I'm not sure whether this is by design, whether this is intentional or unintentional by the Ionic team. The Angular blank template is exactly the same as the React blank template. So what I did was I used that as a Rosetta Stone of sorts. Yeah. So I'm quite familiar with Angular, and I just want to understand how do I get into React. and using it as a Rosetta Stone of sorts, I was able to understand, I was able to decipher Angular and React, right? So Ionic UI components are great because of this, right? Ionic UI components in both Ionic Angular and React are pretty much the same. The way you use it, how it is, and how it looks like is exactly the same. So in this case, I show you here, it's on the left side is Ionic Angular, and on the right side is Ionic React. On the left side, Ion Grid, for example, which is a quite popular component, UI component from Ionic. That's how you call that, with the dash in the middle, whereas in React, it's just the capital letters. And that's the only difference here. Same with Ion Button, right? So you have that dash in the middle, and over here on React, it's just the capital letters, right? So I tested this out, right? So I wanted to learn Ionic React and Ionic Angular, right? So what I did was I started 2 different projects to see how this would work. And the result was this, right? Over here, I've built an Angular project with the Ion Grid in the middle, with a row and column, and the text. This is a column within Ion row, within Ion Grid. Look, mom, I'm at Ioniconf 2022. Same thing on the left side, which is the React, right? So this would result in the same exact looking UI, which is that. This is a column within an Ion row, within Ion Grid. Look, mom, I'm at Ioniconf. So just to break it down, what is happening in these 2 codes? On the left side, in the red box, that's the header part, right? So if you notice, it's exactly the same. Ion header, Ion toolbar, Ion title, exactly the same. And in the yellow box, that's the grid, right? Look inside the Ion code, inside on the left side on Angular, where I call offset for, size for, and class Ion text center. On React side, on the React side, on the right side, it's exactly the same, right? So this was great for me because I understand Ionic Angular very well, and understanding Ionic Angular have helped me in understanding React, Ionic React, and this was something new and something great. And I can foresee that for a complete beginner who want to learn how Ionic Angular and React works, doing this would be something of a benefit to them. Yeah, right. So Ionic UI components have made me understand React better, and to test that out, I've completely rebuilt my website atasawan.net with Ionic React. So that website right now is built with Ionic React. Before this, it was built with Ionic Angular 3.9, which is the older version of Ionic. But today, I've completely rebuilt it with Ionic React, right? And thanks to Ionic, I was able to understand. And I always believe that if you want to be good at something, you need to try it out with your own hands and try to build something with your own hands. So that's been great, yeah. So basically, understanding Ionic React was very important for me because I was really curious to learn about React. And however, just a little bit of a caveat, just a small caveat. There are some differences when you want to develop between Ionic Angular and React. For example, React uses hooks in its use state, use effect, etc. While Angular, there is no such thing. Yeah, and obviously the TypeScript is a bit different between Angular and React. So those are just very minor differences. One last thing, I deal a lot with beginners in my training business, and I have some ideas for improvements for beginners and novices. And how do we make something that is as good as Ionic better? The Ionic Dev app, right? So if it is at all possible for Ionic to bring back the Ionic Dev app, which is a great tool for beginners and novices, it's great because I can't explain to you the feeling for a beginner when you show a beginner on the first day of class. Usually what I do when there was the Ionic Dev app was I get them to register with the Ionic, and then they download the Dev app, and then on the first day itself I showed them the app. That's your app on your phone, right? And you can see their face lit up and they want to know more and they want to learn more about Ionic. So that's my idea that I hope that the Ionic team can consider. Secondly, more official Ionic integration. So Google Maps that was recently introduced, I think about a couple of weeks ago, from the Ioniconf, where the Google Maps integration was introduced, this is a great start, I believe, an official Google Maps API. So I hope something more that can come out of this. So for example, Firebase and other backend as a service solution could come out of this. And finally, I'm in the training business, so I hope that the Ionic can assist me and provide support for training centers. Official support for education, recognizing official education centers in my region, for example, for Ionic, and increasing the number of because this can help increasing the number of Ionic developers. We are starving for something like an Ionic solution in Malaysia, and with Ionic, I believe with Ionic's official support, we can do this. Yeah. So finally, thank you, or in my language, in Malay, I say terima kasih. I can be approached by Twitter at Razmanes, and I always write about Ionic on my Medium page, razmanes@medium.com, and my official website, atasawan.net. So thank you, terima kasih, and on back to you.
Awesome. Let's get Rosman up here. That was wait for the camera. Wait for his camera. For some reason, it is not showing. Try this one more time.
Hi.
Rosman, can you speak?
Yes. Hi.
Okay. For some reason, your camera is not showing on the stream, but we shall go on. We'll continue here. That was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
I know you echoed a lot of my similar learning experiences with trying to understand when I was first learning React, at least in Honest, using Ionic Angular as like my translation layer. So really love that.
It was something that I think something that is good for some beginners, to learn something new. Like even with the new Vue, for example, the new Ionic Vue. So that can be used as like a translation tool, sort of like a Rosetta Stone. Yeah.
100%. I wholeheartedly agree. And regarding bringing back something like DevApp or some other of your wishes, hey, never say never. I can't make any promises, but I do agree on the adding more official plugins. Something that we definitely would love to do. Would definitely love to add more official support for things. So
that's right.
Keep an eye out on that.
I will. I'm very, very curious if you have any more secrets you want to divulge. No.
Well, so here's the thing. We have also planning on having some. So we'll have some things to talk about soon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have some stuff that is in the plans, and we'll be excited to share them when they are ready to go. So hopefully we'll be able to share those with you first and foremost.
Great. That sounds great. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Rosman, for your talk. It's a pleasure to have you here. Enjoy the rest of your day. And folks, if you have any more questions for Rosman, please just drop them in the chat. If you're around, he'll be able to give those. He'll be able to answer those as soon as he can. Take care, Rosman.
Right. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Bye.
All right, moving fast. We are in lightning round. We have next coming is Aditya Patel, who will be talking about Figma designs to Ionic code, something that we have heard a little bit today. Let's get this talk going. Oh, and before we do that, I do have a congratulations to give out. Where is it? Boom, boom, boom. We have Jeremy7 inside of the Discord who won the draw for either a pair of headphones from Bose or for Apple EarPods. So definitely go check that out. Remember, we do have some more drawings going on. So if you are not inside the Discord channel, please join the Discord. Ionic.link/Discord. Moving along, let's get the KISS talk going. Add to the stream and
hello everyone.
Here we go.
My name is Aditya Patel, Director of Product at Hot West Commerce. Welcome to my Ionic conference talk about how you can use the community Ionic Figma file to go from design to code faster. Ionic is a brilliant platform for building cross-platform applications from a single code base. The Ionic UI components have custom styling to match the look and feel of both iOS and Material UI. So designers should really be able to go ahead and use the Apple or Google UI kits and build and design their apps. Then a developer fairly familiar with Ionic should be able to churn out a fairly similar looking app with limited CSS. But in reality, this isn't actually what's happening, and there's a few reasons why. One of the reasons, for example, is that the component vocabulary between Ionic, iOS, and Material doesn't always match up. A designer may use a tab component in their Material design, but now they have to rely on a developer to have a deep understanding of Ionic UI and Material UI to correctly translate the tab component from Material to the segments component in Ionic. From designer to developer, that's at least one layer of entropy. Another example is that Google and Apple often have different design guidelines, and many times neither of those line up directly with how an Ionic UI component is meant to be customized out of the box. This means design teams create apps that adhere to specific design principles of one platform, but can't easily be recreated in Ionic without heavy customization. From my experience, this is another massive layer of entropy when going from design to code. In an effort to speed up development and break down walls between designers and developers, I created the Ionic Figma Community UI Kit. And most of the components in this Figma file are built from the ground up to reflect and operate exactly or close to how they would for a developer using Ionic UI components. As an example, here's a button. Now for designers, creating a bigger version of this button is as simple as clicking and dragging, changing the font size, and maybe the border radius. But all of a sudden, what we've really done is added a whole new dimension to the design that now the development team has to be informed of. Maybe they'll have to add a whole new class for this button, or maybe they'll use some utility classes to match the designs. Now, Ionic already has button sizes built in, and so does the Figma file. This means as a designer, I'll simply select a large variant of this button component. Now when a developer inspects my Figma file, they can see that they're supposed to use the large variant of the Ion button component. And if they ever need to reference documentation for this component, all links to Ionic documentation are built right into the Figma file. The benefits of a UI kit like this are most immediate for teams and organizations that need to focus on going from design to implementation as fast as possible. It also allows designers to get sign-off on UI that is far easier to hand off to developers. Additionally, it also gets them involved in the development process, which is arguably even more valuable, because now they understand the components that the developers are using at a code level. So when a UI-related problem inevitably arises, instead of leaving developers to their own devices, which is usually just adding important next to a line of CSS to get what you want, design teams can now suggest alternate UI components or quickly refactor designs to get around those hurdles. Now this brings up a question of, does this mean that all apps have to look the same and now all Ionic apps are just going to look like an Ionic app? Well, the goal of an Ionic UI kit for designers is not to lock them down into just one look. In fact, this UI kit makes it easier for them to pick up pre-built Ionic UI components and style them to match the look and feel they want to create. So instead of handing over a custom component that's unrecognizable, designers can have a real conversation with developers of what Ionic component they started with, how they molded it to get the look and feel that they wanted and fit their vision. A great live example of where something like this could help is the Mr. Beast Burger website, which is built in Ionic. If we take a look at the side menu here, we can see a list of items. Now, most Ionic UI developers would look at this and think, okay, this is fairly simple. It's a menu with a list, and the list is a list of a bunch of Ion items with an icon in the start slot of the item. Pretty straightforward, probably no more than a few lines of CSS and to get it matched up with the branding. But these aren't Ionic items, Ionic components, or Ion items at all. Each of them is just a div with a bunch of classes applied to them to get the desired output. Now, there may be a perfectly valid reason for not using Ion items here, but it sure seems like if the design team had an easy way to use an Ion item in their designs, the development team would not have had to come up with their own markup, styling, and deal with the additional code maintenance that this requires. The end result is that their code ended up looking like this instead of this. Learning a new UI kit in Figma can be a pretty jarring experience, especially because you don't know the best ways to use or customize components. So questions like, when should I detach an instance component from the master component, naturally come up. To help ease the learning curve, I've created a series of YouTube tutorials that walk through how to dive in and the best ways to create your own designs. Additionally, all the Ionic apps that we design and develop for Hotwise Commerce are all available in the UI kit. So you can kind of click around in them and see how you can use the components in the UI kit to create your own apps. For developers and even designers who want to see what example code looks like, all of the apps in the file are also available in open source on GitHub. Browsing through the code of these apps is a great way to understand how, as a developer, you can analyze designs in Figma and leverage the Ionic framework to implement them. If you have more questions about something specific or questions about using Figma files, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, comment on the community Figma file itself, or reach out on Discord. Now, before I wrap up, I had a few quick tips for getting started while designing with the Ionic UI kit, so I'm just going to quickly run through those. The first tip is to always make sure to check layers inside of components for additional functionality, because not all component functionality is available in the component variant menu. But checking and understanding the layers of a component will keep you from sometimes replicating functionality that's already available in the library. Number two is that all the Ionicons are built into the community file, so you don't have to manually import Ionicons when you need them or SVGs. They're all available right in the file as components, so you can use so you can swap between them pretty easily. Lastly, if you want to extend the functionality of any Figma component in Figma, make sure to always check if you can achieve what you're trying to do with instance swapping. Because most of the components are built from other smaller components, most of the subcomponents can be swapped out for other components without detaching the instance from the master component. Most of the time you'll see this in the example designs happening with Ion items. That wraps up my talk on how to use the community Ionic Figma file to design and develop faster. Hopefully you found this useful. Thank you so much for joining, and enjoy the rest of Ionic Conference.
Well, that was just downright amazing. I know I'm a huge fan of Figma, and I'm a huge fan of any tool that allows me to be able to just develop as quickly as possible. So thank you, Aditya Patel. We actually have him here in the backstage. I do want to ask him a question or two, so let's get him up on the stage. Hey, how's it going?
Pretty
How's
good. Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Can you
cool.
hear me?
I can.
Okay, cool. Fantastic presentation. I know a lot of us are like I said, internally at Ionic, we're huge fans of Figma. So seeing all the work that you are doing with that, really, really impressive stuff. I gotta ask, what drove you to want to build this?
So actually, for the longest time, what we did was personally, I'm like the main designer there. We would use the Material UI kit, and we would end up writing a lot of CSS had a lot of trouble communicating designs with developers. There's a lot of components in Ionic that weren't in Material. There's a lot of Material components not in Ionic. I just kind of wanted to get rid of all that confusion. So I just kind of it was like a 1-2 week binge of just redoing all the components in Ionic and just making them Ionic first.
So it took a lot to just be like, all right, well, let's just go ahead and build something specifically for Ionic.
Yeah, it was, and it's made our life it's made my life so much easier. I love it. So I just thought everybody should have it.
Well, like I said, any tool that helps speed up, even just a little bit of time is super important. And I don't know if you can see the chatter happening in Discord right now, but there's a contest apparently going on between what is better, my beard or your hair. So I gotta say, my vote's definitely going for the hair. I own the beard, and I still think the hair is better. I am jealous because I don't have that, nor could I grow.
Thank you. I think for now, I'll just make a vote and not make that public.
All right, I understand. Hey, before
it's a very special, what do you call it? Glorious beard.
Oh, well, thank you. Before we wrap up, actually, one person commented on this. The Mr. Beast burger. I just found out who Mr. Beast is. Was that something that you all built?
No, we didn't. Actually, I was just like, what I'll oftentimes do is while I'm just browsing websites, I'll just start inspecting them to see how they're developed and what their markup looks like. And so I was thinking, oh, you know what? I just heard that they started doing food, even though he's a YouTuber. And I was like, all right, let me just see what this website's made of. And I was like, oh my God, it has Ion buttons and Ion toolbar. It was like, oh, okay, so it's an Ionic app. And then 2 months later, this conference came up, and I was like, oh, this is a perfect example.
I am still I just heard of who this person was, Mr. Beast. I've never heard of them. I'm not cool or follow people on YouTube apparently. So when a couple of folks in here were like, whoa, Mr. Beast, that's huge. In between your session, I'm Googling who this person is. Oh, wow. Sounds like he's a big deal.
Yeah, that's how you get that Gen Z audience, right?
Apparently you just got to be, make a couple million YouTube videos and then get a couple, almost 100 million subscribers, something like that.
Yeah. I was wondering if there was going to be a strong reaction to me calling out developers using important, but it seems like that went over pretty well.
As Thomas is saying, important team or important group, where are you? And I was like, yeah. Every now and then I do have to use an important. Because I don't want to deal with the CSS cascade. I just want my styles to look the way that they look. I designed them this way.
Yeah, and eventually I'll come across even on Mr. Beast's website, there's just inline styling, and I'm like, all right, so they've given up. You've just fully given up on the CSS. It's just all right. Let's just put it in line, make sure it works.
Who knows? Maybe it's an inline CSS library. Maybe that's how they're doing it.
Ooh, maybe.
Well, while we have you, is there anything you would like to shout out? Anything that you would like to let the people know? We have minute. You can take this opportunity. What's your stage?
I would just like to. I saw that there was some Tailwind chatter, and I would just like to give a stance on that because I have very strong opinions about Tailwind. I would say if you can avoid it, you should not use Tailwind. At a philosophical level, I just don't like the way or the concept that it promotes of just bypassing CSS and trying to write everything into your HTML. I would say try to not use it if you can. I'm very vocal about that. But it's popular for a reason. That's
Can
my
I just
one
say
message for everyone.
I'm a real big fan of that opinion. Not to say that it's a bad library, but don't always need to always need to reach for that same tool.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely great at what it does. That's why it's so popular. But just at a concept level, bringing the styling back into the HTML when CSS was created to remove it from the HTML, I mean, it just feels backwards. I can't help but not promote it, not anti-promote it. I don't know. I do not condone its usage.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much for your talk. Aditya will be in the Discord for a little bit. Thank you so much. We're going to keep going with our sessions. Up next, we have Mags Batista Lee from Cisco, who's going to be talking about something that I think is super interesting and everyone should be taking a look at, especially if you're in the Angular crowd, and that is Component Store. So let's get Mags up to the stage.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Cool. Let's get your slides going and break a leg.
Perfect. Thank you. So hey, everyone. My name is Mags. I'm a software engineer at Cisco. And today I'm going to be giving you an introduction on NGRX Component Store. And I'll be walking through some updates that I'll be making to a demo application. So let's first start off by talking about what Component Store is. So Component Store is a state management library, and it is based on the Redux pattern. So why would you need Component Store? Well, I guess you would need Component Store if you wanted to add a reactive container of state to either your application or to your components. And today I'm going to show you just how easy it is. But first, we'll go over a sample app that we'll be updating. And this is a grocery list application that is composed of 3 tabs. The middle tab is your main grocery list, where you can add and remove items. Then you've got your shopping list tab for items that you're currently shopping for, and then you've got your favorites list. And both of those lists are subsets of your main grocery list. And to just further talk about the component hierarchy that we're dealing with is that the parent component in this case is our tabs component. And then we've got the 3 child tab components here. And today we'll be focusing on adding state to the tabs component and the grocery list component. So before we go ahead and do that, let's go ahead and install Component Store. And thankfully, it's pretty straightforward. You can just use your favorite package manager to install it, and you don't have to make any modifications to your app module file. So now that we've installed it, let's go ahead and create our first service. So we'll be creating a state container for our groceries, and we're going to call this a grocery store. And this grocery store is going to contain all of the items that are available to the user. And this is going to be the only place in the app that will be responsible for these items. So what we'll first do is create a service that extends Component Store. And you'll notice the generic T here currently. So what we'll do next is we'll create a state interface which describes the shape of our state. So in this case, we've got an array of grocery items, and then we've got another array of shopping list IDs. And we'll go ahead and update that generic with our grocery store state. And then you'll notice that our services constructor also needs to make a call to the base class constructor. And so we'll create an initial state object and call the super with that. And so we'll have some mock data here and then an empty list of shopping list IDs. And lastly, I wanted to mention that the injectable decorator up here is empty, because we're indicating that we are not going to be providing this service to the app root, that it won't be a singleton for the app. So now that we've created our service, we need to connect it to our component. And so we'll go to our tabs parent component, and all we need to do here is update our providers array and pass it the grocery service that we've just created. And I just wanted to reiterate that the descendants, the child components, will be able to inject this newly created grocery store service. And we'll be taking advantage of that later on. So now that we've got some data initialized with our component store service, we want to display this data. So we'll go ahead and display it with selectors. But first, what is a selector? Well, a selector is a pure function that allows you to fetch a slice of your state. And that pure function takes a projector function, and that projector function describes how we're going to fetch that slice of state. And so in this case, we're just going to be fetching the items property off of our grocery store state. And a selector will return an observable, which we'll then be able to subscribe to later on. So let's go ahead and create our items selector in our grocery store service. And all that's going to do is just return our items array. And just another note is that this property will be accessible to our child components. So now that we've updated the grocery store service, let's go ahead and update the child component. And so what we need to do here is just inject the grocery store service into our component. And we can also create a reference to the new item selector that we created previously. So those are the only two updates we need to do in the class. The next update is in the template of our component. And so we'll be using Angular's async pipe to subscribe to our items observable. And then we'll be able to use the last emitted value throughout the rest of our template. And so in this case, we're just displaying the length of our array. And here we're just iterating over the items. And so this will result in us having an empty grocery list at first. But after we incorporate the selector into our template, we'll be able to display our initial data. So now that we've displayed some data, what do we want to do if we want to update our state? So component store gives us three methods: patch state, set state, and updaters. And for the sake of this demo, we'll be focusing on using updaters. So what is an updater? Well, an updater accepts a pure function with two parameters, and that is your current state and an argument. And that argument is usually the value that you want to update your state with. And this pure function will also return a new instance of your state. So you'll see that the object returned here is of type grocery store state. So here's a second example where I'm assigning the updater to a variable called myUpdater. And this will allow us to call the updater with a single parameter, which is the string ID. And then we'll be able to make the updates that way. So we'll go ahead and create an updater for our grocery store. And all this updater will do is just add an item to our shopping list array. So this is kind of a verbose example, but all we're doing here is just making a copy of our existing array and adding the new ID here. And we're just returning our new state with our newly updated array. And so this will result in, so the next thing we have to do is update our component to use this updater. So let's say we have a click handler in our component. We can just make the call to the updater here so that whenever we click on an item, for example, it'll call the updater and then update our state. So that will result in us being able to click on an item in our main grocery list, and then we can see the updated item in our shopping list, for example. So the final feature that Component Store offers are effects. So what is an effect? So an effect is a function that also takes a callback function, and this callback function will return an observable. But whenever we call our effect, we'll be able to perform some tasks on each value that gets passed into it. And you can use RxJS operators in this case here. So I'll just show you another example here as well. But also, why would you want to use an effect? Well, you can use an effect if you want to handle race conditions, if you want to fetch data from an API, or if you wanted to perform synchronous or asynchronous tasks. So here I've got another dummy effect, but I'm just showing this example where if we were to call this effect multiple times, we have the switch map operator here, which would kind of help us with handling the race conditions. And so our effect that we'll create for the app is just a view details effect, which will just navigate us to another page. So this is the effect right here, where every time I call it with a string ID, I'll be able to just do some naive error checking just to make sure that the ID is valid. And if it's valid, then let's just use the router navigate and navigate you to the next page. So let's go ahead and update the component now. And let's say we have another click handler for a view details button. So if we click on that view details button, we'll just be able to call the effect directly, and that should navigate us to the next page. And so here it would be updated. So the user slides button, clicks the view details or the item details button, and they get navigated to the next page. So in summary, we went over what component store is, with defects. I hope that this introduction to Component Store will have convinced you to maybe consider using it in your next project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Meg. That's awesome. If you can put in the use, we have a few questions on this. Can I ask? Yeah, you go. Cool. So is it store? Is it meant to be something with all state like NGRX, or is it supposed to use it separately without including NGRX?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, you can use it separately. So where the project that I work on at my work at Cisco, we're using it completely separately from NGRX Store, so it can be independent. So we're just using Component Store in our case.
Cool. How do you feel like the developer ergonomics of it is compared to not using, like, say, a facade pattern for each individual instance?
Actually, you could use it as with the facade pattern. For the sake of this demo, I just kind of incorporated everything into the component, but it's very similar. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you so much. See, Component Store really knocked the wind out of me. It's pretty awesome. Thank you so much, Mags, for your presentation. It was fantastic. Have enjoyed the rest of your day. Folks inside of the Discord, if you do have some questions, please be sure to ask them in the Discord, Mags. If you have some time and can hang around, we would love that. I will let you get back to the rest of your day.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. Here's the ironic thing. I mentioned boilerplate to Brandon, then all of a sudden we get random internet issues, and I start coughing. So note to self: don't mention boilerplate around Brandon Roberts, or something will happen. All right, continuing on with our day, we have up next, let me get my slides going. We have Bruce Lane, who is a creative coder at Sophia Digital Art, who is going to be talking about the other side of our backend technologies. We already heard one point from AWS and Amplify. Let's hear from the Azure crowd. So let's go ahead and get Bruce up here. Hey, Bruce, how you doing?
Hello, I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing well, other than that little cough that I had. For a fun little fact, Bruce had been hanging around in a couple of my Twitch streams, which twitch.tv/mhardington, folks, and had been asking a whole bunch of great questions. So I'm really excited to be able to have Bruce up here giving a talk and sharing his knowledge this time around, so I can watch and ask the questions. It's like the roles are reversed.
It's the other way around today.
Cool. I'll get your slides added to the stream. And Bruce, take it away.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Bruce Lane from Cannes, where there's the festival, on the Côte d'Azur, which means the French Riviera. So that's why I chose I choose Azure for my backend development, because I'm from the Côte d'Azur. Yeah, whatever. So I'm a creative coder. I like coding since I was 14 years old. So I have several places and companies. So Sophia Digital Art, it's more about doing events. Casa, it's more like, communauté d'agglomération, it's a grouping of towns to do large projects, and also Creative Motion Studio, which is I'm giving help to build immersive experiences with Azure Kinect and lots of fun. So as I said, I'm a creative coder. I'm also a bass player, performing in several bands. And I'm also a visual artist. I like to mix GLSL shaders at events. This is on the right, the Plage Electronique in Cannes, which is a massive event in the summer. So I enjoy coding for fun and doing great stuff. Okay, so why do I use Ionic for websites? Because it's cross-platform. I can have the same code base as mobile apps, like doing an Android app or a website, and I use the same code base, which in my for me it's doing React. I love React. I've been in Ionic since the AngularJS days. So, but I switched to React like 4 years ago. And you can use Capacitor plugins, and you can choose your framework like Angular, React, or Vue, or Svelte. And I like Ionic for the nice UI components and the great community that's behind it. So, great. So, for instance, I can use Capacitor for websites also. And that's great because I can store things in local storage. I can also query the device to get a unique ID before the person signs up on the registers on the website. I can get a unique ID to store some information on the database. It's good for the analytics. So that's a sample code of this. So why do I use Azure? Because there's a lot and very, it's incredible because there are plenty of things happening every day, new things. There's the MS Build these days, and we can do lots of, we can address the a solution of a website or whatever architecture we want to do. And we've got everything in Azure, like Kubernetes, authentication. You can do serverless if you want to reduce the costs, and messaging with WebSockets, SignalR, and having storage and virtual networks and plenty of databases. So for hosting, we have several options, like using a virtual machine, Windows or Linux. We can use app services, static web apps, and container apps, which is quite new. It's general availability since yesterday. So container apps, you can see it as a Kubernetes in serverless mode. So you don't have to configure everything. It's all done for you. So I will try this soon. You need an API for your application, so you can use several options using the Azure functions, which are serverless. You can use API management, which is the full picture. You can consume other APIs and transform the data, add some authentication, and just present some APIs of your own. You can do minimal app APIs or MVC projects in C#. And also you can do your custom APIs with .NET JS with a Swagger UI if you want. So for authentication, we could use MS Identity with Azure. There's a B2C possibility for the Active Directory. You can use sign-in from Twitter, Facebook, GitHub, etc. I personally use the Graph API, which is useful for Microsoft 365, and it's really nice. You can use calendars or from your Outlook, or you can query the Azure AD, etc. So, and you can use third-party solutions. For databases, I like to use serverless in Cosmos DB, which is a sort of MongoDB, but it's all in the cloud. So you can use the NoSQL databases like Cosmos DB, or you can use a standard SQL Server, which is managed as a relational database. And you have options for MySQL, Postgre, etc. So if you want to deploy your Ionic web app to a static web app, it's quite easy. You have to install a CLI, which is the static web app CLI. Then you have to log into Azure to your account, then initialize in the current folder if you have already got Ionic project. And then it would detect the configuration and generate everything to build it and deploy it. So I think it's really great. This is quite new also. So you can use also Visual Studio Code if you don't like the command line. I'd use it with Azure extensions, which are API management, the functions API, and the static web apps. We've got also logic apps, etc. IoT things, yeah. So how to create a project for a minimal API? You can have a Visual Studio, the community edition, and you will just create a project. And the French is here, so it's in French on my on my computer. So I would use HTTP only because it could be difficult to have all on HTTPS on your local machine. So I usually use HTTP. Then I can publish to different options like app service, like I said before, Windows or Linux, or container apps. That's new. Also, we can do a container registry or virtual machine. But you have to prepare the machine to receive the deployment. So that's new with it's the possibility to add some a container environment where you can just push your container apps and you can deploy to them. So you have this container registry where you, when you select it, you can push your machine, which is ready to be deployed. So I wanted to do a quick demo. Yeah, I got some minutes left. So basically, that's a full solution I made, which is about org charts, and it's made. The front end is made with Ionic here, and we've got a backend with a minimal API. So I will switch to the real thing. So I'm going to hide the console here. So this is an Ionic app with using React Flow for the flowchart. You know, I can move it like this. I can add some new elements, and here I can search in Active Directory. It won't work because I have to sign in first. So I will just sign in real quick. and then I signed into my Azure AD, so now I should be able to. No, okay. Yeah, actually, I just changed a parameter here, so I have to. So this is the. Here you have to activate the access tokens here and the ID tokens, and you have for the SPA, you have to put the for cores well, no, it's not for cores, but you have to put the direct URLs. So I'm going to try to sign in again. Yeah. Well, it's not there yet. So, but yeah, you can actually query the Active Directory, but it's not working. But yet, okay. For the C# side, we can build a Swagger API. So this is done here. So this is a C# minimal API. So here you enter the course. So locally, this will go well. This is for logging. I will just log what happens. And I add the Swagger UI here. And I just push some static JSON files here to for my API. So I think that's all for now, because we only got 3 minutes left. And yeah, and this is the project in Visual Studio Code. So this is the front end here on the left, and this is the back end on the right. So I'm using the cards, the accordions, and etc. So this is to get that MSIL and the Graph API components for React that we can use. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bruce. It seems like Azure's got like a little bit of everything to cover your application needs. So definitely a really awesome resource to have. Do you have any links or any repo that you can share? Or perfect, you have the LinkedIn slide right there. I'll be sure to leave that up for a second for our content manager to be able to grab. Thank you so much, Bruce. I really, really appreciate you coming on and sharing your knowledge. Azure is definitely one of those things that I need to pay more attention to.
Yeah, I'm available for questions because yeah, I really like Azure. It's great, but there's too much things also. So you have to go serverless to minimize the costs, and yeah, it's yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, it looks like we got a few questions into the Discord. We are tight on time, so if you have a chance, please go to the Discord. We have some questions. Someone's asking about IoT Hub. If you know anything about that, please let them know.
Yeah, sure. I've done a project with that. Yeah. Thank you very much, and
no problem.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Take care, Bruce. All right. Moving along, we have our next presenter, Misha Ruby Cristobal from also Cisco. She's going to be talking about Beyond the Design Handoff. And again, like we mentioned earlier, it's going to be a talk about how designers and developers, we should be talking more. Hi, Misha. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Cool. Let's get your slides up here, and I will let you take it from here.
Cool. So hello, everyone. Like they said, my name is Misha Ruby Cristobal. I'm really honored to be here. But before I get started with my lightning talk, I would like to take a moment of silence in memory of my parents and everyone who we seem to be losing way too soon. Thank you for indulging me in that moment. I hope that it also brought you some comfort like it did for me. But let's get back on track. I really wanted to present this lightning talk because going beyond the design handoff and developing a better relationship with my designer counterparts has been an absolute game changer for me, especially as a UX engineer. At Cisco, we have this thing called a UX engineer, which is basically just a front-end developer who's more concerned about building block components rather than full-out features. As a UX engineer, my main deliverables are reusable components, and the product front-end engineers can just pick from there and build out features at a faster pace. My bread and butter is still the same as you and other developers. Essentially, I write and research a lot of code. What could be different in my work week is the time that I spend partnering with our design system teams. So together, we create accessible, scalable, and delightful user experiences that we deliver through our component library. This partnership wasn't always a given, though. We had to work together with the shared belief that our relationship should go beyond and doesn't end or start at just a design handoff. By establishing a more dynamic working relationship, both of our teams' productivity have vastly improved, and it's led to better product and just more fulfilling and fun collaborations. So how were we able to accomplish this? Fortunately, it's actually quite simple. Essentially, it comes down to 3 big actionable ideas. The first is to review your mockups way earlier. If the first time you're seeing a design is when it's 100% ready and it's being handed to you for development, that's way too late. In my experience, the sweet spot is this arbitrary 75% done. It's basically when the designer is done making decisions about the interaction and the component skeleton, but there's still some wiggle room for actionable conversations. For example, when we were building out a file upload component, the designer and I met after they've mocked a general skeleton and the various states. However, there are some key interactions that we opened up for discussion. We talked about whether errors should block completely, meaning the user will need to restart, or whether errors should fail more gracefully and let the user deal with it on a case-by-case basis. As you can imagine, these 2 scenarios beget very different implementations. If I didn't have this conversation at this stage, I would have either over-engineered the component or worse, need to redo it, re-architect the whole thing, and delay our product feature. But how do you get started on having these conversations with the designer? It's actually so simple as just messaging them. I think you'd be very surprised with how excited they will be when you reach out about this. If you're not sure how to start the message, you can use something like, hey, can I get a preview of what you're working on? Don't worry about it being polished. I just want to get an early discussion and exchange some ideas. The second idea is really crucial to the success of the first idea, and this is to restrain your doer brain. We've all been there before, right? Your designer is showing you this cool new feature and your brain starts checking out. How am I going to build this? What will I do? Blah, blah, blah. Don't do that. Restrain that doer brain and just be curious and present about the process. Your designer isn't showing you the mockup as a formality. This is something that they really care about. They want to hear about your feedback. Some questions that you can ask them are, why did you choose this interaction over that one? What's the user trying to accomplish? What happens on the happy path? What about the unsuccessful path? Have we designed something similar to this before? What other use cases have you considered? Whenever I skip the step, I inevitably, as I am coding, I'll reach a point where I need to ask my designer about a use case that we just hadn't covered. I have to pause, wait for the response. At best, this will slow me down a few hours. At worst, I'm stuck waiting for days because my designer is either supporting 10 different teams or taking a well-deserved break. This has happened to me enough times to make me really value the time we have for design reviews. I now always come prepared with a curious mindset and ask a lot of questions. Honestly, we have a really great time. In my experience, every designer I have worked with have felt flattered and excited to tell me about their why. Like, why that interaction? Why allowing this way? Why a radio and not a switch? Etc., etc. Over time, these conversations made me realize the third and final idea. My perception of design and designer were wrong. In my experience, when it comes to design, an engineer's perspective falls into one of these two buckets. Design is vague and subjective. Designers create based on solely what they think looks good. Design is mysterious. Designers create based on knowledge that I will never have or ever understand. Depending on the day in the project, I was either in bucket A, B, or a little bit of both. I thought that developer-designer relationships was magic that I just didn't have available. You know, like those Medium posts you see that talk about these lofty culture goals that maybe 1% of us can actually make a reality. But the reality is actually very different. A very extremely hot take of the day, the Venn diagram between developers and designers is basically a circle. At our cores, we're all problem solvers. We're all just trying to help a user do something. The only difference is that, hello, did I lose you? The only difference is that developers use code and designers use vectors. Just as we would pick a library based on our engineering experience, so would a designer pick the right element based on their knowledge. I know I used this graphic earlier, but I want to emphasize it here again. Rather than thinking about design as being vague or out of reach, think about it as a toolkit that a designer pulls from based on their experience and judgment. Just as you would choose a queue versus a stack, so would the designer choose a radio over a checkbox. At the end of the day, co-creating with the designer really isn't about giving your opinion on alignment or border radius. It's a lot deeper than that. It's about partnering on the shared goal of empowering users to do their task in a beautiful, intuitive way. And don't you think that should go beyond the design handoff? Thank you. Here's a nifty screenshot-friendly PowerPoint slide for you.
That was awesome. Fantastic job. I think you struck some really awesome chords that everyone is, everyone seems to be resonating with. As a developer, yeah, it is tough to work. It is tough to like go from seeing a design to the implementation and then, okay, well, what about this? What about that? Having that conversation before even getting into like the actual details, just so valuable. And yeah, a lot of people are applauding this. So great job, Misha.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for the very cool swag that I got to represent.
Oh, these headbands, these things, I saw yours on and I was like, I should go get mine. And so I had to go run across the house to find it somewhere on my kitchen table. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much, Misha. That was amazing. We'll let you get back to your day. We got some, looks like there are some questions inside the chat and some comments. So I'm going to let you get to that in the Discord. It's been pretty awesome. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up next, we have a really interesting talk because for most of these presentations, I've gotten to see at least a few hints of what the talk's going to be about. I've gotten to see some slides. I've gotten to see, a walkthrough. For this next talk, I've literally have seen half a second, maybe of the talk. And I'm already blown away and just kind of, I want to know, what is this talk actually going to be about? It's not something that I think I'm prepared for. I'm hoping everyone here is excited for this. Let's bring up to the stage Mr. Nathan Walker, who is an engineer at NStudio and one of the technical leads for NativeScript. Nathan, get you up on stage.
Mike, What's happening, man? I need to change wardrobe. I've seen so many cool Ionic shirts today, and like, you guys have the best
Those little
swag.
things. Those things.
Yeah, this swag is so amazing. I love
Listen,
it.
it's it's one of the benefits of being at a company for like 8 years is that I have almost every single T-shirt design that we've ever done, and I just keep them all set aside, ready to go whenever I need them. Seems to be that Ioniconf is my all right. Let's go ahead and just change shirts multiple times throughout the day.
It's a good
First time I
idea.
did it is because I was actually sweating throughout all the shirts. This time it's just so fun.
It is hot. It's hot where I am. It's 100-degree day here, so
Oof.
yeah, it's gonna be brutal.
Oof. Well, listen, hey, I want you to let me know when you're ready and we can get you up on stage. I do want to take a moment. Folks who are still asking about these swags, make sure that you are registered and are requesting your swag bags through the Ioniconf app. It is in both iOS and Android app stores, so be sure to download it, install it, request it. We will sending swag to registered attendees. That way you can get your own awesome multicolor headband. And also, let's just show this off one more time. Get this in focus. Come on now.
So
Look
cool.
at that. That is so cool. All right. Nathan, are you ready to go?
I think I'm ready. Let me see do you see my screen right now?
I can see your screen right now.
Okay, so I'm sharing something really weird. I think I'm sharing us. Do you see us? What do we see here?
Oh, I see
Yeah.
infinite us, so let's go remove that for a second.
Tell me
we
if
don't
you
need to
see-
go into do we need to go into like a multiverse for that?
We are going into a multiverse. In fact, I hope we can, it's about that time of day. I hope everyone just wants to watch a little movie.
All right. Well, Nathan, I'm going to let you take it from here. Good luck, man.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, hey, boss.
Listen, I'm going to need that done by tomorrow, okay?
Yeah, no, that's going to work. I'm going to need a couple days. I got ARM64 binaries to work through, and I may need to pull out the old x86 machines.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, hey, boss.
You should try coding with your sunglasses off. I'm sorry, the client wants this done by tomorrow, so get it done as fast as you can.
Tomorrow? Sorry, boss. It's going to be Monday, at least next week.
Oh, web team, you gotta save us. You gotta have something.
Oh, hey, boss. Boy, it's good to see you. Your timing is impeccable. Something you ask? Oh, I have some exciting news to share with you. We just finished the feature. Yeah, we even achieved something I think you'll find even better. We were able to use Ionic Portals to finish it on iOS and Android as well. Check it out. It even has that bottom sheet behavior you wanted, with the rich map interactions. You can drop a pen on a hip spot like the old sugar distillery in Madison, Wisconsin. What a cool spot. It prompts the user, saves location back to the device, even updates our existing native list view in the app. Last week, we had already shipped the web using our Capacitor Google Maps integration, using the straightforward HTML markup. This also worked great on iOS and Android. So we wanted to just reuse what we had already done to save everyone's time. Let me describe a bit about how this works. The Capacitor Google Maps integration we did on the web represents the HTML and JavaScript implementation we want to use, like a portal, if you will. What we'd like to do is insert it into these portal slots here on each device, allowing us to fully use the iOS and Android department's work as well as the web department's work. Portals gives us the ability to share super features between universes, which creates a really interesting opportunity for a perhaps familiar storyline. We no longer have to choose favorites because we get to have them all. Let's be honest, whether we're doing Android, iOS, or web, our universe looks and feels the same with very few variations. Even our superheroes carry a striking resemblance to each other. With Portals, the emergence of one superhero does not detract from the local superhero. It enhances it with new opportunities to leverage strength and experience. I mean, Android's great. People love them. You know, iOS is awesome too, with unique strengths and abilities. JavaScript's always sitting there saying, oh, hey, here I am. He certainly has saved the day many times over for all of us. I personally love how Marvel's Doctor Strange created this storyline because it's relative to so many things in our own lives. For example, Portals opens the door for developers in much the same way. Why choose only one when we can have the best of each all the time? Superpowers with Portals are really compelling. Before I dive into usage details, let's briefly touch on an overview of the superpowers we get with Portals. By embedding web experiences into native mobile apps, we're able to invert the consumption model and drastically reduce territorial disputes within organizations. If you can't make it to the party, that's cool. We can bring the party to you. People are a lot more receptive to accepting help when they do not have to get off the couch to get it. This bidirectional consumption model allows us to create better segmentation of labor and work in parallel. Parallel output means accelerated delivery, which ultimately translates to competitive advantages in the market. To amplify this accelerated delivery model, we're able to capture more effort from a broader and more diverse set of developers simultaneously. So not only are we traveling at faster speeds, but our highway just got wider, which naturally leads to an environment that lends itself to more effective collaboration. And hey, every CFO in the world loves the savings this can lead to. Not only are we better at talking about work, we suddenly are very good at avoiding overworking because we can eliminate redundant development cycles, which means more money for corporate jets, yachts, mansions, albino pet tigers. Or let's face it, if you're in engineering, pizza parties over a lunch and learn. Let's talk about how to be efficient with Portals. We can take advantage of Norwal's NX workspaces here. You can learn more about them at nx.dev. Once we have our workspace created, we can install in Studio's XPlat, which provides some extra cross-platform tools. This allows us to generate an app paired with some additional framework choices. Let's name this map for our Capacitor Google Maps micro front end. And we'll choose the Ionic framework since that's what we'll build it with. This gives us the Ionic Map project we'll use to build our Google Maps integration, which will become our portal target we can use for our development. What about Swift, Objective-C, Kotlin, and Java? You know, this is really what makes Portals so versatile because it's all about using the best from your team's development skills. We have a great iOS and Android department already. Let's just use all their fantastic work. Back in NX, we can generate another app. Let's call this HIP, since that's generally what our app is called among our team. This time, we'll choose the NativeScript framework. This gives us another project within NX we can deploy. In fact, we can put the excellent Swift and Java work our iOS and Android departments have already done right inside to use it. For example, here's a cool ripple view class our iOS department did in Swift. Instead of recreating this effect, let's use it. With NativeScript, we can just instantiate the iOS class to just use the Swift code. No, really, here's some of the view layers split apart. Our iOS department was so excited when they saw their effect used as is. Likewise on Android, here's some Java code our team wrote as well. Instead of rewriting it, we can just instantiate the class and use the Java code. We can all benefit from each other's unique superpowers. Using NativeScript with portals. This is made really easy through the NativeScript Ionic Portals plugin. This gives us the Ionic Portal Manager we can use to register our API key. It's best to do this within the application's launch event, right before the app is bootstrapped. This is often in the app.ts or main.ts file. You can get an API key at ionic.io/portals. Within NX, we can then configure our Ionic Map micro frontend to build into a web map portal folder right inside the iOS and Android resources where it needs to be consumed. We can do this easily within NX project JSON targets, where we could add Android and iOS configurations with just the output path set up to specify the location and name of the portal build output. Building our portal can then be invoked consistently like anything else. For example, NX run Ionic map build iOS. This results in a web map portal folder located exactly where our app will look for it. We can use that folder name to ID our Ionic portal, which is in fact our Ionic output in a NativeScript layout. Here we can note several interesting interactions here. Let's watch a moment. We can observe a web portal tap invoking a native dialog prompt, allowing the user to save the hip spot, which results in a native list view UI update. Let's watch it again. That's our native list view updating there. This is made easy through communication with portals. Within our Ionic map, we can install the Ionic Portals plugin in our workspace. This gives us the Portals API we can use to communicate. For example, we can wire up a map click listener on our Capacitor Google Maps integration here, and we can use the result of that click listener to then publish the data payload out through an example called tap map. This is often referred to as topics within portals. Then back in our NativeScript app, we can use the Ionic Portal Manager. This gives us the ability to subscribe exactly to that topic, in this case, tap map. Again, allows our app to react and consume that data any way we want. For example, here, like showing a native dialog prompt, allowing the user to name their hip spot before saving the data back to the device. Portals have the ability to take an initial context of data before showing them. For example, we could retrieve the saved hip portal locations we set a moment ago, and we can use that to set the initial context of our web map portal. Again, using the ID or folder name of the portal we want to initialize with this data context. This allows us to, again, use the Portals API in our Ionic Map codebase. We can grab the initial context right when we initialize the portal for use in hydrating the state of our portal. We can see the usage of initial context here in our app. Let's watch it for just a moment. We can see a tap on our native list view. It causes the web portal to open, whereby we are hydrating the state via its initial context to cause a web UI update. We can see tapping on Old Sugar Distillery opens the map and immediately centers the map with a pen directly on that target. Use the best from everybody all the time. This really is what Portals is all about. Ionic Portals are a great door opening opportunity for everyone. A demo of the portal integration app shown here can be found at github.com/NathanWalker/Ioniconf 2022. You can also find me on Twitter at www.alkerrun. That's Walker Run. I want to thank you for your time. And if you're looking for help, please reach out to team@nstudio.io. We work alongside teams all the time to help achieve their goals. A special thanks to the Ionic team for their work on Portals, and I look forward to helping answer any questions.
That was fantastic, Nathan. Let's get you up here on screen. Honestly, round of applause, my man. That
thank
just
you.
blew me away.
Come on now.
Such a fantastic way to like introduce a topic. And it's great to see like all the amazing stuff that you're able to do, but also able to just like highlight what's now capable with all the technology options we have out there.
Could you hear the audio in the beginning?
I could. I hope everyone else could. Otherwise, they just missed out on probably.
Oh my god, I was so scared about
opening.
that. Oh my gosh.
Honestly, though,
thanks.
I do want to say, if you had told me years ago that we'd be having you up here at Ioniconf as with a native script kind of highlighting project, I don't think I would have believed you. But I love the way that the future has kind of played out, and this is where we are. We can all work together.
Thanks so much. Yeah, there's so many people doing cool things out there, and it's so nice to be able to reach out and say, hey, that's awesome. Let's collaborate. Let's do that together. Let's do the cool thing that you're doing, and let's bring that in and do the cool thing that we're doing, and like just bring that stuff together. There's just a lot of neat stuff out there. Let's not discard any of it.
Exactly. Well, Nathan, thank you so much for your presentation. It was by far one of the group's most interesting presentation, but also one of my favorite presentations today. Thank you so much. It's been great having you up here.
A lot of great talks today. Awesome information, everybody. Really appreciate all the work Ionic is doing.
Awesome. Well, take care, Nathan. Hopefully we'll see you in the Discord. Otherwise, hopefully I'll see you in real life soon.
Absolutely, Mike. Thanks so much.
Take care. All right, folks. That is a wrap up to our lightning talks. This was something new that we wanted to try this year. I wanted to make sure that everybody had a chance to present, even if they felt like they didn't have enough content for a half an hour presentation. I think it went really well. Let me know in the Discord how you thought lightning talks went. And if you can't tell, I got something funny on right now. It's not the Ionic robe that I saw a couple people talking about. It is, however, my nice little Star Wars Jedi robe. Because you know what we got going on right now? We got another giveaway. And let me tell you, it's going to be epic. We really, really want to go all out on this. So we have another giveaway coming up. I feel like it's going to be probably one of the cooler giveaways because it's the nerd giveaway bundle. We don't know what everyone's favorite nerd show, movie, series is. It could be Star Wars, where you could get maybe an awesome lightsaber. Or you could be a big fan of Lord of the Rings and want to get something from the Lord of the Rings and the Tolkien universe. You could not like any of that. Maybe you want a new keyboard. Maybe you want something like that. Definitely keep a look in the Discord for the giveaway bot. Once you see that bot pop up, it should be happening any moment now. Hit enter to win. We will be selecting one winner for this prize. So definitely keep an eye out. Our next speaker, however, is the one and only Mr. Simonics himself, Simon Grimm from Ionic Academy, Devdactic, all over the internet. You know him. You love him. He's going to show us that, yeah, we can build that with Ionic. So let's get Simon up here onto the stage.
What's up?
Can we hear it, please?
I will do it in a talk. You have to wait a minute.
Okay, we'll have to wait a minute. That's okay. Good. All right. I wouldn't want to disappoint everyone who's watching right now. It's cool. So let's get your slides up here. And Simon, take it away.
Thanks, Mike. First of all, thanks for being an awesome host once again. Year after year, you're doing this great. So thanks for that. All right, welcome. It's already 9 p.m. in Germany. So I already lay up for about an hour next to my daughter. And usually I go to bed at this time. But I will still try to bring some positive energy to this talk. So what's up, Cybonics? And welcome to Can I Build That with Ionic? If you have good eyes, you might be able to already see the tagline. Yes, you most likely can. This is a question that I get like every other week. Can I build like TikTok with Ionic? Can I build Instagram with Ionic? Can I build this with Ionic? And usually my answer is like, yeah, it depends. The backend is more important. And yeah, we all know that. But today we want to focus really on the UI aspect in this 30 minutes. So the question is, how do we go from something like this, which is pretty cool? Like this is basic Ionic. You can go for input fields, you can go for buttons, you can get the background, you get the icons. So this is definitely a cool layout. But how do you go from good to great? I think this is a very big problem. And I've reviewed a lot of Ionic applications, and well, we've seen a lot of applications that look like the first app here. Those are usually like in-house applications for companies, and there's no problem with this at all. But if you want to build a great user experience, you definitely need more. So, quick introduction for everyone not knowing me. My name is Simon Grimm. You might also know me as Captain Ionic. I run the Ionic Academy since, I think, for 5 years now. I have my blog Devdactic, where I basically share every week or fortnightly Ionic tutorials. And just like Ionic runs everywhere the web is, you can also pretty much find me everywhere these days. So you can find me on YouTube every Tuesday, new videos. You can find me on Twitter, Facebook, group the Simonics. And yes, I'm also on Instagram and even TikTok. So don't say TikTok is only for teens. I've been way too much addicted to TikTok lately. Anyway, that's not the topic. The topic for today is, first of all, we're going to talk about the problem. The problem, as mentioned in the beginning, how do you go from good to actually great with Ionic? For this, we need to take, well, not one step, but I think actually like 10 steps back to the very basics, and talk about a few basics for styling, as well as animations and gestures. Finally, we're going to break down some cool concepts and see how you might be able to actually achieve real web native or complete native experiences with Ionic. And finally, I will look into my crystal ball for some predictions that I might be able to see coming up based on, well, quite a few years of experience with Ionic, because I might not have the latest swag. I already saw that some people got the latest swag on Twitter, but I probably got like the oldest swag and the most swag, and like everything. There's everything here. It's like the nerd version of Ionic. Anyway, let's begin with a question that I got in one of my surveys, which was, is there a way to avoid the typical Ionic look, the web renderish look? Because let's be honest, if you use Ionic, if you bring up Ionic Surf, if you bring up a cool application, Ionic is very opinionated about the UI, and you're either gonna love it or you're like, yeah, that's not my soup. And yes, it certainly does look a bit like this web renders look sometimes. Ionic's doing a lot for great mobile components, but some buttons, some components, they just have this certain look. But to understand this, we need to take a step back to like the Stone Age, to web components. Before Ionic came to version 4, which was known as Ionic for Everyone, there was Ionic 1, 2, 3. And in those versions, you could just throw in your CSS styling and just style a page, and everything was just a web page. But then with Ionic 4, we got web components. Web components are pretty cool. Some might not say so, but they are actually pretty cool. Because what we now just need to do is write these 5 lines of code instead of doing something like this, because this is what's going on inside of Ionic components behind, like under the hood. You got an item, And this item is a web component. A web component is basically what you see on the right. It's a bunch of div elements, perhaps some slots, spans, functionality. Everything is inside of that web component. We can just use Ion item. That's so cool. But a lot of people were, after this change to web components, like, why? I can't style my app. My whole CSS is broken. What's going on? And yeah, that was kind of true. But I think Ionic 4 was like already a few years ago, so we should definitely move on. That's why web components are epic. They use web APIs like the Shadow DOM, which encapsulate your content from the actual page, which means isolated component internals isolated from your actual DOM. This means it prevents styles from leaking out. Imagine a component from Ionic had the same CSS class like your page and would just flow over into your page. It would be horrible. So web components and Shadow DOM help to isolate these things. And most importantly, it helps to prevent breaking changes in the future, which is quite amazing. Because Ionic can actually, under the hood, run updates, run code changes, do whatever they want to those components, and we can still use Ion item. It's like pretty awesome. And there are a lot more great factors for web components. But how do we now actually style those web components? That was a question that actually I think it still comes up every week. Because the styling is isolated, we can't just say Ion item is now blue, because the styling is usually encapsulated from our own DOM. That's where CSS variables come into play. With CSS variables or CSS native properties, you can inject your styling into web components. If you don't know, you can just select an item in your view, search for -- and you will find a lot of CSS variables. Or if you don't know about this, there's actually a section about CSS custom properties for every Ionic component in the documentation, which lists all the possible web CSS properties that you can use. And by using these CSS variables, we are now able to inject our styling into web components and basically make them ours. There's a tiny problem with this, because Ionic can only have like a finite list of CSS properties for every component, but like the list of possible CSS values that you could set for every single element is a lot longer, and Ionic can't just create all these CSS properties. I think they tried in the beginning after Ionic version 4 was released, but they quickly noticed that this was not something they can do for very long. So instead, they are now also using CSS shadow parts, which is an important part of understanding how you can style basically everything about an Ionic component. This here is the JSX implementation of the Ion item from GitHub, and I just made 2 arrows to the important positions of the part. We got a part native up there, and toward the bottom, we got a part detail icon. So Ionic specifies these shadow parts on their web components so that we can finally use them. And as a quick note, you can, of course, find them in the documentation. Just check it out. For every Ionic component, there are CSS properties and CSS shadow parts, if there are any. Now, why are shadow parts important? Because with shadow parts, we can now achieve what we couldn't do before. We can now style every possible aspect of that component by using the right CSS syntax to target a specific part of a web component. That means we basically got superpowers, and we can change Ionic components to be whatever we want them to be. And this makes a big difference, because that really means you're not bound to any specific out-of-the-box styling. You got full control over the things, and you can change them. Now, if we want to build truly native experiences, having a good understanding about CSS and web components is certainly helpful, but there's something else that we should take into consideration, and that is the animation and something else. First, let's quickly talk about animation controller. The animation controller uses standard web animations API. So you could, of course, use like one of the 100 or 1,000 available CSS JavaScript styling libraries in the world, or you could actually use the implementation from Ionic for the animation controller, because it is exactly made for this case to build platform agnostic animations and to just offload all the work to the browser. you can trust the Ionic team. The Ionic team usually knows what they're doing. So by implementing the animation controller, they already got in mind, how can we get the best performance? How can we make this the easiest possible way for Ionic developers? And that's exactly what you see with the animation controller. So this makes sure the browser handles everything, because the browser is usually pretty good in running animations, and our animations run smoothly. And on top of that, we have a quite easy API that could look like this: create animation, we add an element, we specify a duration, we specify iterations, we specify different states. So it's pretty obvious what's going on here. Additionally, to animations, there's a second part that we need to know about, and that is the gesture controller. It kind of falls in the same category. You can use it with any framework, which means Ionic, React, Angular, Core, vanilla JavaScript, basically everything. And it's, again, a quite easy to learn syntax. Michael, I can see you, Michael. The gesture controller as well was made exactly for mobile apps, so it is very lightweight. You don't need to worry about this. The Ionic team has your back. And again, this is really, really easy. Just define the element on which you want to define a gesture, a threshold at which part the animation should start, and then you have a name and probably an onMove callback, which is called when the gesture moves. So this is really the basic to understand gestures and animations. This can become a bit more complicated if you add functions for onStart and onEnd, as we will see in some examples, but pretty much that's the core of a gesture. So it's actually quite easy. Okay, so far, let's recap this. We know Ionic web components, shadow DOM, encapsulated styling. That means we need to use CSS properties or CSS variables to style those. And if we can't find the CSS property, we can use shadow parts, if they're defined, to inject any kind of CSS and make a component completely like we want it to look. Now with animations, okay, more fingers. Now with animations and gestures, we can not only make it look good and native, we can also make it feel native. And if we take a look now at 3, hopefully, real-world examples, we're going to see that we need everything from this stack in combination to create great layouts. Let's begin with this. This is the Spotify application, and I just went to one of the pages. What we can see here is a UI, a layout that feels good. At the same time, you might think it's too complicated to do this. But if you break down this, and we're going to do this for the others as well, you're going to see that it's just like 3-4 different steps that are taking place. We don't need to talk about the tab bar and this player view up there. That's just static. Also, the list of the titles and the stuff, everything's static. The only thing that's really going on here is like the cover at the top. It's shrinking, and then we have this gradient moving up, and at some point we also have the title in the top bar. But that's pretty much it. And you can do this with Ionic. So for example, if you're using Angular, you could use a host listener to the scroll event of your content. You would then calculate like a new opacity based on the distance you scrolled from top, and probably also a padding to add to the sides of the image. We can now do this in a performant way using one more thing. We had animations and gestures, and then also the Ionic DOM controller, because the Ionic DOM controller helps us to update our DOM more efficiently. This means we're not hammering updates into the DOM at really, really bad times to get really, really bad performance. No, we're like batch updating the DOM at good times. This doesn't mean like the DOM controller waits for 1 or 2 seconds and then fires the update. No, it's definitely not like that. It's really pretty fast, but it's just at a better time. And Ionic just takes care of selecting the best time for this. On the right side, you see the code. It's actually quite easy. We're just running the DOM controller with a write function, and within we render the style. We change the opacity of the image, and we add padding to the sides, which means we shrink the image basically, and it becomes less visible. At the same time, we are also using Ionic CSS variables to apply a linear gradient to the background. So no problem to use something like a linear gradient. You can just use that for Ionic CSS variables as well. As a result, this is my implementation of the Spotify view. And I think it comes pretty close to the original version, doesn't it? Yes, there are a few things that could be different, like the title going to the top, but that should be easy with Ionic components as well. Otherwise, I think I'm actually quite cool with that. Let's do a second one. This is kind of cool. This is WhatsApp, and within WhatsApp, within the chat, you can reply to something. And as we can see, I can just drag this message to the side, and let's break it down. What happens? I can drag that message, so along the X coordinate, there's a button appearing, this gray button with the image. And once I release it, it kind of flips back. It opens the keyboard and shows this view. In a real application, stuff like this just feels native. It just feels like, yeah, of course it has to work like this. But usually if you implement something with Ionic, you don't do this out of the box. So you really need to go the extra mile for stuff like this. And of course, that's what I did as well. So to achieve something like this, you could use dynamic gestures. Basically, if you had a chat view with all the messages and an iteration, you would add a gesture to each of those messages, or just to your messages, however you want to do this. I hope you can still see the code. It's actually quite small. Yeah, you can. I think you can download the slides afterwards anyway. But what we need to do here is basically on move, we're going to move the card and change the X coordinate. At the same time, we're going to change the opacity of that button, which was on the left side and then revealed while we were dragging that message. And we also have a certain threshold. So after that threshold, we will trigger a vibrate. And we can do this simply by using Capacitor, like the haptics plugin was just made for cases like this. Give the user a haptic feedback and vibrate. And then we can also use the onEnd function. And onEnd, we're just going to transition everything back to normal, everything back to like it was before. But at the same time, we also check if we cross that threshold. And if we cross that threshold, we're just going to trigger the reply, which is another function, which would then use the Capacitor keyboard, for example, to bring up the native keyboard. And you didn't know that you could do this with WhatsApp. Oh, it's a cool gesture. And at the same time, also just show this footer or whatever element above the keyboard. So pretty simple setup, just dynamic gestures to every element, changing the opacity, and then triggering an action. It is really not too hard. And as a result, here's my Ionic implementation of that. So I can drag it to the side. It reveals, it reveals the button on the left side. Then it flips back. It opens the keyboard. And then it just shows this little bar above the input. Magic, no magic. Okay, we got time for one more example. This is like probably my favorite example. This is the Gmail application. And within the Gmail application, you can, of course, swipe an item. You can swipe it to the left to trigger, I think, archive. You can trigger to the right to delete it. But there's so much going on in this gesture. Really, let's break it down. If you start triggering the item, it first of all gets these rounded borders. It also gets a drop shadow at the bottom, so it looks like the item you just dragged is above the rest of the items. So at the two sides, we got different background colors. Okay, no magic, we can do this somehow. And then also at some point, those icons that are revealed come up bigger and they also vibrate. And of course, if you drag it to completely one side, the height will go to 0 and the message is archived or deleted. You wouldn't think that there's so much going on in applications, but that's just the fact if you want to build applications with a really, really native-like app experience. So let's break this down in our last application. For this, we might have to combine basically everything that we know. First of all, you would set up some animations, because animations can just be created in the beginning and then you can trigger them whenever you want. You would set them up for the delete icon on the one hand side and for the trash icon on the other side. Actually, it's for the trash and archive, and the delete animation is changing the height of a row to 0. On top of that, you would then define the gestures, which basically need to transform the elements on move. So they need to move them right and to the left. And in the end, we need to execute probably some functions, and as a bonus, of course, integrate Capacitor for haptic feedback. So let's start with the beginning of the gesture. And that gesture is actually pretty easy. Once you start dragging, you would add the rounded class. So we can add the drop shadow and we can add the rounded borders. If we go to the left or the right, we would use different background colors. And of course, we would use CSS variables, for example, the primary color or just green, and transform the X value of an item, which moves them along this axis. Then we could also check for the animation breakpoint. So let's say at 200 pixels, we want to make the item bigger. So at that point, the trash icon or the archive icon will be animated. But be careful, just do this once. Otherwise, you get like this, and it doesn't really look good. So we're at this space. What's going on now? We could go back to default, or we could slide out the complete row. If we just go back to default, we would just ease out our transformation and just reset everything and remove the rounded class. If we would trigger the archive or delete animation, so we would completely swipe an item out to one of the sides, we would, of course, move the item out of the view and then run our delete animation, which at the same time would collapse the height of the row to 0. Now, interesting is that also Ionic already thought about this and gave us a callback, the unfinished callback of an animation. Because if we collapse it, if we trigger this animation and at the same time remove the item already, you're up for trouble because you're using an iteration. And if you remove the item from the iteration, guess what happens? So everything will collapse. And that's where cool delete animation unfinished block comes into play. And as a result, here we go, Simon's implementation of this list. Oh. So satisfying, really. I just love this. This is really like my favorite thing. Okay. In the examples that you've seen, you only saw Angular code. I'm sorry for that. I'm still a React noob because I started with React last week. If I didn't know this. Ooh. Oh, Simon's getting into React. But you can definitely use it with React as well. So here's code, create animation from Ionic React, or same for Vue. Create animation from the Ionic Vue package. This is just possible, no excuse. You can do this with React Vue and everything you think of. So I'm pretty sure that we can say, can I build that with Ionic? Yes, definitely approve. We can build everything with Ionic. I would really love to have this like myth busted thing in here, but I didn't found it, so I'm going to take this approve thingy here, because I also built this Netflix application and this food ordering application. And if you now say, okay, Simon, but you came up with all those examples. Yes, I did, but there are a lot of great Ionic applications in the wild. I did a lot of Ionic app reviews on YouTube, and I've seen cool applications like the Coin Viewer, like Cybercode Online. This is amazing. I actually played this for about a week. The Chinese Peach application. There are so many great Ionic applications on the App Store, and you most likely don't even know that they're made with Ionic. I quickly want to wrap this up because we've seen quite a lot about what you can do, but I also want to make some or throw some predictions into this so we can talk about this next year. I'm definitely going to screenshot or record this. So my prediction for Ionic and the future of Ionic UI is that or that the Ionic UI components might actually become a bit less relevant in the future. The problem I see is that we probably don't need an Ion label, an Ion text, an Ion badge, probably not even a card or an item. So I just think that these components might become a tiny bit less relevant, while at the same time, the utilities that we've seen, like the animation controller, the gesture controller, which are made for exactly this use case, they continue to be important. And probably we're even going to see extended functionalities so we can build easier page transitions, which you can definitely also do. But that's just probably something that we might see in the future. Again, this is just my predictions. I'm not part of the Ionic team. This is no financial advice. I also think that we're going to see something like bring your own styling, because the trend is just going to, okay, we got Tailwind, we got Bootstrap, we got Chakra for React. I don't know what the React boys or girls are also using. But a lot of people are just bringing their own styling to the table and want to build mobile applications. So I think bring your own styling becomes more important, and Ionic UI and the Ionic styling just somehow has to work with the styling that other people are bringing into the mix, and they just want to create cool animations and probably just bring specific components from Ionic into the app. Just like with Ionic React, where you import the single components, probably want to see something like this in the future as well, where you can just pick out, okay, I only want the alert controller and the modal controller and probably the card from Ionic. So this is probably something that's going to happen. As well, I think we're going to see more specific solutions. We already saw this. We saw the great bottom sheet, the draw thing component lately. And we also saw the updated Ion date component. And I think just the pop over, the accordion, these specific solutions, I think they will continue to be important. There will be more of them because they bring a real value to the table instead of stuff like an Ion label. Nothing against the Ion label, but it's, well, you can do this in other ways. Okay, this is everything for my predictions. We're going to see how this plays out in the future. If you now think I want to build also these kind of web native experiences, go check out buildwithionic.com. I've written a whole book about the topic of creating these custom Ionic UI experiences. And of course, if you didn't know, I run the Ionic Academy for the last 5 years. I helped, I think, more than 5,000 Ionic developers to learn Ionic, to build awesome Ionic applications. At this point, we got like 70 plus courses. There's new content every month. We got templates. We got a community. So if you need a starting point to learn Ionic, to get support, just check out the Ionic Academy, and I would love to welcome you inside. And for everyone, one more thing. I'm currently working on a new project called Ionic Blocks. If you didn't know this, go check it out right now, ionicblocks.com. It is, well, if you know Tailwind UI, then you might know what Ionic Blocks is about. It's basically a project where you can find predefined page templates, HTML, CSS, for pages like login, registration, settings, account, lists, stuff like this in an easy to find and to copy way. Go check it out, ionicblocks.com. It is not yet released, but I would love to have you on the beta list so we can have a little exchange about things that you might want from this project. And with that, I think we're finished. I hope you enjoyed this talk. I think we are in time, so that's pretty cool. If we got any questions, I don't know if we'll be able to answer them in 2 minutes, but I will certainly also join the Discord channel for at least a few minutes because I can't sleep right now. I'm so fired up and I just want to start the next Ionic application. So, Mike, please come into this and say a little hello. There you are.
Oh, dude. Fantastic job. That was awesome. I hope you're able to scroll back and see all of the amazing comments that have been left inside of the Discord channel. We have people who are asking, so many things. And first off, is the code for this somewhere available for people to download or just look over?
Yeah, I will either share the links or compile something for you. No problem.
Cool. So, folks, this is perfect time to go follow Simon on Twitter, on any of his social. He will be able to post all of that material. I do have to know, do you have this shirt?
No, I just have this. This is pretty old as well. Oh, wait.
Because I have the new headband and the old headband too.
You got this one?
Yeah.
Damn.
I even have shirts that I'm not even supposed to have. They were one-offs for something
talking about things you're not supposed to have.
I have one of those.
I thought they were only meant for the Ionic team. Spoiler, I'm not part of the Ionic team, not yet.
Well, awesome. Simon, we are close to our time, so unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to get through so many questions. So people, if you have anything, find Simon on his social. If he has time, he'll be able to go through some of the chat. Thank you so much, Simon. This has been amazing. Another fantastic job again this year.
It was a pleasure. Anytime again. You're doing a great job, Mike. Thanks.
All right. Take care, Simon. It's hard to, it's hard to not be excited whenever you hear Simon talk. So moving on with our next presentation, we have talked that it's actually going to touch on some very serious subject. It's something that's going to be very important for developers all around the world, and that is being able to move fast when situations evolve and you need to be able to ship something very quickly. And we have Oleg, who will be coming up to talk about crisis-driven mobile app development. Oleg, let's get you up on stage.
Hello everyone. Hello, Mike.
How's it going?
Oh, good. How are you?
Good. All right, let's get your slides up on stage. I'm going to let you take it from here. Good luck with the presentation.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to start by thanking the amazing team at Ionic and for inviting us to speak here, and also for being such a great sponsor for our mission. And you'll understand why from my presentation. So this is not going to be a technical talk. I'm not going to go deep on technical stuff. I want to go through the journey that we took when we had to build that application to connect refugees and volunteers, and how Ionic actually made this journey possible. Because without Ionic, we probably wouldn't be able to get where we are right now. That's the first time I'm presenting at an online conference, so hopefully it will be okay for that level. And obviously, if there are any technical questions, I will be happy to answer them at the end and in the Discord channel as well. Let's start with a bit of a backstory. So I'm actually a CTO and co-founder at 1IQ. That's a full-stack intelligence observability platform, and we are focused on business, just backend software as a service type application. And just 3 months ago, building mobile applications, that would be the last thing in my mind. Yet here we are today, and I'm talking about mobile applications, and specifically consumer mobile applications. And the reason for that was the war in Ukraine. That really was a catalyst. And I'm originally from Ukraine, even though I'm living in Canada now for quite some time. Still have lots of connection there. And actually, we do have some employees at 1IQ that are in Ukraine and that are impacted by that. So with all these events, we couldn't just sit and wait and look at people become displaced, and they're looking for shelter, they're looking for help. So we started asking ourselves, how can we help? What can we do? And obviously, we're technology people, so we gravitate naturally towards technology to solve problems. And we wanted to leverage our experience in building software and our skills in building software to make a difference here. So that's why we started all of this. And as John says, every problem is opportunity in disguise. So for us, it was an opportunity to actually do what we do best, making great software, and use this to help people. And we started this Canadian nonprofit that's focused solely on connecting refugees to communities and volunteers around the globe. Right now, we're focusing on helping Ukrainians, but that's not really the only mission. Can go beyond that. And as we looked at the situation, we approached that more from a business perspective. We tried to analyze actually what's going on and what's needed, because there are a lot of people impacted by the crisis, and those are vulnerable people. And we needed a solution that would actually adequately address their needs. So we started talking to them. We actually started talking to the refugees in Europe and trying to understand what situation they're in, what they're missing, what they're looking for, what can we do, right? What can we do from technological perspective to help them? So before we even decided what we're going to build, first we wanted to understand where the pain points are. What we found out is that obviously safety and security is the top priority. That's absolutely something that everyone was talking about, is how to make sure that whatever solution is out there, everyone is safe on that platform. Because we heard a lot of terrible stories about people being taken advantage of, and some solutions that popped up right at the very beginning, they really dropped ball in that area. So there was a lot of information publicly posted. There was no checks for who is on those platforms. People had to use them, but that all led to those different not very safe situations, unfortunately. And in fact, safety goes both ways. It's not only about people seeking help, it's also about volunteers, because volunteers are reluctant to publicly advertise their help. And part of it was once you start publishing your information online, that leads to identity theft. There are types of scam that started to appear around this. So we really had to sit down and figure out how can we make this safe. Another aspect is that the majority of those refugees are women with children, and they weren't really comfortable getting help from men. They wanted to be connected to women. So there was this gender kind of preference that has to be built into the platform so people would be comfortable offering help and also receiving help. Then the language, people getting to different countries, not everyone speaks the same language. So how can we help alleviate those boundaries, figure out how people can communicate without within the platform without kind of relying on some external translation mechanisms. And finally, while we saw that major communitarian organizations that were doing great job on the ground at the point of entry, those individual communities that wanted to help in different countries, they really lacked that presence. They didn't have technology resources to do that, and they wanted to help, but they didn't know how to reach people seeking help. So there was a gap between the volunteers and refugees, and that gap needs to be filled. So this were really the drivers for why we decided to go and fill that gap and kind of build the solution. So how do we address those problems? Well, we identified right at the very beginning that we have to be mobile friendly. We have to start with a mobile first application, first and foremost, because mobiles are ubiquitous. Pretty much everyone has a mobile phone. It's very easy to kind of get connected. So that wasn't really the point of discussion. But at the same time, we need to make sure that whatever we're building is safe and secure. So there is a strong focus on ensuring that data is protected, there is privacy taken into account, and that also requires some sort of biometric and ID verification, because we want to make sure that people know who they're talking to. They do understand that the person on the other end is at least who they say they are. And we also wanted to bring in social-based authentication because we don't really want to handle other people's passwords unnecessarily. We want to make sure that people can use what they already have. And it also brings additional credibility when you talk to someone who has, say, a Facebook account or LinkedIn account. And finally, ability to auto-translate on the fly the conversation, so that to address that language barrier. So here we have this challenge. We have limited time and resources because we need a solution now. We're a small team. We don't really have many developers that we can dedicate to solving the problem. And most importantly, we have zero experience building mobile applications. We never built a mobile application before, and obviously we used those, but we don't know how to really approach this problem. Now, what we do have is a lot of experience in building web app. Now, we realize that in order to meet all these requirements, we need to go and use third-party applications for biometrics, for chat, and for translation. So we need to integrate all these technologies together, but we really have one chance to get it right. We don't have a luxury, as say other startups, to go and experiment, because those experiments will put people's life at risk potentially. So the solutions we're looking for is something proven, something we can use and just run with. We looked at options. Obviously, the progressive web app is something we know well. That's what we develop our software with. Have presence on web. We know React. We know how to write web applications very well. But we quickly realized that it's just not going to work in this particular case because it lacks necessary security, and we cannot really integrate on the mobile platform with all the native features such as a camera and being able to do biometrics, location tracking. Some of it can be done, but it really leads to inferior user experience. So the bar we set for ourselves definitely rule out the web app. At the same time, native apps, while they can meet all these requirements, we have no idea how to build them, and we'll probably won't succeed if we'll try, because we have really limited time, and we didn't even have an idea how long will it take to build it. Yet along where to start, and we needed both Android and Apple iOS. And of course, since I'm presenting here, you probably realize that we discovered a hybrid approach where we figure out a way to use what we know, all of our experience in building web applications, and package that into kind of a native app so we can still meet those requirements we set out for ourselves and deliver in time. And that's where Ionic is coming. into the picture. Like, we're really, really glad that we found Ionic and we figure out how to kind of work with it, because without the Ionic, we wouldn't be able to deliver what we wanted to deliver. So what does Ionic bring to the table for us? First and foremost, it's an ability to use our familiar tooling and development environments. So React tooling and components we previously wrote, we can reuse a lot of that with just minor adjustments. Of course, the deployment part into native, that part we dreaded most because we didn't really know what we're getting into. And that's where the Upflow was a truly lifesaver, because with Upflow, it all seemed so much easier to go through that path. Yes, there is still issues, but without it, we probably wouldn't be able to go and kind of deploy easily into all these app stores and Google's Play stores. Now, what we didn't realize is that there is actually more to Ionic. It's not just an SDK and the capacitor. There are also some of these additional plugins and components that they've built, specifically Auth Connect and Identity Vault. Now, I know those are enterprise solutions, but really for us, they fit perfectly in what we're trying to do, because we wanted to ensure good security and good authentication flow for our users. And using Auth Connect allowed us to significantly reduce the time to product. We didn't really need to go and develop all of these flows ourselves, even though we probably know how to do that. It still took a big chunk of work out of our plate. Plus, that solution is tested and supported, so we really trusted the team behind those solutions to use them for our users. Enablement team at Ionic was great. It's truly one of the best teams I worked with. That was, again, part of our success is they answered the questions we had, and so far it's been a terrific experience. So what technologies we ended up using? As I already said, we're building on top of Ionic SDK with Upflow for delivery, and Auth Connect and Identity Vault we're using for authentication and identity management on the devices. For the biometrics, we partnered with Regular. And again, the great thing about all these components is that they support Ionic. So there are plugins, native plugins that we could use. For Regular, there is a native plugin for Intercom to build in-app support. We're also able to partner with Stream for chat and translation, and they had also great blog posts about how to integrate within kind of a Ionic application. So the ecosystem is there. That's kind of another reason why we love to work with Ionic, is for this vast ecosystem of solutions, and we were very quickly able to locate what we need to do. So what did we learn from this whole experience? Something was expected, like we obviously expected to work with our web app experience, and what we also found out, there are like a lot of plugins. There are plugins for almost everything, and it's great because when we try to address a specific aspect, we found a plugin. Now that's also kind of a blessing and a curse, and I'll talk about this later in the next slide. Another thing that we found is live updates. And actually, this is where implications weren't a bit unexpected, because I didn't really realize the power of live updates. And when Ionic team kind of walked me through how it works, I was surprised, and I was pleasantly surprised. What I didn't realize is that when you package an application and deploy it into your phone, into your mobile device, what you're really packaging is a shell with all these plugins, but your web app is a resource. And that resource is not tied to your application from the versioning point of view. So you can update your web app in a similar way you would update your web app server-side if you're just running kind of a traditional server-side single app application, single page application. And in my mind, this is actually a killer feature of the hybrid approach. Maybe I'm wrong, but to me, being able to kind of bypass the deployments through the store every time you want to push a change is something that's really great about the hybrid. Kind of brings me back to all the flows that we're used to in delivering server-side web apps, and something that would be very, very difficult to actually achieve with a native approach. And I didn't realize that at the time, but now I think that with like this knowledge, I wouldn't even choose native approach just because of that feature. Now, not everything was a smooth sailing. Even though the solution is great, we did run into a few issues. So one is when the too much selection is not always great. And with the plugins, I think that's the case. Like especially for us, like coming into this whole ecosystem, we saw all these different plugins and we were lost. Like, what are we using? Are we using Capacitor? Are we using Cordova? What are community plugins? Why there are so many things? Why the same solution can be solved by multiple plugins? What do we choose? Even my grocery store has less selection than there are plugins in the community here. So I think I saw some of the previous presentations where I think that new extension probably may help with this by showing the plugins that are kind of outdated and plugins that are new, but it's really something that I would like to see some kind of a guidance as to how do you choose the plugin, especially because you can solve the same problem using all these different plugins. Another aspect was the component customization. That's actually going back to what Simon just presented, is when you want to customize a component, out of the box, the experience is great, but as soon as you start doing something custom, and we wanted to have custom experience, it felt like some components are better than others. So some are hard-coded, and you kind of have to find a way around certain styles, while others have variables that you can replace, and it's not like there is a clear approach as to you do this or you do that. You have to make this decision the component by component basis. And what I would absolutely love to see is a way to bring my own style, because the components that Ionic have, they have great support for all these different transitions and behaviors, and that's what you really don't want to recreate. But I want to be able to just come in with my own style and just overlay it on top of the behaviors that are there. And even though we were able to achieve this, we sort of felt like we were fighting against the components, and they're not really helping us. So that's another kind of point of tension. And finally, even though we're delivering kind of as a web application, that's what we're building, we still have to build the native app. And for me coming into this whole native ecosystem, that wasn't the pleasant experience. Installing all the Android studios and going through all the Apple setup, it was quite painful. Not that it's Ionic fault, but still something that for those who probably are not experienced in this, something they have to take into account. So it's been 10 weeks of active development on the front end, and we are almost ready to ship. Going through testing, the app is actually done, and now we just kind of going through final testing, trying to make sure everything works smoothly. That's what I look like after those 10 weeks. but at least we have a product, the product that I think we otherwise wouldn't be able to achieve. So these are some of those sneak peeks on what the product looks like. You can see that we were able to bring in the identity verification and fully customized look and feel, even though we're using a lot of Ionic components under the hood. We're able to bring the chat in, make sure that the on-the-fly translation works, so people can just communicate back and forth in different languages and understand each other. So I say, yes, we were able to achieve what we wanted to achieve, and great shout out to Ionic team and the product they've built. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oleg. That was a fantastic presentation. We have so many comments inside the chat. People really echoing some similar pieces of feedback that you have. It's true. Mobile build is still a pain, and I've been doing this since like 2011, 2012, and it hasn't really gotten much better since then. So it's something that we really want to solve, and I'm glad to know that it's still a pain for everybody else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we realized it's not going to be easy, but I was honestly surprised like how difficult it is.
it's
Especially
funny.
being I'm spoiled by all the like backend development, where at least to me things are so much easier because you don't have to like go and figure out all these kind of different aspects of different builds and the different environments. And I get into the native development, it's like I'm back to 90s.
As soon as I saw my first, oh, well, now you need to set up a provisioning profile and then a developer certificate, and I was like, I am just so used to like push it. Back in the day, I used to be just like, I'm just going to push it through FTP and we'll call it a day right there. But now we have to do all this signing work. Still is a nightmare. And we're really interested on the aspect of bringing your own styles, or kind of wanting to push more of your own design in there. What kind of things were you specifically looking for?
So actually what Simon was discussing in his talk about kind of separating the behaviors from the presentation. So something what actually Tailwind was trying to do with kind of some of their approach, where you can have like what's called a headless UI, where you can have a component that brings in all the interactions and all the behaviors, and you can just come in with your own styling on top of it and make sure it looks the way you want it to look, but at the same time it behaves and uses all the behaviors that are actually difficult to build.
Right.
That's what we're looking for, really. And some components we were able to basically wrap. So like for example, we take input. I mean, it's fairly easy, but there are certain things in the input component that in Ionic input component that are specific for like interaction with a keyboard, for example. Things we don't really know much about because we don't really know what are the possible pitfalls there. And that's why we really didn't want to use just a bare input, because there's probably a reason why you have all this interaction there. At the same time, we wanted to look and feel different from the actual look and feel that's shipped with the component. And in that particular case, we were able to wrap it, make sure we kind of destyle. We sort of had to like fully destyle the original component, like kill the CSS there, and put our own style on top of it. But it was a bit of a trial and error exercise. I mean, we ended up doing this, but for some other components, it wasn't so easy. Or it will just take. We probably will still succeed. We were able to do that for everything we used, but it took us probably more time than I would love to spend on this. Like an example, for example, a button, right? So something as basic as this. Every button in Ionic has a margin, and that margin is actually not so easy to remove for whatever reason, right? And that margin is actually different depending whether the button sits inside the toolbar component or somewhere else. Again, maybe there is a decision for that to kind of fit into specific design choices on iOS and Android. But if I want to actually get rid of it, I have to actively try to get rid of it. And that is not really a pleasant experience, because now I have to figure out how to kill the styles, or I have to wrap button into another component just for the sake of killing the margin.
That makes sense. That's an interesting point of view, because Ionic's code base is going on 7-8 years now, and most of the styles we've been constantly just evolving them, and I don't think we've had a chance to do a full rewrite and reevaluation of all the CSS. Don't quote me on that, everyone, because Liam would probably be the one to know the most recent audits that we've had. But knowing how that can be improved for you, and we're already seeing these comments come up, it's great to know that there are still places where we can improve the overall experience inside of Ionic and make sure that things like this are possible.
Yeah, and it felt like really inconsistent, because some components are much better at customization than others. Some have like 15 different variables that you can change, and others like have 2. And there is like no guidance as to like why is that. And also you can get set up for a surprise, because you think you customized everything, then you put it into a different place, like instead of Ion content, you put it into Ion footer, and all of a sudden it looks different. And you start asking yourself, like, why is that? You have to go through the styles and figure out where these styles are and like what was the thinking about it, and kind of try to work around this.
Well, you know what? We have some ideas for what we can work on in the future. Oleg, thank you so much for your presentation. It's great to hear everything that you've been working on. Keep doing amazing work and for a good cause. I don't know much, but I do know one phrase. So budmo. So cheers for everyone else. Thank you for your time and thank you for your presentation. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was an amazing. That was an amazing session. Super awesome information in that. I'll make sure to get some of these talks up and edited right away for YouTube and for replay. I know a lot of you are asking about that. We already see it in the chat. Budmo. Budmo. For anyone who does not know, that is the Ukrainian cheers for like a nice little cheers. Up next, we have a talk from a presenter who I'm super excited to hear from, and that is Emma Twersky. Emma unfortunately cannot be here today, but she has sent over her session ahead of time, so we can get started with her talk right away. Emma is going to be talking about all the awesome things coming up in Angular's future and how we, as Ionic developers, can take advantage of that and what we have to look forward to in the future of Ionic and Angular. So let's get Emma's session started and on the stream.
Hi, Ioniconf. Welcome to Angular v14 Hearts Ionic. My name is Emma Twersky. I'm a developer relations engineer at Google on the Angular team, and I'm super excited to talk about everything that's greenlit in v14 to talk about and how it really brings Ionic developers some really cool added benefits. So if you didn't know, Ionic and Angular power roughly 10% of apps on the iOS App Store and almost 20% of apps on Android. So that is a massive portion of the App Store and Android app surface that is powered by Angular and Ionic. And because of that, it's something that we're really focused on. So today, I want to talk about what exactly is new. So as I'm recording this, v14 is not yet out. As you're watching this, v14 is not quite out, but we know what's going to be included. The first RC was already cut, and v14 will be releasing on June 2nd. So all of this is coming in a matter of weeks, if not days. So we're excited to talk about it. We're excited to tell you why you should be thinking about updating your apps. And what we're hopefully bringing to that Ionic Angular platform. So I titled this talk as sort of a fairy tale romance. And keeping with that theme, my idea for what I'm hoping I will bring to you in the next 20-30 minutes is I'm going to tell you what the new thing in Angular is, because there's a bunch there. Then I'm going to tell you why you should care about it. Maybe you love it, maybe you hate it and you're not going to use it. That's totally fine. But I want to make sure you know why we're doing it, because at the end of the day, developer satisfaction is really the number one thing that we care about. And when I think about prioritizing or like pushing the team to do features, that is the number one thing we're thinking about is developer experience and end user experience. So like, performance, all those goodies. And then in Ionic, I want to make sure I apply like, okay, there's this Angular concept. This is why you should think about using it. And this is how you would go use it. So instead of like hand wavy, holdy, like there's a cool thing in the future, I want to make sure this is applicable and you walk away with some like tangible like things beyond updating that you're going to do. So the 5 things we're going to focus on are standalone components, directives and pipes, typed forms, page accessibility in your title and the router, reusable components, and authorship of if you own a component library or just, most apps should have some sort of reusable pattern to their component structure. And then CLI auto completion, which is like totally developer experience related. So let's get started with standalone components. This all started as an RC, and what standalone components are a way to streamline the authoring of Angular applications by reducing the need for NG modules. So in version 14, we are releasing standalone components in developer preview, which means that they are not yet fully stable and ready to use, but they're fully ready for exploration and development. So basically all we're saying is that normally we follow SEMVer. We're very strict about not breaking changes or not introducing breaking changes, or at least introducing a path between breaking changes. The difference here is that we don't know what we don't know yet about something like this big of a change. And so we want to reserve the right to say, like, if we release this and we notice that there's something changing or something breaking people's development workflow that we want to change, we want to reserve the right to do that. So go explore, let us know, like tweet me. My Twitter handle is in like all these slides. Open a GitHub issue. Like, our team is very actively working on these right now and super excited to see how you use them. But there are potential changes that would be outside of the typical model of backwards compatibility. So with standalone components, directives, and pipes, all you do is introduce the standalone true flag, and that allows you to import directly to your component decorator things without the ng module. So you can explore a StackBlitz demo, which I have, but I also just want to dig into what that code looks like. So we're going to start out with like a super simple demo. Sorry, let me make this bigger. So this is super simple demo. So this is just like a component that I've bootstrapped. So in this example standalone component, you can see that I introduced the standalone true flag. And I have this import field that we're going to start adding some stuff to. But that's really it. Like, simply, I have my template. It's going to be a hello world. I'm bootstrapping it directly in as a root component, and there's no module attached to this. So it's fully exporting and importing itself. If I introduce another standalone component, we can imagine that we have an image component that I'm exporting somewhere else that's also a standalone component. And this image component takes in an input of a URL. So I have my URL variable in my class method, and I'm importing it. So I'm importing that component. Again, no modules attached, directly to this standalone component. So standalone component goes into standalone component. Similarly, you can export a standalone component. So let's say somewhere else you have a module and you want to use this component again, you would just import it like you would a module. So those two things flow pretty easily between each other. If we build on that a little bit more, let's talk about some directives and pipes. So here, let's say that I want to use the material library to wrap this in like a material card. Obviously, that is not yet a standalone component. Those are components that are part of our component library, and in the future, we may release a standalone version of that library, but for now, it's in a module. So I import my module, my mat card module, from the similar import path you would in a module, but I import it and add it directly to the imports in my component. So you can see there that I have my mat card module imported. I use it in my template. It shows up great. Similarly, ngIf is something that is part of the common module. So again, I'm importing that common module. I'm throwing it in my imports, and then I have access to things like ngIf. Finally, if I have my own custom standalone directive, let's say that I have like a highlight directive that adds some coloring to some text, I can import that directly. Again, I'm adding it to my imports in my component, and same thing, I'm using it in my template and I have access to it. So just if you think about it, like, this is very much an iterable and incremental migration. So if you can think about it, what I would do is like update my app to v14, know that I have this option. And if you are creating like a really simple highlight directive like this, that's a great instance where like maybe that doesn't need to be a part of a module anymore. Maybe you can reduce some of the like mental load of authoring that directive. And it's a standalone directive, you import it directly and it like works great. And you can still use it in any module that you need to. So Super interchangeable, super great. The reason you should care about this is one of the big points of feedback is that learning Angular is hard, especially like small apps. Again, things like that tiny highlight directive don't always need to be part of this like larger mental model of modules, especially when you think about a common anti-pattern is like a shared module, right? Where you import like a ton of stuff into a module, then you throw that around and you're using it all over your app. And that's really heavy, especially if you're not actually using all of those module imports in all of those different places. And so instead, this is streamlining that authoring experience. It's helping make sure that we can lazy load as much as possible. We can tree shake as much as possible. Our virtual modules can be a little bit faster, a little bit better. And it's really creating a better developer experience. So again, the thing to remember about this is it is very much a developer preview. We are still trying to figure out what this means. And so I'm starting the talk with this because I said I was going to say like what the feature is, why you should care about it, and why it applies to Ionic. And I think the thing here is like, I'm not completely sure. I would love to hear from you what this means for Ionic devs. Like, does this mean that in Ionic applications on mobile, your Angular apps are like super standalone because you are reusing a lot of stuff, like you are currently using a lot of like scam single component Angular modules already? Is this like a pattern that makes a lot of sense for Ionic devs, or does it make no sense? Like, let me know. It also means you can release component libraries as standalone. I think that is a really good use case to consider if you're really just saying, I have all of these components that I want to supply to my developers, I am a component library. Typically, like there's not a big reason you would group those together in a bunch of modules. And so something to think about is if that is like a really good use case for standalone components, because again, like if it's already a single component Angular module or a scam pattern, like that might be a really good use case. And then removing ng modules from mobile component groups, right? Like that's something I could see there being a lot of. So that is number one. That said, I would love your feedback. This is specifically one where we are like actively, the RFCs or requests for comment are closed on this. There might be more, but we are still actively looking for feedback because this is a major rethinking of the mental model of Angular. Next up, we have typed forms. So let's do like let's pause, take a deep breath. Let's do a full 180. Previously, we had like a lot of questions. We were like unsure, right? It's very like hand wavy to think about standalone and what that means, or even what we're calling it. Typed forms are a super great, very scoped change. And so this means that with Angular v14, we are closing the top GitHub issue on the Angular repository, which is implementing strict typing into your Angular reactive form package. So typed forms, at the end of the day, ensure that the values inside form controls, form groups, and form arrays are all type safe across the entire API surface. This enables safer forms, and especially safer forms for anything deeply nested or like complex form use cases. This feature is also the result of a massive public request for comment that got a lot of feedback and design reviews that were built on top of a ton of community prototyping. So I just want to shout out the community contributors, Sonu, Nathaniel, and Cedric. If you're watching this, just like massive kudos, as well as the team developers that from Google that worked on this. So what does typed forms actually look like? When you update, you will be moved automatically over to an untyped form group. So part of the ng update schematic will move you from the current form classes up to, over to the untyped. And then we would expect that you incrementally migrate over and introduce the typed forms package to your classes. So what that looks like is once you've updated, or when you're writing a new typed form group, you can think about it, let's create like a cat named Barb Smith. My cat's name is Rhubarb. and she has 9 lives. So now if I say how many lives are remaining, we can now say, you know, there is no substring on lives. We know that it's a number. And so substring doesn't exist on my number. Previously, like, you could have done any math with it. You could have been like, oh, well, obviously lives is a float because you can have half-lives. Now we know, like, well, no, you get 9. And we're not going to do any like fancy weird math on that. Similarly, we know that we can't remove controls. And if you do remove controls, like that's just not possible, right? The optional or required controls are enforced. So we know that that's not an optional value. You can't remove the lives of the cat. It has to have some amount of lives. And so you can't overload something like that. And then finally, forum groups are aware of their child. So we know that there's no middle name. My cat's name is Rhubarb Smith, known as Barb Smith in this case. There's no middle name there. So again, when you're updating, just think about the fact that the update schematic is going to be fully incremental. It's going to move gradually. So ng update, you're going to go from form group to something called untyped form group. And then as you migrate, my suggestion and the way I have tested it is you would just search for any instance of the string untyped in your code that was introduced by that update schematic, and you would slowly migrate over so that, again, like, because your forms aren't currently strongly typed, those could introduce errors, or you just want to make sure that you're handling those types correctly. So moving them slowly over by searching for instances where we introduced the untyped class. But that means that the update schematic isn't going to break anything because you're going to remain untyped until you make that change. And there's totally cases where it makes sense to stay untyped. Let's say you like live on a street that is could be like a combination of numbers or strings or something like that. Maybe you want to make sure that like it could be a number or a string, or there's reasons that we can't strongly type a value like that. That's completely reasonable, and that's the reason that we're not deprecating the untyped class. We're just moving you over to untyped and giving you the option to add typings to your forms. So just a note there. And then the other cool thing to highlight is that the VS Code editor shows typing support. So as you're actually typing, or as you're actually like using typed forms in your code, you can see that there's autocomplete and that there's like typing support and knowledge. So similar to like other typed classes that there is VS Code or like code editor support for, now that we have typing available for forms, we're able to support that within your code editor. So as you're writing it, you'll see these things. Again, like going back to those errors that I was introducing, you'll see errors if you try and like remove controls or just stuff like that, right? So this gets really cool when you actually go use it. So, typed forms, why should you care? Clearly a lot of people do. It was our #1 GitHub issue, so I probably don't have to build a big use case for why you should care about this, but #1, fix your forms, right? Like people want to make sure that like TypeScript is great because it's typed. And someone should clip what I just said and make that a GIF. Typed forms is great because it's typed. We want to make sure that we are allowing you to use types. Typing of your forms makes sense. And it, again, makes it so much safer to create better forms with stronger typings. And again, it's a better developer experience. Like, typically you're running into issues where like there's strings popping up for the number of lives of the cat, right? Like that doesn't make sense. Now we're pushing that to like making sure that the code actually enforces that you're not running into those issues that you can't debug like way down the line. So yeah, for Ionic, I think this is like pretty similar. It's on mobile. I was a mobile developer for 4 years prior to Google. Forms are like a massive part of what you're writing. How many different websites have like submitting your address and information, how many different pay workflows have forms related to this. This is like a very common pattern. I would say forms are like one of the staples of mobile development. And so typing them is a big win, especially for the mobile space. Next, we have page title accessibility. So a best practice is to ensure that your page title on your app is uniquely communicating the page contents. This means that I am at, I have like multiple slide presentations open right now on Google Slides. Each one includes the title of the presentation so that they're unique. So I know like, oh, right now I'm in my Ioniconf presentation slides open because it says that at the top. I have another one open of like Angular v14 resources. Like it says that at the top. I can know without having to go into the page what that page is. It's really good UX. So like I personally don't identify as having a visual impairment, but it's helping me. But if you are somebody using accessibility services, if you're using TalkBack on Android, if you're using VoiceOver, any of those services, page titling is really important for communicating page contents to a user without making them navigate in and explore the actual native content. So in version 13.2, we introduced a new router.title property to the Angular router that makes adding titles super easy. And it's also strongly typed due to an amazing community contribution by Marco. And what this means is that when I'm defining my routes, I have this title property. I don't have to put in data. I don't have to use like page title managers, services, anything like that that you were normally using, and it's right there. You can also configure more complex strategies. So here I'm implementing a title strategy and handing that, and that means that instead of having to repeat the code of saying like my app dash, I can intelligently formulate the format. So if you have more complex strategies, that totally makes sense. In both of the examples I just showed, if you navigated to the about page, it would be my app dash about me, and my app dash home for the home page. You can learn more about this. There's a workshop that we did for Google I/O 2022 earlier this month that builds this out. But at the end of the day, you should care because making your app more accessible, it's a way better developer experience to not have to custom manage your page title with a page title service. Again, we talked about it. It's better UX. Like the thing about making your app more accessible, and this is like a side rant, is that you should care about accessibility because it matters for people who need those services, but it also just makes your app better. Like it's just a better UX to like know where you are on a page without having to go into the page. And mobile, this is really important because page analytics data, like Crashlytics reports, a lot of times report based on page title or like navigated route, especially within mobile experiences. And so if you're using things like Google Tag Manager, this is like a common pattern where you don't know, like the data for Crashlytics like might not know where you are within your page, and page titling can really help that. For Ionic, it's like a little bit different because obviously within your router, you're using single page apps translate to single page like native apps, but there is still page titling within like tab structures. So it is still important if you're navigating between apps. There is still page titling involved. It just looks a little different versus like I'm open in Chrome right now and there's literally tab page titles. But yeah, super important. I think this is like a really cool feature. Again, like it's super easy. You just add this title property. Like how easy is that? So yeah. Next, we're gonna speed run. Point number 4 is authoring better reusable components. What this means is a ton of things. I grouped them all together. Number 1, the dev kit, the Angular component dev kit, or CDK, provides a whole suite of tools that make authoring components and building Angular components easier. In version 14, we're promoting CDK menu and CDK dialog to stable. So this means that things like this, where you're opening dialogues with animations, are all stable component primitives within the CDK. So you can create code that has like CDK menu, directive, CDK target menu, aim. You're controlling those menus, you're opening dialogues, you're animating dialogues, and all of that is fully promoted to stable. It also means that these CDK primitives can be used to create more accessible custom components based on the ARIA specs, which still apply if you're in mobile. And they follow menu design patterns, right? So I think especially menus and dialogues are like pretty common in mobile. Dialogues, especially for dismissal and confirmation, I think even more so than web apps, to be honest. So a great win there. Similarly, once you've created those components, we are introducing new methods for component test harnesses, which are a flexible way to write tests for your components that are significantly less brittle than like actually going and just like using CSS queries to find the components on the DOM. And so those methods are has harness, get harness, or null, and actually like loading those fixtures here. So those are two methods that we've introduced to check if the harness is present and also return harness instances if it is present, so, or null. So great additions to the test harness space. Similarly-ish, in V14, you can bind to protected component members directly from your templates. This was a contribution from Zach Elliott from a different team at Google. And so this gives you way more control over the public API surface of your reusable component. So if you're creating reusable components and you want to make sure that there is a like protected string, that it always says hello world in your template, irregardless of how people maybe implement other things, you can still access those in your template. Previously, it would get mad and say that's like a protected class variable. Now, you can make sure that you're saying like, okay, I have my protected strings, those are not changeable. And then there's things that can be changed dependent on like the implementation use case of your component. So this is super cool, like so useful, so usable. And honestly, like such a small, like it just makes so much sense when you look at it. You're like, well, of course I can do that. But you couldn't always, so. Similarly, this one is like a little over my head, I'll be honest, but we're adding support for passing an optional injector in when creating embedded views. So when you're creating a view container reference and using the create embedded view method, you can now pass in an injector, and this allows for dependency injection behavior to be customized within the specific template use case. And what this really does, and the part I understand, is that it's enabling, again, cleaner APIs for authoring, again, reusable components and component primitives. So making sure that you're injecting and you're allowing dependency injection behavior within the embedded views that you're creating in your reusable components. So everything I just talked about, why should you care? It's more reusable. It's more testable, and it's just better code, right? Like if I combine all those things together, now I'm like injecting my views, I'm creating like separation between protected methods and not in my components. I'm using like directives, so I'm not having to like custom write my menu directives, my dialogue directives, and I'm using test harnesses to test it all. So a ton there to write better code. I think specifically to Ionic, the reason to go try out these things is that, again, like mobile specifically, reusable components are the bread and butter, right? So especially in Ionic, like every Ionic code base I ever review, anyone I've ever written, like I'm starting out by just writing like reusable component after reusable component, essentially like creating your own component libraries. Maybe you are an owner of a component library. All of the stuff I just talked about is meant for you. It's meant for building reusable components and component library spaces. So A lot of cool stuff there. And finally, we have CLI auto-completion. And this is part of a larger project that is really about just making the Angular CLI more standardized. So making sure that all of the captioning, it's all lowercase. We're getting rid of like the camel case differences. We're making sure there's aliases that make sense. And with that, we also want to make sure you like know what's possible. So in the Angular CLI, when you update to v14, we will automatically prompt you by default to say, hey, that was your first command execution in v14. We have this new thing called ng completion. Would you like us to add autocomplete? And we'll prompt you to do that. We'll let you opt in, fully opt in. And if you say no at that time but want to go back and introduce it, you can always type in ng completion to do that. And what it means is that like I type in mg several all the time. Like I am a great speller. I love the New York Times spelling bee. I am so bad at typing. And so I type, like typos are just a part of your daily basis, right? Like autocomplete is great because I can say, okay, ng generate component. What are my options there? Look, I can create a project. I can dry run. I can add standalone. I'm doing here. And like in Z Shell, you can see all of the cool stuff I'm doing there. Similarly, let's say I do ng, what do I do next? I do ng, look at all the things I can do. I can add, I can do analytics, I can build, I can cache. Here I'm building. And you can see here that autocomplete also has knowledge of your workspace and your specific production context. So it knows that when I'm building, it looks for which setting it had. And in this app that I'm doing autocomplete on, I just have a production build setting. So it knew to autocomplete and finish with production because that was one of the options I had. So it has contextual knowledge within the CLI of what your specific app can do. Big one here, like super easy, doesn't matter if you're an Ionic developer or not, like this is about typos. If you use a different CLI, I know that we are actively working with partners to make sure that there is similar autocomplete capabilities added on top of our completion so that this is available regardless. So if you're using a CLI, we're actively making sure that autocomplete can be a part of your developer experience. Literally, like I found out about this, like it changed my life. And so that was my talk. We talked about standalone components, typed forms, page accessibility, all of those reusable component goodies, and autocomplete. And I still want to bring in a few more because this is Angular and we have a lot. So real quickly, let's speed run. Extended developer diagnostics are an extendable framework that gives you insight into your template. This is built in conjunction with the Angular language service. So as you're coding, we're giving you diagnostics that give compile time warnings with precise actionable suggestions so that you can catch issues in your templates and all of this before runtime. And really the big thing here is like, let's just make sure that you never actually hit the error. Let's like find the error before that happens. So this shows up when you're trying to build, when you're trying to serve your app, and mostly in the code editor itself. So here you can see we introduced this in v13.2 with two of the most common templating errors, which is the banana in a box. So here you can see I have my parentheses, my like banana, right, inside the brackets. If we're like common Angular developers, we know like that's probably switched. Technically, like the banana can go in the box, but like 99.999 times out of 100, Angular developers mean for it to go the other way. And so we can throw an error and say like, hey, we think you don't mean that. Similarly, nullish coalescing. So here, those two question marks of nullish coalescing, we love to throw on things, but if the value isn't nullable, that nullish coalescing is never going to be hit. There's no reason to have that in your template. So like, let's tell you that you can get rid of it. The cool thing about this is it'll tell you when your code is wrong. It's all before runtime. It's like in your code editor itself, less context switching, less errors that you're hitting. The error warnings are like significantly more detailed. So we're really trying to say like, hey, this is what you did. This is what we think you should do. Let's do it. We have like links to guides, links to docs. We're really trying to throw in as much information as possible so that you have that information up front. And what I think is cool, and the reason I wanted to talk about it here, is that extended diagnostics, like we are introducing the ones that we know are like low-hanging fruit, like a banana in a box, but there is a huge use case here for if there's mobile-specific diagnostics. I don't know, you tell me, but there are a ton of GitHub issues already open. I have a bunch on accessibility because that's my passion. But if there are diagnostics that you think you could introduce, open a PR, like give us the ability to give that to everyone. There's so many different template specific use cases where we can say like, hey, we think this might be wrong. Like we see that you're running an Ionic application, we see that you're using Capacitor, and we know that like in the template, it should probably look like this and you did this. Like let's help developers catch those pitfalls. So this is more so than the diagnostics we're introducing. What's really exciting is about the extendable framework for future extended diagnostics. So this is a space where you'll see us continue to add diagnostics. Again, tons of GitHub issues open. If you can think of mobile specific ones, like this is a great place to contribute ideas, feature requests, GitHub issues, because the future of this is like really cool. And this is all built on Ivy. This is all because we can do all these things because we've invested time in these language services. And so now let's like give developers the benefits. So super cool. Similarly, tree shakeable error messages were a community contribution from Ramesh, and this adds new runtime error codes. And what it really does is we can throw the error. So again, extended diagnostics, we're throwing those long errors, right? But because we introduced this pattern of error codes, which I have a blog post on if you're interested, we can link to reference guides, we can give you all this information, we can create these like really long strings. And then in production bundles, we can remove all of the string and we can just give you the error code. So the production bundle is smaller, it's safer, we're not like giving explicit details of what the errors are, we're just giving the error code. And then it's traceable if you go back. So that it's fully tree shakeable. And error codes really help that because there's this format. We can still throw the error, we can give you useful information to say what the crash was, but we don't have to give you the long string. It also means we don't have to be worried about how long the string gets. So we can really care about the string in the dev build, giving you like detailed guides. So yeah, care about this because prod builds don't have init error messages. They're smaller, they're tree shakeable, and we can create the most verbose error guides and not worry about bundle size in dev modes. And then finally, we have experimental ESM application builds. So this means that we have introduced an experimental ES-based build system, which compiles pure ESM output. You can try this in your Angular.json by updating the browser builder. So if you search for the instance of builder browser, you can replace it with browser ES build. And we're super excited to collect your feedback. This is experimental, but we're excited to see how it impacts your app's performance. And please give us feedback because this is something we're super interested in. So those were my 8 star things to look forward to in V14. Again, standalone components, like let us know what you think. Typed forms, make your forms typed and safer. Page accessibility, like create a better UX with your router, like so much simpler. Author reusable components, I think the API surface control, especially with protected members, is really great. CLI auto-completion, diagnostics, like go open an issue. If you have a diagnostic you want, like go open an issue and then tweet it at me. I will be your biggest advocate. Tree shakeable error messages. Again, like tree shaking is great. It's like the biggest buzzword, But like this is an instance where we can trace shake away details, which means we can add more details, which is like so great. And then ESM application builds experimentally, which are so cool. So thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me like at length talk about all these things. Hopefully you can see how we're thinking about bringing all of these features to v14. You can check out update.angular.io to see our recommendations as well as the breaking changes that go along with your update journey and our suggestions for how to solve those. A ton of this is just included in the update schematic of ng update. We are very, very concerned about backwards compatibility, bar standalone components being in developer preview. And so again, like these are all featurettes, they're all tiny, they're like little wins, little ads that make like a world of difference. I've been developing apps here for a while. You can tweet me at, this is wrong, we'll go here. You can tweet me at Twersky, it's my last name with my first initial. And I am so excited to talk about v14 with you, about Ionic, about how Angular loves Ionic and how we want to make sure you're having a great developer experience, creating great apps. And yeah, thank you so much and happy Ioniconf. May you have a green day. So, bye.
Awesome. That was amazing. We do actually have Emma here with us. Emma,
Hi.
how's it going?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in good.
Cool, cool.
Cool. So we have time quickly for one quick. Oh, look at that. We got red. Both got red on.
Angular red.
I got my npm install and chill shirt, which is, you know, when I was doing my testing of Angular 14, that's basically all my upgrades took. I just ng update and I just like, let's take care of it for me. Everything is done. I didn't really need to do a whole lot. I don't want to keep you too long because I know you are in Europe right now. I do want to ask for everyone who is super interested in trying Angular 14 out, giving feedback, what is the best place that they can go to either provide feature requests, provide some feedback on what didn't work? Where can we send people?
Yeah, if you are trying it out by doing ng update --next, just send us feedback on GitHub. Like our team is triaging issues like never before. We're at our lowest number of issues, our lowest number of PRs in history. Like we will reply very quickly. And we're very excited. So yeah.
So everyone, if you have feedback for Emma and the rest of the Angular team, definitely go to github.com/Angular/Angular. I can attest that the team is moving fast and getting a lot of things taken care of, and I'm super excited about the future of Angular and everything it's going to benefit Ionic from it.
Yeah, so excited. Yay.
Cool. Well, Emma, thank you so much for your talk, and thank you so much for staying up so late with us. I'll let you get back to your day. Thank you so much, and take care.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everyone, we have another fantastic talk lined up. We have, all the way from Florida, we have Michael Callahan, who's a software engineer at Disney. Correction, he's a lead software engineer. We cannot forget about that. And he's going to be talking about a card game in Ionic. Yeah, you can build that. We've already heard about how many great UIs you can build. Let's hear about what else you can build with Ionic. So let's get Mike up here.
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Another Mike in the afternoon.
I know, right? It feels like it's it feels like we should just make this a regular thing.
We really should.
All right, let's get your slides going. And all right, I will remove myself and I'll let you take care of it.
All right, thank you, sir. Like Mike said, I am Michael Callahan. I want to point out that I'm a lead software engineer with Disney. I'm not the lead. There's a lot of leads here. These are a couple of ways you can get a hold of me. Feel free to email me or follow me and chat me up on Twitter. So I've written a card game with Ionic Framework, and the folks at Ionic thought it would be kind of cool to share it with you. This isn't the first time I've tried or I've written a game with Ionic. I've done it a few times, mostly successfully, and you can see 4 of them here. Interestingly enough, one of the first reactions I get when I tell someone that I write games with Ionic is, yes, that's the reaction. The next one I get is, well, why are you using Ionic instead of, XYZ framework of choice? And I have 3.5 reasons. One, Ionic is familiar with me. I've been using it since version 0.6 or so. I find it very easy to develop with Ionic. I love the attractive components, and quite frankly, why not? So the card game that I was decided to write, you may or may not have heard of it. It's called Spot It. I believe it's called Dobble in Europe. And the idea is you've got 55 cards in the deck. Each card has 3 symbols on it. And the goal of the game is to find the matching symbol between your card and another card. As you can see here, the 2 cards have a heart in common. The cool thing is, there really is, if you pick any 2 cards, there is exactly one and only one common symbol. And I've always wondered how that works, the mathematics behind it. But I'm really bad at it. So whenever I play with my family, I come in last. So I thought it would be kind of cool to build a game in Ionic that would allow me to practice essentially. And I wanted it to be responsive, different sizes. I wanted to have some decent animation and some sound effects. So you might be wondering, how does this work? So I've gotten permission from Mike to spend the next hour or so discussing the complex math behind the game. No, not really. I've read a whole bunch of articles about how it works, and honestly, I still don't get it. But if you think about it visually, it kind of starts to make sense. So here's a hypothetical deck with 3 cards, or 3 symbols per card. So every colored line on this graph represents 1 card. So you can see where the numbers of each symbol are. So in order to build a deck with exactly 1 symbol in common for any 2 cards, you need 7 cards. And it looks like 7 symbols, and I believe that's correct. So it's kind of easy to understand with small numbers. But as you can imagine, it gets a lot more complicated as you add more symbols per card. So at 4 symbols, you need 13 cards. Now at 12 symbols, you need 132 cards. But look at that last one. You could hypothetically build a deck that had 600 unique symbols per card, but that would require almost 360,000 cards in your deck. The computer doesn't care, the algorithm doesn't care, but your users probably would. By the way, it took my M1 MacBook more than 2 minutes to generate that deck with 600 symbols per card. Probably not something you want to do. So I needed to decide where to stop. Computer might not care, but my players definitely would. And besides that, I need to find enough unique symbols. If you can imagine trying to find 600 unique symbols, that'd be painful. So I decided that 12 would be my max. Okay, so that's enough theory. Time to start talking about the game design. From a technical design of the app, it obviously needs appropriate images laid out on the screen in a logical pattern. I needed the Dobble algorithm, which I'll show you in a moment. I need to be able to let the player configure the game as they want to play it. I need to generate a deck. I need scoring. I wanted animations and sound. And finally, I wanted a way for the users to share their game on social media. It's a lot, but I think we can get through it. So you might be wondering how I got this to work, given that I don't really understand the math. Fortunately, there's a lot of folks who do. I found a version of the algorithm implemented in pure JavaScript. I'm not going to show it here, other than this brief screenshot, because how it works really isn't critical to the game itself. The important thing to understand that given a positive integer, that is a prime number plus 1, the algorithm will generate a 2-dimensional array of integers. After that, it's simply a matter of assigning each integer to an image. So the first thing I decided to tackle was the new game configuration. It's a simple screen with a few input fields. The game's name is a randomly generated slug, 3-word slug, which I'll explain in a few minutes. Next is the difficulty, 4, 6, 8, or 12 symbols per card. And I decided to provide the user with the opportunity to choose a smaller portion of the whole deck because somebody might not want to go through 130 cards in their deck, but they want the challenge of the 12 symbols per card. Once the game is configured, I have a start button that lets you begin the new game. So the way that works is that each input value becomes part of the application's route. The first part of the route is the game to be played itself. For now, I only have one game, so it's currently hard-coded to solitaire. Following the game is the difficulty level, indicated by the number of symbols per card. Next is the slug, which I also call the game's name. And finally, the size of the deck, which I'll explain shortly. So any unique game can be identified and recreated using the full URL with those values. So now I have to generate a deck from that information. I decided to create a deck service to keep from having to duplicate that deck creation logic in any future game that I might create. But there is still some duplication. Injecting a deck service at least means I've abstracted that code. My game doesn't know how a deck is generated, but it does need to know some of these details. The biggest drawback here is that if I ever change how the routing works or how the deck is generated, any game that I write in the future would have to be modified. So what if I didn't have to repeat that code in every game? You already know it's Ionic, but I'm also using Angular. So I decided here to use a route resolver. So I created a resolver called deck info. And then I added the resolve line to the route for the solitaire game. Here's the route resolver implementation. It doesn't really do much. It's not complicated, just a single function called resolve. The resolve function grabs the current route and the snapshot of the router state that I don't actually need. Then I got the symbols and the slug from the route parameters, and it's not shown here, but the deck size, and I use that information to build a deck. As you can see, I'm calling the deck service here. So now instead of injecting the deck service into each game, each potential future game, it's injected once into the deck resolver, and the deck resolver then injects a fully formed shuffled deck ready to be played. So now to grab a deck, every game only needs a single line of code. So almost all of that duplication that I was worried about is gone. So you may be wondering to yourself, what's with that slug, the game name? So to me, the slug equals replayability. The game name gets hashed, turned into a numeric value, injected into a randomizer as a seed value, which results in identical gameplay. And I'll show you that in a moment. JavaScript's math library, the random library, doesn't support seed values, so I had to look elsewhere. I found these two NPM libraries to generate the random slug, and then a seedable random library that I could use to inject that slug. So whenever the player is about to start a new game, I first have the application generate a random 3-word slug using the code you see here. I'm just going to take 3 random nouns from its library and put them together with a hyphen. And I just noticed an unfortunate naming choice for my function. I'm calling it generate slug, which called the slug library generate slug function. It works, but unfortunate naming. So at the beginning of every game, that slug is used to create a numeric hash. That's the hash code function in the middle. The value sent to the randomizer to seed its random number generator. Finally, I expose a shuffle method that takes any array and shuffles it with the now seeded randomizer. The end result is that everybody who plays the same game with the same URL will get the same game. Make sense? Okay, so now I have the algorithm, I can build a deck. Now I need some pictures. I'm not an artist. I don't play one on TV, nothing. But whenever I need images to use in an application, I go to pixabay.com. I spent a few hours on Pixabay looking for graphics that I could use as symbols for my cards. I wanted images that would work at any resolution and background color, so I looked for SVG files that were transparent and roughly squarish. The algorithm said that I needed at least 130 images, and I think I ended up with 137. Once I have those images, it's time to create the card layout. For the solitaire game, I present two cards side by side, shown here, previous card and current card. And I see you're rolling your eyes. Naming things is hard, so don't give me any grief over that. Seeing another opportunity for potential reuse, I created a custom component called App Dobble Card. And I let it handle how the symbols are laid out on each card. The Dobble card itself is rendered with an Ion card component. I'm building an Ionic app. I want to stick with Ionic wherever possible. So for now, inside the Ion card's content, I simply loop over all the symbols of the card, wrapping each with a div, and placing it inside an Ion icon with a click handler. I've gone back and forth on the layout. I used an Ion grid for a while, and then I've also tried custom CSS, which is what I'm doing now. And honestly, I'm not super happy with where it's landed. And I'll probably revisit the Ion grid in an upcoming iteration. By the way, did you know that you can actually use an SVG file as an Ion icon source? I didn't when I started this project. I do now, and it's a very handy feature. I also want to point out this attribute here, app random rotation. The Spotted game lays out its symbols at various sizes and rotations on its cards. And I wanted to replicate at least the rotation part of that to add a little bit more of a challenge. That seemed like a really good use case for a directive. So any element that includes the app random rotation attribute will cause this directive to be executed. As you can see here, all I do is grab the element itself and set a random rotate transform directly on its style. This is what it ends up looking like at runtime. Rotating each image a random number of degrees makes spotting the duplicate images a lot harder than you might imagine. Have you spotted it yet? It's the cardboard box. Next up, I needed to figure out how to score. I tried a number of ideas finally, for a while back and forth on things, and finally settled on these rules. I'm still on the fence about whether to have the turn expire and automatically advance. For now, I don't bother. So to calculate the score for each pair of cards, I compute the total time it took the user to find a match in milliseconds. Then I calculate the max possible score, which is 1,000 times the number of symbols on the card, less 500 for each time the user clicked the wrong selection. And then I subtract the time elapsed. Finally, because I don't want to appear heartless, I make sure the player can't get less than 50 points on a card. Next up, I wanted an unobtrusive means of flashing the score very briefly. The player might be interested, but shouldn't have to take any action, and it shouldn't get in the way of any of the gameplay. So to me, this is a perfect use case for an Ion toast, which means I needed to inject the toast controller into my game. And as the next pair of cards is being dealt, I briefly show the toast at the top of the screen for about a second and a half. That's just the right amount of time to display the score for that pair of cards while the cards are animating out and back in. And it satisfies my criteria of being brief, unobtrusive, and requiring no user action. That brings us to the card animations themselves. One of my motivations for writing this game is because I had heard and read a little bit about Ionic animations, and I wanted to see how it works. If you haven't used it before, they will use the web animation API by default, falling back to CSS animations if necessary. But to the developer, it's a single API, which makes things really nice. I specifically wanted to implement 3 different types of animation. One for incorrect selections, which you can see here. Hopefully that animation is coming through. One for correct selections, which is similar but shorter, and it applies to the symbol on both cards, not just the one you clicked on. And finally, I wanted to animate the cards out and back in, making it really obvious to the player that a new pair of cards is being dealt. When the user clicks on a symbol that doesn't have a match, I pass a CSS selector matching its file name to my animation service, where I've implemented a get incorrect animation function. And then I play it. That function calls directly into the Ionic animation library to create a new animation on that CSS selector. The animation is a transform of the scale of the object from 1, or 100%, to 0.8, 80%. Each transformation takes 50 milliseconds. The animation should happen 5 times, that's the iteration, after which it scales back to 1. In that last line, you can see the easing of ease in and out, which prevents the animation from looking too robotic. Play correct animation is similar. Again, I pass the name of the file of the selected tapped symbol. For the correct animation, instead of scaling the image down to 80%, I scale it up to 125% over 200 milliseconds, and I only do it once. And then I scale it back down to 1 with the same easing. Unlike the symbol animations, the card animations are configured, it can be configured ahead of time. Each card is wrapped in a div, and those divs are never removed from the DOM, so I can set these animations and leave them alone. So I'll show you how they're used before how they're defined. At the end of a turn, immediately after the correct symbol is selected, I play the exit animation. I have to await it because all animations return promises. Then I check to see if there are any more cards, which I'm not showing that code. If there are, I advance the deck. For good measure, I call stop on the exit animation, and then I play the enter animation. I called the exit animation east-west exit animation with the idea that I might add a north-south animation someday. Here you can see 2 discrete animations. One applies to the div that matches selector west. That's just a CSS selector that gets passed in. It translates the entire div horizontally, 500 pixels, 500% to the left. The other animation, called exit east, does the opposite. Those 2 animations are then used to create a compound animation with a duration of half a second, with the same easing function I used before. What's significant about this is that by combining these 2 animations to create a new one, I can play the new one, which will then play the combination simultaneously. If you've ever tried to implement simultaneous animations with CSS, you probably appreciate how difficult that can be. But Ionic animation just kind of does it for you. The enter animation is the reverse of the exit animation, except for some reason the translation is only 200% in either direction instead of 500%. I honestly don't remember why I did that. When it's all done, everything works together smoothly and seamlessly. But what good is a great score if you can't share it with your friends and challenge them to beat you? With the example of simple games like Wordle as my inspiration, I wanted to give the player a way to share the results of the game. At the end of each game, this sheet modal automatically appears. As you can see, it contains the final score, a call to action, the URL to the exact game just played, and some handy social sharing icons. To implement the social sharing, I created a game over component, placing it inside the declarative bottom sheet Ion modal, which was introduced in Ionic 6. This one can be specified directly in your markup without needing to inject the modal controller service. As you can see, I specify my custom game over component inside an ng template as part of the Ion modal. What makes it a bottom sheet modal is the array of breakpoints and the initial breakpoint attribute on the modal. The breakpoints property is simply an array which states the breakpoint that each sheet will snap to as the user swipes up or down. As for how the sharing itself is done, I found an NPM library called ngx share buttons. It's far more powerful than what I needed, and I'm really only using its share button directive on the Ion component. So all I needed to do was provide some attributes, and the directive does the rest. The share button attribute tells the library which social media to use, Facebook, Twitter, etc. The description is a message to be shared on social media, which is that message you saw earlier with the game name and score. The URL is a direct link to the game the player just finished. That'll be posted to social media as is where possible. And finally, the title is the message title, also used in the social media post where appropriate. On the component side, I simply set up an array of the share buttons that I wanted to show. And this is what it looks like when you share to Twitter. Those images come from an open graph and Twitter card tags that I put in the application's index.html file. I did have a wild idea that I could replace all those SVG images with emojis, which would then enable me to show the actual symbols used in the social media post. But for now, I'm happy with the way it works. So that's it. That's the whirlwind tour through the code. If you want to see the code itself, it is available at this GitHub repo. You can also play the game at the top URL there. And one thing I didn't mention is the app is available as a fully installable PWA. It includes all the appropriate configuration, manifests, icons, and splash screens to be installed on both Android and iOS devices. It supports offline gameplay and auto updates, just like you'd expect it to from any mobile app. Angular and Ionic are the perfect combination to build and distribute such PWAs, which I cover in more detail in this book, which is available free of charge to anybody who hits that URL. And finally, if you need more information, take a screenshot. I believe they're going to be posting these URLs too. If you need to get a hold of me, ask questions. And finally, I also have a book on developing Ionic framework mobile apps. I call it Idea to App Store. It's essentially the same workshop that I've been doing for the past year or so. And you can get that with a 33% off coupon code at the URL here. Thank you for your attention.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mike. That's been a fantastic session. It's so great to see just some of the things that you can do that are beyond the typical kind of apps that I think everyone is used to seeing. I especially love the touch on the animations as someone who has also deep dived into animations. Nice little touch, and it's always like a nice subtle thing. Cool. So we are actually tight on time, Michael. So unfortunately, we're not going to have a chance to do some questions, but if you have a moment and can join the Q&A inside or join the Discord for some questions. I know a few folks have asked in there. We'd really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. Again, thank you.
You bet, Mike.
Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Bye. All right, moving along real quick. We have Dwayne McDaniel from GitKracking here to probably explain the tool that we all use, but probably don't really understand how it works in its entirety. I know I for sure do not understand how Git works at all. It's a magical thing where I just type a command and it just happens to do the right thing that I want it to do. So without further ado, let's get Dwayne up here. Dwayne, how are you doing?
Great. Thanks for having me, Mike. Thanks. I'm having a great time at Ioniconf today. It's a really good time.
Awesome.
You spoiled my talk. I was just going to say, yeah, Git is magic and nobody understands it. And that was going to be the whole talk. So ruined
That
it.
was it. That'd be the most amazing kind of mic drops. Like, Git, what is it? Magic.
Nobody knows.
Mic drop. Cool. So let's get your slides ready. You should be able to click that share button towards the bottom and be able to share your screen or the individual slides through Google Docs.
Did not practice this one. Share screen. Here we go. Share screen. And I want that screen. I have 2 screens. So there you go.
All right. So with that, I will remove myself and good luck on your talk. Take care.
Thank you very much. Hey, everybody. I'm Dwayne. I live in Chicago. I love tech, improv, live music, karaoke, knitting, crochet. If you want to hit me up about any of that stuff, feel free to hit me up on Twitter or anywhere else on social media. I'm MC Dwayne pretty much everywhere. Don't have a lot of time for this talk. I took on a bit off a whole bunch of trying to demystify a Git and then realized I had 25 minutes. So this talk is going to go pretty quick. And if you have questions, feel free to hit me up in the Discord. I'm over there. I work for a company called GitKraken. We make legendary Git tools. We make a desktop client that you'll see on a few slides today. GitKraken client helps people do the basics a lot better. It's a little safer, easier, and be more productive. GitLens for VS Code. Very proud of this tool. That it's part of the family. Exposes Git authorship inside of your work in VS Code. If you're working with VS Code, it's free, open source. Download it, use it. It's amazing. And Git integration for Jira. If you're using Jira, it does just what it says on the box. It makes it a little easier to use Git with your Jira instances. But enough about that. We're here to talk about Git. So why am I talking about this session? Before we go any further, as I said, I only have 25 minutes plus Q&A. I can't teach you everything today. Git is a pretty deep subject. That's one of my favorite books in the world, by the way. But I'm happy to point you in the right direction. So my goal is really just to expose a lot of ideas for you, to put you on the right path toward learning more deeply about Git. So as Mike said, everybody uses Git. And for most people, they just type a command and it works. And the things over there on the right, most people aren't terrified by those. That's just how Git works. You clone, you add, you push, you commit. But sometimes we got to do other things like rebase, and we get to these detached head states and we hit merge conflicts and everybody panics. And I think that's because these things are a little mysterious and we don't really know what they do. And we're human beings. We fear what we don't understand, even though it's really not that dangerous or hard to understand. Though Git, in its defense, can seem like a really dark art. There's a lot of weird terminology in it. If you read the release notes, commands learn to do other things. The word ish is thrown around a lot as a suffix. Commands like git rev parse, which is a powerful tool, but it picks out and massages parameters. Like, what the heck does that mean? And unless you're one of these guys, a lot of the how and why, not just these two, but that's Linus Torvald, who created the project back in 2005, and Junio, who took it over a few months after its creation and has been maintaining it ever since. Gitster out there. Unless you're these two or the team that builds Git, some of it's a little mysterious. Like, why and is it doing this? How does it do what it does? Well, the good news is it's all open source. It's a prime example of open source and the community really taking a tool and making it their own. So you can look at the code. Bad news, it's mostly written in C. And I'm guessing most people watching this don't read C day in and day out. If you do, well, have at it. And there are certain things in Git that are just conceptually, they work one way, but in reality, it actually works another way. But it was easier to explain it conceptually one way. There's a lot of things like that you'll run into. We'll talk about that a little bit with branching later. But at its heart, if we just step back and take a look at like what is Git? What is it actually trying to get done? It's just tracking the file system. If you understand the file system on your machine, then that's the basis for how Git works. Git is just a way to make a record of what happened to that directory, when those things happened, and who caused them to happen. In fact, if you wanted to build your own version of Git, all you'd really need is a way to compress the file system to take snapshots, a universal time tracking system. We have one of those. I actually had it pulled up on my phone, and then my phone went to sleep. But it is 1,653,512,437 in Unix time right now. We have Unix time. It's been counting up since January 1st, 1970, and it will forever. And Git just taps into that and uses it. A pretty formulaic way to tell time across all your systems. And then you would need a way to note down what's in those compressed files and what time those things happened. That's kind of everything that's in Git. Everything else is just a way to get at those references. And one of the weird things in Git that is really hard to wrap your brain around is because Git controls how reality works to a certain extent, because you can change the contents of a file system just by doing a checkout or a switch. It's easy to lose track of like the point of reference. With Git though, everything is always local. And as long as you always keep that in mind, so no matter what the command is, if you're trying to merge, you're rebasing, you're pushing, pulling, wherever you're doing, just think of it, what's the point of view of Git? It's local to that specific instance of where you're at with Git. That's Oakland, California, by the way. I used to live about 5 blocks from there. Gertrude Stein once said, in Oakland, the problem is there's no there. So they built one. There's a here and a there in Oakland now. So let's take a quick look at Git internals to explain a little bit what's going on under the covers. Now, to clarify, we are not looking at the actual CLI program called Git that you download and install on your machine that manages all of this stuff. I'm specifically talking today about what goes on in the Git folder, the actual mechanism that you add to a project that makes it a Git project. No time today to really dig into how Git does its thing, but it becomes pretty evident as we dig into the Git folder. So let's take a look at the Git folder. And if you've never done this, if you've never cracked open the Git folder, highly recommend it. In fact, that's your homework assignment. Go open your Git folder and start playing around. It is really easy to get your hands wet in here and see like what's in all these files without breaking anything. Just go read them and piece it together. So head is one of those files. Head is a very small file. That is what head looks like if you open it up. It's 1 line long. Most of the time, that's what it is. There's situations where it can vary and be different shape, but that's what head is. It just says, hey, here's what is checked out right now. Here's, from my point of view, where here is. And it points to a reference, and that reference is main. So what does the reference head main mean? Well, that's one of those other files. It's the packed refs files. It keeps track of all of those references and that hash that it's keeping track of. Well, what is that hash? What's it referencing? Well, stepping back, and this is probably a part you've already read somewhere or seen somewhere else. This is literally off of the Git SCM website. Git creates snapshots over time. It's not taking diffs of each file. It's literally taking a full-blown snapshot and compressing it down. If nothing has changed, so in version 3, A1 didn't change from B1, and B didn't change from B. So all it's going to do is reference that, hey, this didn't change, but it's still taking that full snapshot and then just pointing back to what was there before. Kind of get ahead of myself, but all those snapshots we call commits. So what's in a commit? A commit takes your working tree and compresses that down, and then makes a list of who wrote it, who committed it, the commit size, a bunch of other metadata, and then throws it against a hashing algorithm to produce this long hash number. It does this all the way down. So every time it compresses something, it makes a reference to it by hashing it and storing that reference to the hash. At the very base level, all the individual files in a repository get shrunk down to blobs. So again, Git isn't tracking diffs, it's tracking the complete version. You can always go back to those. We'll get to that later. One of those things that you saw in the folder, because we're still digging this tour before we dig into these concepts a little more deeply, is this index. Index is a very special thing. This is your staging area. So whenever you git add, this is the file you're modifying. This is what the working tree works off of. If you have never opened it up, this is what it looks like in VS Code through its binary view. A lot of non-human readable stuff. There's some human readable stuff in there. You can see file names and whatnot, but these are the compressed down, algorithmically crunched, so they're easy to store versions of those files. When we actually do the commit, then it writes them. It writes them to a chain. So those actual individual files, we refer to those as blobs. You can find this defined out there in documentation as binary large objects, which is what they are. But we reference those objects that are stored in the Git database by a 40-character checksum. So when I say hash, and I've used that term a little loosely here today, that hash, the SHA, is what we actually write down if we're taking notes on like what's in those blobs. Oh, that's the reference to what's over actually in those objects. So that's what those commits actually come down to, is these objects that you store in your objects folder inside of the Git repo, the Git folder. So if you check it out, this one starts in folder 39, and then the actual blob it's referencing in folder 39 inside of objects is C385. 39, C835, and the rest, that's referring to that commit. These are all commits. If you want to go see how Git actually stores them and looks at them, look through your object folder. It's not human readable, but that's how it works. So like I say, it tracks the project as a chain of commits. Every time it makes its commit, it actually points back to the previous one and says, this is my parent. Most of the time, you have one parent per commit. Though with branching and merging and various other strategies in the world, you can end up with multiple parents, 2, 3, n number of parents. But most of the time, it just points back to that previous one. So you can build these chains up over time. You can look back at that chain at any time you want by looking at your Git log. Git log just looks inside of your logs folder and looks at the file that pertains to what you're looking at and spells it out for you in a format that we can read from the command line or from any other tool that you're using. That's what your commit log actually is that chain of commits. Nothing shocking there. How it stores those, though, is a kind of interesting format. You have a starting ref where it starts at, where the action ended at with the new ref, who made it, the email, that's what you config when you first set up Git, your name and email, Unix timestamp, UTC offset, and then the actual Git action performed. So in this case, I did a checkout to move to the main branch. But you might notice that, hey, wait a minute, these are the same beginning and ending commit numbers here. These hashes are the same. What happened there? Well, Git actually tracks every single thing you do, not just your commits. Commits are the fundamental unit of tracking that, storage and accessing. And for 9 times out of 10, maybe 99 out of 100 times, that's all you're going to really need. Just look at the commit chain and do your work. However, for 30 days by default, it will hold on to everything you do. So when you change branches, if you delete something, if you create a branch and then delete it, it's still all there. Git actually tracks what's going on in there. And that's where Git reflog comes in. If you never run a Git reflog, open your terminals and run one in your Git project. You will be slightly, well, my jaw dropped the first time I ever saw this. And this is actually where reflog is referencing is, well, it's looking at head, like where has head been pointing? What has head been up to? What has it been doing while I've been working in Git? And you can see, yep, I had reset back to a good state here. It rebased. I've been playing around with some branches to cause some merge conflicts, but it's all there. I can actually check out any of these states. Same way you can check out a branch or a commit, you can fully check out anything in your ref log. When you do, though, so if I wanted to say move back to right before I did this rebase, finish this rebase, I could just go back to here where I did that reset, and then everything's going to be in that state. However, it's going to put me in the dreaded detached head state, which a lot of people are horrified by. It shouldn't be. Detached head simply means you're pointing to a commit and not another pointer. You're not pointing at a tag. You're not pointing at a branch name. You're just pointing at a random commit somewhere in your history, in your log. This is really a superpower. Detached head is one of the superpowers of Git. It sounds scary. It's a weird term, I'll admit, but it's something you should be using if you're like, well, how did I do that? What did I change? I committed this, but I remembered at one time I did this. Go ahead and check out from your ref log how far back you were from your current head. So in this case, if I wanted to check out head at 5 here, that's what I would check out. Git check out head at curly brace 5, and it would put me back at this particular moment in time. I say 30 days because Git runs garbage collection at 30-day mark, and we're going to get to that in a second, a little bit later today. So what are branches then if in this big setup? Well, one thing I haven't really talked about is pointers, but this is one of those areas where Git conceptually works one way and we have this picture in our heads, but in reality it works slightly different, but it's easier to think about it conceptually because, well, it's a weird concept. So immediately we think of this picture. I think everyone on earth that's ever learned anything about Git has seen this image. It's one of those famous pictures on the internet. And it's a little terrifying if you don't know what's going on. But this is a simplified version of what Git kind of does. Git is just a giant chain of commits, and those commits are just those numbers in the object store or the object directory that has these pointers attached to them that are even readable. That's what those refs are from back when we remember the pack file slide. So feature branch is actually pointing to this one, which had the parent of 6.1, which is even referenced over as a former parent. This is confusing and baffling if you think about it from purely how Git does the math of all of this and connects these things together. That's why we conceptually think of things like this. But that's all branch names are pointers to specific references along that chain. There's no virtual reality or alternate reality. There's no alternate dimension there. It's just a different pointer. And we step back and remember oh, well, it's just pointers. At least to me, it made understanding Git and how it works internally a little bit easier to grasp. And notice on this one, I have hotfix and head. Yeah, multiple pointers can point at the same thing. This happens a lot. This actually happens quite a lot when we do things like merge and rebase. Rebase scares a lot of people, and it shouldn't. If merges don't scare you, rebase definitely shouldn't. A few things to keep in mind with that, but rebase is just a more complicated to use command from the command line. Not really that much more complicated of a subject if you remember how Git stores things is just those chains of written down objects with timestamps of what happened in what order. So this again comes from the Git website, the Git book actually. With a merge, we preserve our history of chain of commits. That hey, there's this chain here simply now gets merged back in here. We have one string, but what really happened is we took this pointer, combined all that code, and now experiment and master after the merge are pointing at C5. We have multiple things pointing there. And actually, since we did that, head would also be pointing there. Multiple pointers pointing at the same commit in the chain. Rebase doesn't preserve that alternate chain of events. it simply replays the history that it recorded in order in the main timeline. Again, we're starting to talk about little conceptual pieces versus how it actually works. But it looks back at that chain of commits and says, all right, according to history, this was the state at this point. That's when it actually do a rebase. It says rewinding. That's what it's rewinding. It's literally calling back through history, like what happened in what order. And then it plays fast forwarding, replays all the commits. And then you get a nice clean line where this is the actual reality that happened. And there you can start getting into states where, well, your rebased state is different than your head state, or not head state, sorry, the main state. And now you do need to do a merge fast forward to actually get everything back up to the same place. Not here to go into great detail on merge and rebase. That's a whole talk unto itself on how to do it correctly. But conceptually, just remember that it's taking this list of commits, list of actions that were written down in one order and replaying them from multiple sources, saying, all right, this happened, now this happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened. And since we're dealing with Unix time, we're talking, I forget, tenths of a second, or no, 1 second. It's rare that you'd have things conflicting at the second level. But anyway, that's merge and rebase basically do. This is directly from the Git book. When to use rebase? Whenever you're going to work on something that doesn't leave your computer. Rebasing locally, I do it all the time. There's a function inside of rebase called squash. You can squash your commits. And now instead of the 15 iterations I did locally to get the README properly, get the proper grammar in my README with all the proper punctuation, now I have one commit that is updated README with X. But I love that second line. If you follow that guideline, you'll be fine. If you don't, people will hate you and you'll be scorned by your friends and family. Go read the Git book, everybody. I'm going to say it at the end, but just go do it. You might have heard of cherry picking. Cherry picking is the exact same thing as a rebase. It's just dealing with one commit at a time. I say that with an asterisk. There's a little more nuance than that, but conceptually, again, different than how it actually works. Conceptually, that's what it is. You're simply saying, hey, this commit that lives over here, let's put it over here now and replay it in that order. And now it's part of that same official timeline. Last things, I'm wrapping up here. Merge conflicts are something that terrify everyone. I would encourage you to go manually fix them, at least for a little bit. There's some awesome tools on the market. Kraken Client, for instance, has an awesome a merge conflict editor that can get you out a lot of scrapes. But once you actually start fixing them by hand, it becomes a lot clearer what happened and how to prevent them in the future. And it's a lot less terrifying. When a merge conflict happens, when you try to merge something and a conflict occurs, it won't merge those things. It will leave those files as untracked or changed, modified, but not staged. Modified, but not staged state. So that's what happened to this hello RB Ruby file here. Git is kind enough to say, hey, head where my point of reference was said it looked like this. For this thing you tried to merge, it looks like this. Which is correct? It's up. Editing this is editing any file. You just go in and say, oh no, I actually meant this one. So that's erase the head, puts that line there. That looks good. All right, now we're in a clean state. Now we're ready to add, commit, and move forward with our lives. Git is the stupid content tracker. If you type man git into terminal, that's what it tells you it is. Last two things and leave you on. Don't have time to go into great detail because I want to keep us back on schedule. But git bisect. If you don't know git bisect, it's awesome. It uses the concept of having from a good state in the past to a bad state that you're currently in to find out where something went wrong. You can have access to these slides, and this is a very brief explanation of it. But you say, hey, git bisect, I want to tell you about a bad state I'm in, and I want to tell you about a good state I'm in. Help me figure out when it went bad. And at the end, you say, all right, cool, get bisect reset, and then go about your work. And it helps you pinpoint the exact commit to track down exactly what went wrong. It's an extremely handy tool. At most, you're going to spend like 10 steps tracking, no matter how big the repo is. For smaller repos, it's about 6 or 7 steps, sometimes less. And Git work tree. Super magical power of Git is you can have multiple branches or multiple checkouts at once. By default, you can only have one. It makes sense because it's tracking one folder and one state of reality with head. But you can say, hey, I want to use other folders on my machine to store where those branches are. So if I want to work in my main branch, I can put that into a folder somewhere else on my machine called main. And then to check it out, I simply move my point of reference from my editor to that folder. I can do that for all the features I'm working in. This has been in the product for years, just not a lot of people talk about it, and I'm really happy to bring it to people's attention. But you can see what's on your tree, add things to that path, remove things from that path. Again, can't teach you how to ride a bike at a seminar. Hopefully I can give you a little bit of encouragement to go and dig through Git internals and start figuring this stuff out. Just play with it. You really can't break Git. You can blow up a repo, but you can always reclone a repo. If you really want to dig deeply, go read the Git book. It's really entertaining. It's not that long. It's really dense, though. I will give it that. But it's full of a lot of witticisms, and it's really fun. And if you really get stuck, if you're ever at a point where like, I do not know what to do, go to dangitgit.com and check out all the helpful pro tips there on how to get unstuck, including this final nuclear option. Just blow up the repo and start again. There's no shame in that. A lot of people have do that and feel bad. Never feel bad about that. We're talking about modifying text files on a computer. You shouldn't ever feel bad about that as long as you got good intent in your heart. So I'm Dwayne, work for GitKraken. Feel free to reach out to me about any of this stuff, and I'll see you over on the Discord.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dwayne. That was a fantastic presentation. Glad to know I am not the only one who feels the urge to just, RMRF the folder and then start over. Happens so many times. And I've been using Git for years.
Part of that, I think, the most often I've seen people do that is with Rebase, because Rebase, again, the actual commands are kind of weird. And if you don't have them memorized in the right order, it's just like, well, I don't know what to do. Flush it, start over. It's a path.
The real fun one was in the middle of a rebase failed, and now I'm in this detached head kind of statement. I'm just like, git am -- abort, didn't work. Okay, delete the whole entire thing and start over again.
Yep. No shame in that. Like that, I'm not here to shame anyone or in their knowledge at all. Like, we encourage people to learn more, but no, it's just a tool to move files around and track them over time. Like it's fine.
Is what it is. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Dwayne. Folks, if you have questions for Dwayne, please head over to the Discord. He will be able to answer as much time as he is willing to provide. Thank you so much, Dwayne. I'll let you get back to the rest of your day. Take care. All right, we are in the final stretches, folks. Final stretches. Up next, we have a fantastic talk from Laura Newsom, who is going to be talking about ciphers and cleaner unit testing. What the heck are ciphers? Well, be sure to pay attention to the talk. You'll learn what ciphers are and how to make unit tests not be terrible. So let's get Laura up here. Hello.
Hello.
How's
Can
it
you hear
going?
me okay? I'm
Yeah, you're coming in great.
Okay, good. I was having some audio issues over here, so I was having a panic attack, as one does.
Oh yeah, last minute panic attacks before the
Yeah, like,
before
oh
your
no,
conference call.
everything's going awry.
This is fine. Cool. I will
Exactly.
let you get your slides up and running, and then once they're done,
All right.
we can go from there.
Let's see. Oh, hold on just a second. It might need me to give you permission. Oh, sorry about this, everybody.
No problem at all. So we'll take this
Ah,
moment
Google
to
Chrome.
we will take this moment to remind folks that do not worry, every single session will be uploaded and edited up on YouTube afterwards. If you had a talk that you weren't able to catch, do not worry. We will make sure that they are available in a timely manner. We want to make sure all these talks and all the information here is available to you. So be on the lookout for that. Also, go to youtube.com. Find the Ionic Framework channel, subscribe, ring the notification bell, smash that like button. Is that what all the kids say these days? These dang YouTubers have all these things that they have to say. I gotta.
Okay, I'm back, and of course now I can't hear you. So.
Okay, well, how's this? No?
Sorry, just a second. I did okay with this. Okay. Sorry for the delay here.
All good.
Okay, I think I can hear now.
All right, how about
let's
now?
see if let's see if I can share now. Oh, hold up. I got to get my slides up on the other screen. Now I can hear you. I'm so sorry about this. Of course, this is what
Sorry.
happens. Oh,
The amount of
it's like,
times
how
I
to-
have shown up onto a call, tried to talk, and I've still been muted. Like 3 years into this whole thing, and you think that I would know? Check to make sure you're not muted.
Right, exactly. Yeah, definitely. So this is a story of my life, but okay. I need to 1 second. I apologize. All right, we're good. This is happening. One check here. All right. Yes. All right. Share my screen, and it better work this time. Share screen.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll. Is it happening? I think this is the right one. Share. Can we see it? Is it
I
happening?
can see it.
Oh, very good. All right. Talk's over. I'll see y'all later. No, just kidding. All right. To get us started, my name is Laura Newsom. I am a software engineering technical leader on the customer experience team at Cisco. I am also a panelist on the Angular Plus show. That's a podcast, all things Angular and Angular related. So definitely come work with me at Cisco and come check out the podcast. You can subscribe on any platform that you get your podcasts from. You can reach out to me on Twitter at Laura Nerdsome. My DMs are open. I do have some very small repos on my GitHub for this talk at L Newsom. And you can also go see a whole bunch of half-finished Stack Blitz projects if that's what you're into. So the talk I have for you today is called Cleaner Unit Testing with Ciphers. So you'll be excited to learn that ciphers is yet another anagram that we get to use as software engineers. It stands for Simple Injectable Functions Explicitly Returning State. Now, this was really first proposed by Moshe Kolodny in a 2019 article on Medium called Testing with Ciphers. Now, in this article, he goes a little bit into the history of unit testing in JavaScript, how we kind of got to where we are today, and then really starts to dive into some of the problems that we have with unit testing, and then proposes testing with ciphers as a way to sort of solve some of these issues that I'm pretty sure most of us have encountered. And what are those issues? Number one, have you ever had tests that pass only when run in a specific order? So this happens when you run a test. So if you run a test individually and it passes, and then you run the whole test suite and all of a sudden that test is failing, or you move the test like up a little bit in the test file and somehow it passes there. And that's because your tests are bleeding between each other, right? So that's no good. Is your test setup spread between multiple before each blocks? I know that I've come into several thousand line test files before and really struggled to figure out where my state is even being set up. So how do I even know what I'm testing, right? Which means that it's really hard to onboard new teammates to your test suite. So when I joined Cisco, our tests were not in great shape. We've actually switched to using ciphers at Cisco. And part of that was because it was really hard to onboard new developers because the test setup was so confusing. Like I love unit testing, like passionately love unit testing. And I hated writing unit tests when I first onboarded at Cisco because the test setup was really hard to understand. So what causes these issues? The number one issue is mutating shared variables. That leads to those flaky tests. That's when you're seeing bleed through. So we'll get into how that happens in just a second. It's also really easy to accidentally rescope a variable, and that makes for really difficult test failures to debug. And these multiple setup steps can make the code really confusing to follow and reuse. It can also make refactoring a lot more onerous. So if you've got to refactor your unit tests in 4 or 5 different places just to update a dependency or something, that's a lot of work to do just for a real simple change. So let's first talk about mutation. So I don't have a computer science degree, and I learned about object mutation the hard way. So I'm going to run over this for people who maybe aren't familiar with the concept of mutation. So this is classic object assignment, right? I've declared person number 1. I've set that equal to an object. Now I've declared person number 2, and I've set that equal to an object. And when I console log person number 1 exactly equals person number 2, that returns true. And that's what I would expect, right? Because right here, I've said that person number 1 should equal person number 2. So when I console log out person number 1 and person number 2, we can see that they indeed have the same properties. So they should be equal, right? But then when I go and mutate the name property on person number 2, and mutate is just a fancy word for change, right? I've made a change to the property. And then I console log out person number 1 and person number 2, you can see that I've actually changed the name property on both objects. Person number 1, the computer actually just declares this object in memory, and then it hands person number 1 the reference to this object. So when I declare person number 2, it hands person number 2 the reference to the same object that person number 1 has. That means when I go here and I change the name property on person number 2, what I've actually done is it's gone and pulled the object that's referenced by person number 2 and mutated that name property. So everything that shares a reference gets mutated when I mutate a property on an object. So how do we get around these shared object references? It's simple functions, right? So the S and the F, simple functions. Here's a simple function. This is an arrow function. It's called getPerson. And when I invoke this function, it's going to return an object with a name and an age property. So I'm going to declare person number 1 and person number 2, and I'm going to set them each equal to the return value of the getPerson function. Now they're going to have the same values, right? They're both going to be name, PJ, age 52. So I would expect when I console log that might equal true, but it actually equals false. And again, that's because they have different object references, and the JavaScript comparator is actually just looking at the object reference. It doesn't do a deep comparison of the objects. So when I mutate the name property on person number 2 in this case, you can see it does not affect person number 1. So we're getting somewhere, right? What about an injectable function? Because we said ciphers mean simple injectable function. Now we're kind of playing fast and loose with the word injectable here, but if we actually just put like parameterized, it wouldn't make sense as a word. So we're just going to call this injecting parameters into this function. So we take getPerson, and instead of it just being an arrow function that doesn't take parameters, we're going to send in a name and an age. And whatever name and age we're going to send in, we're going to wrap that in an object and return that out. So once again, we can set our variables to equal the return value of this function. And again, that returns false because remember, now they have 2 separate object references. And again, mutating the name property does not change the other object, even though they have the same values to start with. Again, because they do not have that shared object reference. So it turns out, though, we can write functions that return anything. So here's an example of a function that returns 2 classes, right? So I want an object that has a person and a cat inside of it. So I go ahead and invoke this function here in under test. And when I console log that out, I've got an object, and inside of it is a property called person, and pretend this is the person object. And I've got a property called cat, and pretend this is that cat object, right? So it can return anything, including classes. So this is actually the basis of ciphers testing. We're going to create a simple injectable function that can take in whatever state we need to pass into it, and it's going to return to us brand new object references for everything we need for our tests. So it's going to return new references to service mocks, variables, and the actual class itself. So when every test gets its own object references, this eliminates the possibility of bleed through between tests. There's no more hunting to find where the variable is mutated, and test data is defined where the tests are happening. So the great thing, what I really like about the setup function is that really the only way for me to declare an object is either in the actual test itself, and then I pass it into the setup function, or it actually gets instantiated inside the setup function and handed back in the return value. So let's talk a little bit about classic JavaScript test setup. So this is straight from the React docs. I took a screenshot, right? So this goes ahead and declares a container variable. And you'll notice this is in the global scope of the test, right? And then that container gets referenced here in the before each, where it's actually instantiating the element under test. And then it's actually referenced again in this after each. And the reason there's an after each here is because, and this is straight from the React docs, we want to execute the cleanup even if a test fails. Otherwise, tests can become leaky, and one test can change the behavior of another test, right? So we're actually having to run complete functions to clean up after ourselves when we share these object references. And I want you to notice with the before each, it is just a function, but it's a void function. So it's not actually returning anything. So that's why we have to scope any variables we use inside the before each outside of the before each in the global scope of the test. So here is an auto-generated Angular component test. So I created a new Angular component with the CLI, and this is the test it automatically generated for me. Once again, we've got a component and a fixture that are declared outside of, like in the global scope of the test. Those are being referenced in the before each. And then you'll notice in our it block, our test block, we're referencing that same shared variable, right? So every single it block is going to use that same component. So the problems with the before each are that variables must be declared outside of the before each block. So we saw that in those example test setups, right? And that means the test will share variables with the same reference, which means that we've opened the door to mutation. There can also be multiple before each blocks. I've personally written quite a few that are nested fairly deep inside describes, right? Because it turns out you can put probably 15, 20 before each blocks if you want, and it'll just keep running every single one of them before every single test. It runs before each. It kind of doesn't care how many there are. Before each blocks also run whether the test fails or not. And that's where that after each block comes in. So when you're sharing references to variables in your tests, you have to remember to clean up after yourself because you may end up with state bleeding between your tests otherwise. So let's actually see a very simple mistake that can cause hours of frustration. So here's a code example I wrote. And here is a link. I will provide this link at the end of the talk. But if you click on this link, I'm going to click on it. It actually takes you to this very simple application that I made that just has a couple different examples of unit testing. So I'm going to actually go to my code editor so we can run this thing. So here is a classic setup, right? It's got our before each. So this is an Angular application. Angular is the framework I prefer. But this is very similar to React setup. So let's go ahead and run this. Here we go. I'm going to run this and we'll see that it passes. You'll also notice we've got two before eaches. So I've got a find on it. So we've got two before eaches. One where it sets it up where we're actually getting a cat back from the service, and one that sets up when we're not getting a cat back from the service. And all my tests are passing, so that's great. I'm actually using the Angular testing library here. Its setup is very similar to testbed, but I feel like I get better error messages out of it, and it's easier for me to test through the public API of Angular, so I can actually test the template variables a little more simply by using the screen object. So anyways, I'm going to close these render objects for now. So we can see that test pass, right? So over here, go to the next slide if you want to. So this is there's a very simple mistake here that's going to cause these tests to fail. So I'm going to run these tests here. So this is my failed component. So I'm just running it. I'm using Just Test Runner. It's a plugin available with VS Code. And so you can see I'm getting a failure now. And if I look at this, it's saying it's unable to find the element app component catalyst item _ Misty. And what I'm looking, and then when it actually, this is what I like about the Angular testing library, is it actually shows me what got rendered out. And so what got rendered out is Frank. And so if we look at this setup here, in the global scope of the test, I've set the name, I've declared the name variable and set it equal to Misty. So at the global level, the tests have access to the name variable at this level. But in the before each, I accidentally redeclared it here. So redeclaring it inside the before each means that everything in the before each is using this version of it. So if I take this out real quick here, now I'm going to run these tests again. We will see, huzzah, our tests are passing. So as you can see, that's a very easy to make mistake. And I have personally tracked down this error many times. So that's one of my least favorite parts about the old school way of sharing variables, right? So using ciphers, we don't have any more, there's no more possibility of redeclaring the variable because ciphers tests have self-contained scopes, right? So it's impossible to redeclare it. So why do we even have that before each step in the first place? Well, it turns out that there's a lot of setup that really should belong in a shared step, right? We want to mock our service dependencies. We want, a lot of times there's some minimum state required to actually instantiate the class and the actual instantiation of the class, right? If I were to do this setup, and I could technically do this setup in every single test, if I were to do that, refactoring would become a nightmare, right? So if we can isolate our setup into a single setup function, that makes refactoring a lot easier. So that's another advantage of ciphers testing because you no longer have more than one before each block. You actually can just have one setup function and it can do everything. So ciphers accomplishes everything classic before each functions accomplish without the shared references. So what are the goals of ciphers setup? Well, it's to generate service dependency mocks, generate the minimum required state, and to instantiate the class. And if you remember back here, that's literally what belongs in the setup, right? So ciphers is accomplishing the goals of the before each, but it's doing it in a slightly different way. So this is a very, very basic setup function. So I've got my setup function. You can see that it's taking in a name and it needs that to instantiate the service for some reason. And then I go ahead and I new up that service and I return it here in this object. And so then down in my tests, this is how I would reference that. I will run this, I'll invoke the setup function, and then I can destructure out whatever piece of that I want to test, right? And so then I can run my test. So that's a very, very basic setup. Let's look at a slightly more complex setup. So once again, we're going to go back to this little app I made. And once again, here's a link to that repo if you'd like to clone that and run it yourself and kind of play around with it. So here we are in my VS Code, and this is my cipher setup. The first thing I want you to notice is there are no before eaches in this setup. We've got one setup function that's declared here, and then every single test will invoke this setup function. What I like about this is that I know what state I'm passing into this setup function. So I can actually sort of make it so that it automatically has enough state to render the component. So in this case, if I don't pass anything in, so if you notice in this test, I don't pass anything into the setup function, it will just actually create a cat array for me. So I've got this create cat function that I've made, and it really just takes, it takes the class, you can pass a partial object into it. So if I want to overwrite any of these properties, I just pass it in as a partial object, which I do here with Misty. So I want to make sure I know the name of the cat. So I pass in a partial object, it'll overwrite the name property of that cat. And then when I pass it into the setup, everything that gets built out will be built around this name Misty. So I can't do that mistake where I accidentally redeclare the variable inside the before each, right? Because it's actually passed straight into the function. So you'll notice in the function, I set up my cat service mock. I use that in my provider array here and my render options. And then I can return that out. So if I want to do anything with this service mock, so if I want to assert that it has been called, I can do that. And so I would do that like this. I would say const, and then I would destructure out that mock cat service, right? And that makes that available. It makes this instance of it available for me to use inside my tests. So really, that is ciphers in a nutshell. This is sort of a short talk. I'd love to go more into it because I really am very passionate about this style of unit testing. But luckily for you, I have lots of great links. So this is, again, the link to the article by Moshe. It's a great article to read to get started. And then Tim DeShriver has this really great article, Testing an NGRX Project. Not only is it full of great advice for testing NGRX, but it also follows a Cypher setup. So it has some more tips on that. And then as far as testing itself, I've got some links. So I've got a library link for Jest. Jest is just a test runner. So I think default is Karma. I prefer Jest because it doesn't require a browser to run. It has some great plugins that work with VS Code. And then I want to point out this Jest Autospies library. If you do any asynchronous testing at all, you should definitely check out Jest Autospies. This is Shai Resnick's library. It's been extremely great. We use this at Cisco. We love it. And if you do any testing of observables, definitely check out Observer Spy. I swear you will never need to test marbles again. And then this is my code example. And then in GitHub. And then this is also another real quick example of how to create just sort of a test data generation factory, right? So it takes in a partial object and you can overwrite any property to easily create test data in whatever state you need it to be. So that is all I have for you today. I believe that we have a little bit of time for questions. So
awesome. Thank you so much for that talk. That was a lot of information packed in a short amount of time. I wish we could have like a full day workshop on this because
absolutely.
There's a lot of opportunity for like refactoring in
yes.
Get the slides.
One thing I want to
say
too,
for refactoring in this.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I do want to say is that what the great thing about Cypher's testing is it's not all or nothing. We've had really large components that we've moved to it. And so I just create a new describe block and do a setup function in there. And then I can start to move tests down into it. So it's not even an all or nothing type situation, which I think is really great.
That's an excellent point. It's always rough whenever you see an option. It's like, oh, this is arguably better and simpler, but it's an all-in. So knowing that you can do this in kind of piecemeal, like we'll do this test and then we'll do this one, and then eventually get into a better position is really nice. We do have a question from the Discord, and that is around ciphers and code coverage mechanics. I'm not a testing expert, so does ciphers have anything to do with code coverage mechanics, or do you have any idea?
No big deal. Yeah, so basically it just works with Jest. It turns out I don't think Jest cares if you run it before each. What it actually cares about is what you're covering in your test blocks. So it doesn't care if you do your setup in before each or if you do it in a setup function. So yeah, we get the same test coverage. We changed nothing about how we set up Jest. Everything was exactly the same, except for we don't use before each anymore. And now we use the setup function. So that was really the only change we had to make to our unit tests.
Cool. So if you do have like some sort of like test coverage or code coverage, like validation, like you need to have this much coverage, things should still be fine.
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome. I'm getting a lot of +1s for people saying yes, a workshop would be great.
Good to know. Good to know. I'll definitely put that in my to-do list.
Great. We have you volunteering for a full day workshop or a half day workshop.
I guess I'll get my calendar out.
Yeah. We do have one question, and this is something that, I would definitely want to know. Any tips or tricks for just JavaScript testing in general for someone who's just getting started and has never really written a test before? Show of hands, I've never really written a test before, so this is appropriate for me.
Absolutely. That's a great question too. My advice is to be meticulous, right? And so I found that I learned the most by actually setting up the test myself. Really, basically, what you're doing with a unit test setup is, let's see if I can get to my VS Code here. Oh, no, I'm not sharing my screen anymore, so that won't help at all. But you basically need to understand like you can pretty much new up any JavaScript class, right? Like they have constructors, so you can just call new and instantiate it, right? So if it has dependencies, a lot of times you can just pass null into there. And so you can kind of get started very simply just by newing it up, passing in null as much as you can get away with it. And then that's where that library like just autospies really comes in handy, because it will mock out all of the methods in your service dependencies. So if you just say create spy from class, and let's say your service has a hard dependency on the person service, so you just mock create spy from mock person service, and then you can pass that in. So you can kind of get up and running pretty fast with JavaScript classes. And then it's really about controlling and understanding what state you're passing into that class, right? Once you get, I always do like the green path first. Once you get the setup running, writing the tests is almost the easy part. I say easy.
It's just
It's in
understanding.
quotes.
Yeah, it's just understanding how that process starts, and then once you're there, it's like, all right, well, figure out how to describe like this one detail of it.
Exactly, or how to get the component in the state to do that. So like with Angular, we use a lot of ngIf they're directives. And so we'll be like, hey, if this object is complete, then render this. So you need, in order to test that, you need to be able to pass in state where you know that object is complete. And so it's about understanding how to get your component in the state it needs to be in to write the tests you need to write. And so, yeah, I could go on for hours and hours and hours about unit testing, because it is a real art. And really, once you find a groove that works for you, it's easier to do a lot of copy paste and then just slightly alter that state and then check again. And so I do that a lot. If I have conditionals where something should be showing and something else shouldn't, I'll write one path and then I just copy and paste that test. And then I change the state so that the opposite is true. And then I change the expects. And then I've written a lot of tests. I can write thousands of lines of test code with a lot of copy paste, right? But it's getting that setup down. It's like the trick is getting the setup down. So, and it just takes practice. But yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Laura. This has been a very informative session. Thank you for speaking. I really, really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll be able to see you at some conferences in the future, but thank you for stopping by today virtually, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, thank you for having me. It was great to be here.
Take care. All right, folks, we've made it. We've made it to the end of the day. It feels like it. I didn't feel like we were going to make it, but we did. It's been such an amazing event. Thank you to all of our speakers. We do have one final giveaway for the folks who hung around this long. I want to make sure the first person to answer this is going to get selected. How many t-shirt changes did I have today? We're going to just keep an eye on the Discord real quick. I will let you know it was more than 5, but it was less than 15. Oh, we got it. We got the answer. Michael, you have won the giveaway for the t-shirts. We'll be contacting you. You guessed correctly, 11 t-shirt changes, which has been so much fun to do. I'm glad everyone enjoys that. It's been a long day, and I'm glad that was some entertainment for folks in between all of these amazing educational sessions. We will wrap it up with a quick thank you to all of our sponsors, Forum, Genesis, Neptune Software, and Hybrid Mob. Without them, we wouldn't be able to give away all of these amazing swag prizes. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the folks behind the scenes at Ionic, Michael Ellis, Diana, who have been all the speakers have been meeting with them pretty regularly as we get closer to the conference, doing all the tech checks. Everyone behind the scenes who has been running operations. Thank you all for being here. We will look forward to seeing you in 2023 at the next Ioniconf. And who knows? Maybe we'll be in person next year. I'm not going to give an answer for sure, but thank you all for being here and enjoy the rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever it is, at what time of day it is for you. Take care, everyone.